everybody.
What's going on, man?
Oh, I'm a little bit out of it, but I'm around. I'm alive.
Hey, Gerald, did you figure out how to put the thing on your channel?
Not quite, but yeah.
Just go up to the upper right side where it says edit.
Yeah.
Click it.
Okay.
It'll give you something saying you want to add to this. Scroll down to the bottom and hit done.
Just hit save changes.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see.
Oh, I like that comment. I just saw that Gerald posted. No retreat, no surrender.
Yeah, that's the second saying that I live by. I was trying to think of it when we were on live, but pain was getting to me, so I couldn't think straight when we were talking.
Yeah. It's okay. And when you're speaking off the cuff, sometimes improvisation is imperfect. You know what I mean? You don't remember everything that you want to, and it happens to me all the time. So
I hear you. And today, I know brain today. I might brain tomorrow. That's how it is for me right now.
It's so funny, dude.
I'm not seeing what. Okay, so I hit edit. I don't even know if I'm live, actually. How do I tell? Just my picture.
Oh, hold on. Did you add where it says add destination?
Oh, I might have messed that one up here. Let me try and guess destinations. You were just. Oh, okay. I see. Add destination. YouTube channel.
Yeah, add your channel.
All right.
Sorry, Ben, we're taking over your stream a little bit.
No, you're good.
Trying to help other people get in.
Yeah, and I want this information to be in as many TV screens as possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you guys sharing it on all your guys' channels and pooling all of our resources is probably the best move that we've ever, thought of.
Nice.
Go ahead, live.
Get in?
Yeah, I'm in. I got it.
All right.
So now
nice.
That's all you have to do to stream it, Gerald.
So all I have to do is hit edit and then save changes, and then I'm live with you or Ben.
So now that it has your channel saved in there, when we go on Monday, all I have to do is automatically set you up as part of the streaming, so you don't have to do anything.
Oh, wow. I don't even have to be there.
Yeah, well, it just shows up on your channel now. I take care of it for you.
That's awesome. I want to be there. Don't get me wrong. Just saying that's kind of an awesome option. I appreciate
that. Hey, Charles, how you doing?
Do me a favor, Ben. Do you have Gerald's channel? You can put it in the description of Gerald if you would.
Yeah, in the description. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Or description or in the live, because Godheart Guardian was asking.
I put it in the chat. How do I change the description after I've gone live? Is there a way to do that?
I don't know.
I might be able to do it from here.
Because I know there's a way on Streamlabs, so there has to be a way, some way.
Yeah, go back. Okay, open a separate StreamYard. Go back to it, and then just click on the three little buttons, the three little dots, and click edit, and then edit it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So hopefully that helps you out in figuring it out.
Yeah, no, that works.
Different. I do it a bit of a different way. I cheat. I open up another YouTube window, and then I pop out the comment section, and then I just add stuff there.
Yeah, that's a good idea too.
Nice.
Yeah, I put in my name, but my name pops up beside it. I don't know.
I did see a W up in there. I don't see your normal webpage thing. I see Mike with an M. I don't see his normal web thing either.
I just put it in there. So whose channel did I put it on? I think
that may take some time.
Maybe.
Right on. All right, Ben, what do we got going on?
Give me 1 second. I'm just updating the description real quick, and then we'll get back into some Bedini.
Hold on, I got something to show while we're waiting, if you don't mind.
No, you're good. This is open floor, so. All right. I think the description is updated. No, you're good.
Right here is the power coming from the electric company into an AC motor. How many people know AC motors?
Oh yeah, we were just watching
resonate.
this.
You have to watch
You have
it?
to go from the power source to
but
the
let's
motor,
watch it again. It's
back
interesting.
to the power source. Power's flowing in both directions, back and forth. Now, when the motor resonates with something, if the thing it's resonating is the same frequency of the motor, then you'll get a perfect power factor and you'll have perfect performance. If what it's resonating with is out of sync, then you'll be lucky to get 50% efficiency out of a 90% efficient motor because your power factor is off. It's not resonating with the right thing. The electric company puts a transformer on a pole outside of your building. All the motors in your factory are resonating with a transformer on a pole outside. And guess what? These are never in sync with any motor. Do you know why General Electric serves on the board of directors of every electric utility company in the United States? Make doggone sure these are never in sync with any motor. Do you understand the concept? Now, we can build a transformer like this one. It's called a tank circuit. Put it right up next to your motor and let your motor resonate with the transformer. They'll be the same frequency, and boy, do you want to see the difference in power for you. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. The motor is running, the generator is lighting the lights. That's the load. I could take my watt meter, zero it out, and put it on this. This is the power coming from the electric company right now. This motor is resonating with a transformer somewhere outside right now. And we look and we see how many amps we're using. Do you have a good shot of that? 18 amps? Everybody sees that we're using 18 amps? Okay, now we're going to go ahead and shut it down, and Ricky's going to hook it up to our circuit. Now, I couldn't have done this with this building because, I mean, got different situations everywhere I go. Now it's only going over 10 inches of line resonating with a tank circuit. That's the right frequency. Now we're going to turn it on. It's going to do the same work. This will run that, light the lights. Doing the same job. But now we're going to take a look and we're going to measure how many amps it's taking to do the job now that we're no longer resonating with their transformer. You see that? Well, we got 6.8. Remember, we had 18.1. Now we got 6.8. Which one's more gooder? Which one would you rather pay for if you had an electric, if you had a big factory and you had all these big motors in it?
Dude, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's one of the, and I was just saying earlier that little 3-minute video clip is so significant to understanding, and it's so simple, you know, like when you take my rodent coil system, for example, you know, you resonate at a specific frequency and you get the output increasing over the input. But as soon as you go outside that frequency range, it just, you know, takes a, you know, it goes back to what it traditionally should look like, is what the most systems look like, and that's less output on compared to the input.
Yeah, it's no different than a Tesla coil. When you change that wire that goes to it, you can get so thin of a wire because it resonates properly. As soon as it doesn't, you have to thicken that wire a bunch.
Right.
So when it comes to your system with that rodent coil, it would be amazing to see what it does. You know what I mean? Pulse it in one, see if it jumps out the other.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That would be pretty cool.
Not necessarily with Tesla coil. You don't have to go that high of power, but I'm just saying,
right. But some kind of spark gap.
The resonance it doesn't even have to have a spark gap. You just use your transistor.
Oh, okay.
I think that there's like a purpose for every individual coil, and I get the impression that the rodent coil is like like a frequency generator or a some sort of a system that changes the frequency on your output in comparison to your input. I'm not sure it's really meant for free energy, although I'm sure it could be. But I think there's a different purpose for it. I just haven't quite on that one.
If you listen to Rodin, his practical application or ultimate application of the Rodin coil is gene splicing. Now, I'm not too familiar with that myself, but there are, like you're right. I think the ultimate application would lie somewhere in communication, because we already know that the military already uses the Rodin coil to some extent in some of their highly sensitive communication equipment.
There's also,
go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, I was going to tap on your experiment you were talking about with the pole. I just saw a video yesterday where they took the Rodin coil and they connected it to the antenna on somebody's house and were able to pull power from it.
Yep. I don't doubt that at all. Yeah. It's just on how the energy flows. You allow that wire to be the antenna, the one that's set between pole and pole, and it has to be insulated from the pole so it doesn't ground out. And that's your antenna. And if you can find a way of pulling the energy from the center, like a center tap, from that line down, excuse me, through an induction coil and then a series of capacitors, the amount of power you can pull out of there is amazing.
You got to pull a cold energy circuit off of it.
Well, you know what I'm doing is I'm going to use my coil for that experiment. So, and my coil I've known to pull 1,000 watts out of. So I don't know how it's going to turn out. We'll see. I'm going to get it all on video and I'll share it when I'm done. So that's my next step. If I could get out of bed. Sorry.
Well, we're hoping we're
a couple hours ahead of us,
recovery there.
I'm 3 o'clock.
You're rolling out of bed at 3 o'clock? You've been up all night partying or what?
No, I had a bad pain day. When I have a bad pain day, I get migraines and I have to.
I got it.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna come on live. That's why I'm like, because I'm hopped up on painkillers in order to get rid of this. So it's one of those.
We appreciate you coming on, Gerald. I hope you feel better.
You kidding? I love science. My joy is learning. I could learn on my deathbed. I'll be smiling when I go.
You see me every time we have a podcast, I'm always smiling because I love the topics we discuss, and everybody has something so interesting and fascinating to talk about that I can't wait to hear what's going to happen next, you know?
Absolutely. The learning I've done. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's cool because we all pull different videos and watch different things. And then when we come on here, we kind of share the ideas and they kind of cross each other.
Yep.
Yeah. Everything's connected.
The science community seems to not want to do that because, and I think it's because they're all working on different projects trying to get it out before the next guy. I get it. It's a race, right? I don't want to race. You go ahead and do it first, then I'll know how to do it. That's the way I see it, man.
Yeah, because we're not doing it for profit. So as soon as you pull your permits or whatever you want to say it is, you're not going to nail me. I'm not doing it for profit. I'm not doing it to do anything else. I'm just sharing the knowledge.
Exactly. I'm not making any money off of it. I'm not looking for writing a paper. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm experimenting, and whatever I find, I'll share. You want to write a book on it? Go ahead. You want to write a paper, a theory on it? All the power to you. Just mention my name in the last little bit of it, please. That's all.
Just a last little bit.
Yeah, you can take the fame and the fortune. I don't care. Just put my name in the back little part of it. I'll smile, and that's it. I'm happy.
They're going to write the book directly from your channel, Gerald, and then they're just going to mention you at the end.
Well, we're just here to inspire people, you know, and give them a little push in the right direction.
Sorry.
So funny.
So I was going to go back to Bedini if you guys want to just watch some of that, and we'll stop periodically and commentate
Yeah,
on it.
whatever you got, man.
Darn straight. Bedini's awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, let's pull it up here.
Oh, hold on. Can I show you something on Bedini?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Because I was trying to show you the other day, and I wasn't able to. So let me pull it up real quick.
No, you're good, because I know oftentimes we don't get to everything we plan to get to on some of these live streams.
It's okay. It's just something that it's a Tesla coil does it, and I need you to see it. I was just talking to Sean about it. And hold on, let me bring the size of this thing up, and then I'll share it.
Gerald, I want to read this comment. It might make you a little happy. It says, "Yo, do you know how happy it made me to open YouTube and see a stream from Gerald? Hello, everybody." So you got some really good fans there.
There you go, Gerald.
Really cool fans.
I appreciate it. That's awesome.
Yeah, we got some really cool people in chat here.
You know what? The only lives I've done is on other channels. I usually don't open a live on mine, so this is new to me, and I'll do more of it.
Yeah, I think that's what the audience wants, right? Give the people what they want. More Gerald.
We're getting close to the 1,000 subscriber mark. Although I think you're gonna beat me, Ben, and all the power to you. Good for you, man. I'm at 759, and then I've had it go down to 757, and then it went back up to 759. We're getting there, though. It's amazing.
Okay. You want to know a little secret? A lot of times when you see, like, because you have a content that's highly educational and highly valuable to the audience, once you find, or once the algorithm finds that audience for you, and it takes time. But the content you're providing is valuable, so people are going to be coming back, and the fact that you're doing a live stream is just going to trigger the algorithm for you a little bit more. And you want to know something? What I was getting into is when you see the subscriber count decrease, oftentimes when you have valuable content that's just not being out there, or it's not being pushed by the algorithm, sometimes that could be a bot. I've had it where I had some bots on my channel, and YouTube just periodically flushes them down the toilet, and you'll get so that's something to don't be discouraged, is my point. It could be a bot.
I don't look at it as discouraging. It to me, that's hey, that's just life.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like when you're creating a YouTube channel, you can find a lot of reasons to get discouraged and to say, "Oh man, this isn't working." Like I hate to bring up that one guy. I'm not going to say his name, but the fact of the remains that if your content isn't being spread, you have to look at what's the content is, and there's certain psychologies to people that you can tap into regarding the algorithm. The algorithm is just the audience. Replace the word algorithm with audience. And as much as people don't want to hear it, they might be able to blacklist you to a certain extent, but if people are physically sharing your channel and are enthusiastic about it and passionate about it, that they can mitigate that, but they can't stop it entirely.
Well, I heard through a little birdie that my videos were shared extensively on Discord and Twitter, but I had no part of that and had no idea who was sharing them, sort of thing.
But that could just be one of your fans,
out, right? Like, I don't care. That's all I care about.
Exactly right. And the goal here is to try to, break through as many barriers as we can, just try to poke all those holes, and hopefully the dam breaks eventually.
Well, if they would actually give me back an email, any of them, I might actually be able to get on Discord or Twitter. I keep trying, but we'll see. You know what?
My point is, my point is, I think if we have a strategy for all of our YouTube pages, we can kind of tweak our audience and the algorithm a little bit, regardless of any kind of worrying or paranoia about blacklisting. Let's just put that in the back of our minds and focus on creating the best content possible. and see where that takes us. Because I think there's a few tips that I could give you for your channel that I could help work with you in expanding your audience a little bit.
Yeah, and I'll say this: I've been working in the background making videos, but I'm not ready to start releasing them because when it comes to the algorithm, I know a guy. And this guy told me a thing, and I'm gonna go along with it. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. No, I gotcha. You know, like be cautious for sure. Not saying don't be cautious.
Well, dude, every time I do a video, Gerald, on your channel, they all go over and like there's a lot of them that subscribe to you, man.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
I've actually had comments saying that I'm from Nathan's channel and Ben's, and that's awesome. I appreciate it.
That's another thing, though. You know, like, and I'm a victim of this too, because it's the way we've been conditioned to absorb and consume information in this world, in this age. You got to remind people, hey, like and subscribe. You know, you just got to keep on reminding them because they forget. You know, I forget. Sometimes I forget to like my own videos. You know what I mean? Like,
over there clicking likes and everything.
But no, it's true. You know, like you got to keep on reminding people like what's going on, because people's attention spans are very short these days. Understandably, you know, we have busy lives.
Oh yeah, I studied a bit of psychology in the past, and it's one of the reasons why my videos are very short. It's about capturing the eye really quick, show them a bit of truth, and make them think. And if they really want to know, they'll come back.
That's what I'm starting to learn, honestly. And I didn't learn that at first. I had to learn that as I went along, you know.
Do you put those as shorts, Gerald?
You know what? I tried to get on shorts. I think I have to have so many subscribers or so many.
No.
Oh, no. I know why I had a problem. The format I can't figure out, because apparently a lot of people just use phones, and I don't have a phone.
Oh, dude, I'll help you with that. I'll get that for you. No problem. Remember that CapCut?
You know what? CapCut, I think that's the one I couldn't get.
Okay.
Where you have to get an email back from them.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. For some reason, there's like a block there or something.
Dude, I'll set you up. I'll find another one for you.
Okay.
And we'll fix it. And because your videos for shorts would be just amazing, because they're not very long, you know what I mean? But they get to the point quick, and that's exactly what they are.
Yeah, I loved your short on the dream catchers. That was awesome.
I didn't put that up.
No?
You didn't put that up. That was Bernie. That's right. Oh, that's right. That was Bernie.
Is that Bernie? Oh, well, shout out to Bernie.
It was a great clip.
Bernie.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah, he put it out for Ben and my channel. It's the only other person that knew how to do it.
Dude, I woke up this morning and I'm like, what the F? I did not put this up. Did somebody hack my channel? I freaked out. And I got your email and I'm like, okay, I get it now. I'm just overthinking it.
It's so funny, dude.
That's awesome.
The same thing.
Well, see, that's the
same thing.
Bernie's messing with us.
He's messing with us.
Gotta love it though, right?
Yeah, we love you, Bernie.
In a good way, he's messing with us.
No, that was one of the best shorts I've seen on my channel. Honestly, I've done a lot of shorts, but they've been kind of half-aid. I just pushed out shorts just to push them out, you know, to get them out there. I didn't really focus on the quality too much.
No, they should probably take the intro to the show and just put it on a short every time.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So,
absolutely.
Watch. I want to show you guys this. Okay, it's take a couple seconds. It's one important part of a Bedini video that you need to understand. Okay, so it's a ringing of a Tesla coil. If you've ever seen it on an oscilloscope, and I try to show it on my channel, it shows up in my gravity flyer everywhere. Bedini shows it in this radiant video, in the video of radiance. Okay, so you see them on the board, right?
Yeah.
I'm not going to play the whole thing. I just want you to see what I'm looking at. Oops, sorry. Let me get that big again. Okay. He's talking about resonance right here. When you have one go over the next, and he drew the little fuzzy line, he's drawn two lines right there. There are two signals in resonance. Okay. you're going to get something out of that.
Very sharp.
So it's
Just transient. And so if we really expand that transient out,
Talk about the transient
have-
spike, right?
watch.
I
it
gotta
do
show
that.
you the waveform.
That right there is the exact signature of a Tesla coil ring. It's what happens when the number one coil goes into the number two coil and then it puts out the energy in a spike. You usually see it as energy like shooting out of the top of a Tesla coil.
Yep.
That's the ring.
So this
That
is it. This is Tesla had to have known about this spike and energy.
Oh, he totally did.
Yeah.
did.
I mean, this is just proof. This is just proof, though.
If you read Tesla's paper, or excuse me, his he did a presentation on it. Sorry, the words not coming out right.
It's okay.
He did a lecture. He did a lecture on it. He called it dark energy. Exactly what he was talking about right here.
Oh, I'll have to find that.
This is your spike. This is why you have to change the magnets in the gravity flyer to the ceramic magnets in order to get this spike to come up. This is the third wave in my gravity flyer. It's the exact ring.
Ceramic magnets act differently than neodymium by far.
So is that the same thing as an H wave, or is that something different?
The spike is the top of the H wave. So,
okay.
Yeah. So this ring, I was trying to say it to you the other day. I didn't think you understand what we're talking about. This Tesla coil ring shows up there. He talks about the resonance before it when you go from one to the next. The thing is, when you put resonance into something, you will get the frequency that goes in, and then you will also get the frequency that it changes to. So the secondary one will be different.
Like Gerald was saying.
Exactly what Gerald was saying.
Yeah, he's saying the frequency is changing, and in my system too, it could be changing the frequency on the output, and I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, it's why you get your motors that you run, Ben. They can take more electricity on less amps, so you can run those motors more efficiently with changing the heat in it, and it'll reduce the amps and make that run more efficiently, which is what your coil is supposed to do.
Right, and that's tuning the circuit to the actual coil itself.
Yeah, so it was just something I wanted to show you guys because it's 100% relevant in all of our projects that we're doing.
For sure.
And you have to start to dig into it a little more on your own to figure it out.
Absolutely.
But no, that's
right
very
there.
significant, and I hadn't considered that. You know, when you're trying, like you said, you're trying to maximize the efficiency of your system. I'm focusing on the coil itself, but you know, you're saying, oh, well, the output could be changing the frequency, and you need to adjust the circuit as such. And that's something that's, you know, you just blew my mind. But you know that it takes me a while to get some things. I'm sorry, I'm slow. So.
Well, it's the visualizing of what somebody else is trying to explain, right? Kind of
and
the same.
I'm a left-handed writer. I don't know if that diverges my thinking at all, but
that just makes it better when you add to the group, right? All different angles, all different thinking is going to make this work. It's not going to come from one of us. It's going to come from all of us. And I think it's already out there. I mean, let's be realistic. There are factions or groups or whatever that already have this tech. We're just trying to make it so that it can be accessible to the public, or at least the knowledge to build it.
I don't think any other group at least is doing what we're doing on YouTube.
No, I think we're unique. I mean, don't get me wrong. The scientific community, APEC and them, they have their own sort of je ne sais quoi, if that's the right term.
Right. Well, I kind of consider some of those guys to be intertwined with our group, you know?
Yeah, some of them are, definitely. So, and but a lot of intelligent people in that group. And they're different. They're more academically based than we are, which is fine.
And that's that's where I have a hard time following, because I'm not like that, you know. But it's definitely refreshing to get an academia's perspective of you know, this side of science.
I've learned lots from APEC. I'm not
Hey, guys.
dissing on them, but at the same time. You know.
No, not at
Go
all.
ahead.
Check this out. This is what I showed Gerald. I sent him an email on it. Now, did you guys see it all? We good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, check it out. There's always a spiral at the top and bottom. We're all aware of that, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, that goes without saying. The spiral you don't see is in the toroid is take your pencil, right? Put it right there in the center of the toroid. Now draw a circle around. Understand your pencil, the tip of it is like an energy ball. Okay. Wherever
Yep.
it goes, it's going to bring energy. However, it still leaves trace amounts of energy around it, like it's a shooting star or something, right? The comet. It's going
Okay.
to bring energy. So as it does that, that's what's spraying all the energy out. So that's what makes the static electricity come from your coil. Okay. The outside is hot, so it's radiating it out. Okay. It's pushing that field out. Okay. What it does is it creates on the inside a time dilation field on the inside of it. It's exactly
Oh,
Yep. And the
that makes a lot
coil
of
would be,
sense.
yep, you're absolutely right. And when you stand close to the coil, you're inside that bubble.
that's what
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying.
like a negation zone or whatever.
Hence, using the radio to find the edge of the bubble. And remember, I said it has a very sharp cutoff.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we're describing now. I might have had a problem if somebody had shut the coil off while I was walking through that barrier. And I didn't know one way or the other whether or not I was going to, so I made sure everybody stayed away from it when I did that test.
Oh, smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I've stayed away from the time differential from the way that the system works, because once you start talking about time and changing time, you get into Albert Einstein's equations, people get nervous because if
Yeah,
you
but
can make a time machine,
It's not necessarily a time machine. If you think about a UFO, how fast it moves without disturbing anything, and it has, you know what I mean, no inertia to it, you have to bring time into the equation because of how fast it's moving.
you're absolutely right. I guess
Right.
there was going to be a point in the near future where that was going to come up regardless. So you are right, and it's not just one time bubble. I'll get
And that's
into
something that I had to, yeah, that's something I had to reconcile is the difference between time dilation and time manipulation, you know?
Okay, so think about this bubble that Nathan's describing, except there's a whole entire bubble that wraps around this one that goes in the opposite direction. And in between the two, the layer in between the two is that transition part between the time that it's speeding through and the time that you're actually inside the bubble. And that's how it's able to travel through time as a different time differential like bubble while you're standing in it. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect
Yeah.
sense.
Okay.
I know something that Nathan was talking about the other night was that something that I hadn't considered either was he's like it spirals, but it also spins vertically.
Yes.
So as it's spiraling, it's spinning vertically, and you're going like this, and this, and this.
Yep.
So you have two different types of motion going on there.
You could have three at the push of a button. It becomes gyroscopic and spins pole to pole.
Right.
And because of the way that the dynamics of this flows, it's able to transverse. I don't know how to put that. Remember the experiment I told you about with my daughter? She didn't see us. She opened the door.
Yeah,
She was looking
I
for us.
remember it.
We didn't go anywhere. So when we were discussing yesterday about how I believe that if the bottle sitting on the table had a bubble around it and it disappeared, it was still on the table. It was just in a different time, like a different frequency. So when you as a person are standing inside this bubble, and the exterior is revolving in the opposite direction of your time inside that bubble, you could be standing in the exact same place as you were before you turned it on, but nobody's going to see you. Nobody can interact with you, and nobody can touch your mass. It's like the Philadelphia experiment, but in a sense, you're traversing through time because your time is different than the time outside the bubble. But there's a caveat to that. You can become that time that's different from where you began from, and you can stay in that time after being in that bubble for so long because it imparts energy into every cell of your body, changing your frequency, therefore changing your timeline.
Wow. So you literally adapt to that frequency.
Exactly. But it takes a certain period of energy getting imparted into your body in order for you to adapt to it. I know a lot about this. I've just stayed away from it.
No, just because I was just watching. I don't know if you've ever seen the show Fringe, and they had this concept of two different universes resonating at different frequencies. You know, if you're from one universe, you're not going to resonate at the frequency of the other universe. So I don't know. It's just
So
sometimes you see. Oh, I'm sorry, Nathan.
I'm sorry. Let me jump in here. When you hear people say they haven't crossed over or they can't get to the crossover point after they die, but they can still manipulate some reality in your time. This is what this is.
Wow.
You are energy. Your
Right.
body is just a vessel. You are energy. That's who your soul is.
That makes a lot of sense, Nathan.
So
that makes all sense.
So that's why I said about the TV yesterday, a tube TV, you can communicate through it based on how it's worked, how it looks, how it functions.
Yes, but you have to modify the horizontal deflection system in order for you to be able to pick up different frequencies because it locks it in. Yeah, I know a little bit about it.
Yeah.
You two are just on the same wavelength over here. Like you guys are just.
Oh, dude. I
love it.
Together in a room is like an insane talk sometimes.
That's why we need a team up video. Let me get a nice camera and get you two in a room together, and we'll do like a highly produced video.
I was serious when I said it. If somebody really, really wanted to do this and they had the funds, like a team of 12 of us would have it done in 6 months, maybe 10 of us even.
Yeah.
6
Yeah,
months.
with the funds for sure. Yeah.
It's not even a thought in my mind. It's just, do we have the resources to do it? Should we do it? And who's going to support? Because once it's built, like I didn't just study coils. I've studied indoor grow rooms, negative pressures, positive pressures, heating water through magnetics, heating water through when you do your grow room, you use solar water heaters from pools and they go on your walls. So as you're growing your food, it's heating your water for cooking and for all kinds of purposes. It heats the area that you're in because your grow room produces heat as a byproduct of growing your food. Like I've studied all these different interconnecting systems because if you were to build a ship, you're not going to the grocery store when you're in space.
Yeah, you need homeostasis at every level of that environment. You know,
absolutely right. And if you're growing your food, you're growing certain types of well, I hate to say it, but you have to grow marijuana or hemp because the hemp stalk itself is what you would use for when you had to go to the bathroom. You chip wood because you can't flush. There's no water, so you'd be using like the sawdust method for what they use in motorhomes, right? But your sawdust would be hemp because it grows super fast. It grows really tall and thick. So you would use that for that. And you can make rope out of it and all kinds of things. So like I said, I've gotten into this in heavy detail.
I might have to smoke a little bit of it if I know I'm peeing my own food.
Well,
I'm gonna use my bong as a bubble cavitation device.
Did you know that if you ever, and I shouldn't say this, I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm not making a medical statement, but there's a theory out there that states that medical marijuana, if you were to eat it for like 14 days solid live, not picked from the plant, dried out and eaten live. So it's growing, it's in its bud stage. You pick a bud off, you eat the bud in the morning, you do that for 14 days. And the theory is, or at least some of the stories that are out there goes, that it can cure certain things. And I say that because this leads me to a series of experiments I haven't released yet about marijuana. I found out that marijuana is one of a few plants that actually grows crystal. And since
Really?
crystal, yeah.
Mhm.
And since
Yeah.
crystal resonates with the human body, I kind of wondered, can I impart a specific frequency into that marijuana plant in order to have it do a very specific thing?
Oh,
So I'll give you a
Yeah.
weird example. Let's say your kidneys were failing and it took 400 hertz in order to cure it. But you can't get it into the body because there's all kinds of laws and things. But what if you could grow a marijuana plant right from its stage one in a certain atmosphere that allowed it to stay at 400 hertz? And as it finished its whole season, you cut it down, the actual product was stayed or stuck at 400 hertz because of the crystal growth within it. And when you eat that, it would cure your ailment. It's just a theory, but like I said, there's a series of experiments I haven't released yet that state that this is possible.
so
That's
hold
a
on.
brilliant theory.
Not so much the healing. I can't state that as a medical because I'm no doctor, but I can state that I can make marijuana resonate at a certain frequency and keep it that way until it's fully done its growth period,
cycle?
and then
Yeah.
you can use it for
So
whatever.
Wow.
Frequency it creates destroys the cell.
Say that again.
The frequency it creates destroys the cell.
Destroys the bad cells, you mean?
Yeah, the bad.
I don't want to say it because we're on YouTube and
Well,
Yes, this is
radiation.
not medical advice. Let me make that clear. We're not putting any medical advice. We're not suggesting anything. This is just
good
theoretical.
disclaimer. Okay, go ahead, Nathan.
So they put radiation in your body to kill the cells. Now it kills healthy cells and bad cells.
Yes.
But as you specifically put in the correct frequency, there's a frequency that destroys certain cells. So if it's a mutated cell, it'll have a different frequency than your regular cell. So by putting that in there, you can destroy the cell.
Okay, and there's a little bit more to that because, like I said, I've studied the human body. Sorry. Did you know that the human body is one of the only species that has THC receptors within it? Over 2,600.
Yeah.
If the mother's breast milk didn't have THC in it, the baby wouldn't eat. That's a known fact. Research backs it up.
Really? I didn't know that.
So by doing what I was saying with these experiments and imparting a certain frequency into it, it allows the endocrine system to activate the natural healing human ability by imparting that marijuana because it's full of different types of THC, 3 at least, Delta 9, Delta 5, and Delta 6. And
The human
those
body has its own cannabinoid system.
exactly, but it literally resonates with the marijuana's THC. So when those get into your body, it activates the endocrine and just smacks it into like high drive. So whatever's wrong with you, that frequency of healing, the endocrine system's like to me, it's like part of that healing system that we don't use anymore. And this would allow it to do it. Just the theory.
But just the realization that you putting this in my head made me realize you know, like that makes sense that it is a crystalline, or does produce a crystalline part of the plant, and it connects with all of the healing aspects that we see with the plant, and all these ancient cultures using it for basically all these different ailments over time.
Absolutely. Marijuana was found in Tutankhamun's tomb, and what was
Really?
he, 10,000 years ago or something? When they popped it open, it was perfectly smokable. The THC was fine. They found that it had some form of a vacuum on it.
Yeah, I think there are certain plants for sure that had to have evolved with our, you know, species for beneficial, you know, mutual beneficial purposes, right? You know, the plant knows that we're going to grow it and harvest it more.
Yep.
What was that, Mike?
Look at Reefer's chat there.
Oh, in the chat. I know, gotta manage.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping up. I'm trying to, but
Hey, Gerald, do you know how to go over to the chat and put somebody up on there?
no, but I know how to look at it. I haven't. Is that the show button that comes up here?
Just hover over it and click the show. Go ahead and try it.
Yeah, so you can highlight parts of the chat.
And then I can take it down by hide. Is that it?
Yep.
So, oh, I feel smarted today.
Gerald's going to be over there doing all kinds of live shows of his demonstrations now. Watch.
Maybe.
Get him addicted to it.
Wait, so
Hey.
Ben, this is the first time you got guests on your stream, right? You didn't have the StreamYard before, huh?
Yeah, this is the first time I'm testing out the StreamYards, and honestly, I have to give it to Nathan. I'm loving this. This is a lot easier. I mean, I can't do exactly everything I want to do, like the multi-stream, but there's going to be a way around that. I'll find a workaround for that.
Hey, Dan?
Yeah.
We can do it on Rumble. And we can do it everywhere else. Yeah, I was looking into it. I haven't set mine up yet. I was kind of waiting for Monday, but I'll work with you on it, and we'll get it together. I don't have Instagram though, and I do have an Instagram, but I don't have it set up.
I don't even use I have it, but I don't even really go on Instagram. Like, I try to update my Facebook for the subscribers, but that's about it.
I'll have to ask Ben, or excuse me, not Ben. Have to ask Crypto a little bit because he knows a lot more than we both do. But
yeah, we're gonna have to all sit down in a sesh one day and just go over some of this stuff.
I'll just take him about a minute. You know what I mean? But yeah, we can definitely put the Rumble on here for sure.
See, I didn't know that. I was looking into that. I was really hoping that I could stream, because Rumble is getting a lot of viewers for me, at least. I only got like 47 subscribers on Rumble, and I had like 6 people watching me the other day. That's pretty good.
Oh, I put all our videos on Rumble, our lives, just like you did. I just downloaded them from the StreamYard here on the library portion. I just downloaded it, put them on there, put the cover page on there. By the way, if you guys need the cover page or thumbnail, I should say, just let me know.
Yeah.
I'll find them for you because I have them all cataloged now. It took me forever to do it yesterday.
I need to do the same thing, dude. I got them all in my downloads folder.
Yeah.
I got to start making some.
Yeah.
Although I like the ones you've made for me. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Nathan does some really, no, seriously, Nathan blows me away every time that he comes out with something for his page. Because I try, I offered to make you guys, help you guys with intro videos and stuff, because, that's who I am. I like to help out. And, I just messed around, made him one. And then he comes back, he's like, oh, no, I got it. I made one. And it just blowed me out of the water. I'm like, wow, this is way better than I did.
I wanted to just mention really quick, Ackerby Botany Engineering with EtherTech. I'd love to sit down and discuss that with you one day. I'm kind of behind in the comments because, like I said, I'm a little brain dead today. But the question I had up about Royal Raymond Rife, the reason why I had it up is because the frequency. No, it's all good. The frequencies that I use came from Royal Raymond Rife's notes, and I have
his frequency list.
Yeah, not the one that Matthew Rife is putting out. The one that I got from a file in 2008, long before Matthew Rife came onto the scene.
So you have like an original document right from Rife himself. Wow.
I don't know about from Rife himself, but from his lab notes, apparently.
Well,
And
that's what I mean, like directly from the source. Like it's not tainted. It's not interpreted and rewritten or whatever.
yeah, it's
What he's
straight from the source. That's like
Nice.
Stan Meyer's file.
That's important because that's like if you're going to try to replicate something, like Stan Myers purposely forged the specific frequencies or whatever he was using for his device, according to Dr. Greer at least. And
Stan Meyer was a genius. Greer left a few things out. I have his file that allows you to build the EPG and to build his water-powered car in detail, like to the.
Is the EPG the donut?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
It's
see,
actually
we're
copper
together
tube.
with you on that.
Yeah, well, yeah. That one will get you a knock on the door real quick.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'll think about it and I'll get back to you then. Because I'm really excited about that device and I've been trying to research it and find any information about it and I haven't been able to.
Oh,
I'll send you the file.
Yeah.
Gerald, by the way, you should really put his picture on that video that you have for the water cart thing.
Oh, Stan Myers?
Yeah, because look, I watched it on your channel and oh my God, dude, you need to put his picture on there because it'd be so much more popular than it is. Have you guys seen it?
Yeah, it's a good one.
I don't think so.
off the news.
Dude, we'll play a couple minutes of it and we'll let everybody see it because I think Gerald found an awesome thing here. Okay.
Is it one of the old TV broadcasts of Stan Meyer?
It's TV broadcasts and stuff like that, but it's a lot of valuable information.
Okay, so just before you do that, he's going to talk about the water spark plug, okay? I have my terabyte. I've got my terabyte hard drive. I'll pull it up in the next, I don't know, few days, hopefully, about him talking about it he's doing like a little lecture for maybe 25, 30 people. And he goes on for an hour and 10 minutes in detail, how to build it, how he came to it, how it works, the whole nine. So I'll get that up for you and I'll label it and so that you can see.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. No, I don't think I've seen this. I've seen the old TV broadcast, but that's not like rare. You do a little digging, you'll find it. I don't think I've seen.
This is rare.
Yeah.
So if Gerald,
I'm excited now. You got me excited.
Look, whatever information you have on it, post it on your channel, man, and I'll tell people to go over and watch it for you. Dude, this is amazing.
But in terms of click-through rate, I assume that's what you're talking about by putting his picture up on the thumbnail?
Yes.
Yeah, so click-through rate, that's what I experienced too. As soon as I put Joe Rogan up on my Divine Science thumbnail, because, you don't want to mislead the audience. He's in the documentary. So I put him up on the thumbnail and immediately the click-through rate jumped through the roof. So
yeah, he's the most popular guy out there, apparently.
Yeah, people on my channel have been looking for Stan Myers. I'll send them over to you, Gerald. Just make sure you post it with his face on there somewhere. Because he's got some reporter lady on there on the cover. And yeah, we need to fix that. I'll show you a program to get you set up to put a better thumbnail up.
Yeah, for sure. Because I was having a hard time with that, actually.
Well, I've come to the right place. All right, let me play a little bit of it for you.
Injector. In order to run your car in water, the only thing we need to do is replace the spark plugs. Hook it to a computer system, take a water tank, feed the water under pressure around 125 pounds of pressure. The water is converted, goes through a resonant cavity, is converted into thermal explosive energy on demand that occurs inside the engine. Furthermore, the design technology of the water fuel pushes out the water, pushes out any ambient air in the process. And as a result, when the water fuel...
You got it.
What he just said was the most important scientific discovery, and everybody misses it. When he says this water spark plug has an explosive reaction and we take that power and use it, he's not burning water. He's actually using the explosion from separating water between oxygen and hydrogen. And that
from the bubble cavitation.
Yeah, and the very kick from that separation, he uses that in order to to create flame and do everything he's doing. It's
Right.
not what people think. So that part there, you never hear about that discussed when it comes to hydrogen research.
Bob
Every-
Grenier calls it the electronuclear collapse.
I think it's
Yeah.
a pressure chamber. I think it's a pressure chamber. I think it's somehow he's pressurizing two chambers and different pressures to get the water to disassociate.
Something like that, I guess. I don't know. I'd have to do a little bit more.
It's not water that goes in there, because water would bend your rod on your piston, because it's too much volume inside there. It's got to be gas at that point.
Yeah, let's go back to it. I just wanted to point out that one.
Oh, so
point.
that's the spark plug that ignites the disassociated water. Okay.
Yeah. Whatever's coming through there has to be in gas form.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
already.
that's the, is that the schematic of the spark plug there on the screen? Or what is that? That's an engine.
That's part of it. He actually shows the spark plug in this video. He has it in his hand. They perfected it. It's why he was, well, one of the reasons why he had problems. Let's just say that.
Okay, let me hit play. We'll listen to it again from the beginning.
The technology has taken us now down to the size of a water fuel injector. In order to run your car on water, the only thing we need to do is replace your spark plugs, hook it to a computer system, take a water tank, feed the water under pressure around 125 pounds of pressure. The water is converted, goes through a resonant cavity, it's converted into thermal explosive energy on demand that occurs inside the engine. Furthermore, the design technology of the water fuel injector pushes out the water, pushes out any ambient air in the process. And as a result, when the water fills the resonant cavity, and it's now, when high voltage hits it, now converts it, liberates the gases from the water, ionizes it.
Yeah, Mike,
and
you're
goes into
right.
Spark ignition. It
You
has
see?
minimal amount of interaction with the ambient
think
air, so
there's
therefore
something about
you knock
that
down any
chamber.
form of nitrous oxide, which is minimal
The way it's
anyhow,
shaped.
to almost an absolutely negligible factor. So the water fuel injector now can fit into any internal combustion engine, as you see right here, and
I think
simply
I saw
regulate
this
the water
before.
flow in reference to the
Somewhere.
applied pulse voltage frequency electronically. Go ahead. You remember I mentioned that the same engineering design specification in one system would apply to all systems.
Yeah, so there's no
regardless of
spark.
size. Did I not say that?
It's the pressure
Here's
that
an
ignites the
example of the
water.
water fuel injectors as you see it that replaces your spark plug. Go ahead.
So
I'm guessing there's no spark going on here, and that the two pressures that he created in that chamber
have you
create
ever looked at
enough pressure to ignite it, just like you would do with diesel.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. A diesel motor, same thing.
Right. Yeah, you just pressurize the diesel, it ignites. You don't need a spark plug. You don't need a spark. You don't need a flame to ignite diesel.
And if
Yeah,
you put-
need
maybe he's
pressure.
just calling it a spark plug for conventional needs.
Yeah, if you put too much
Well, no,
air
he says
into
it
it, you'll have a
replaces
runaway
your
motor.
spark plug. So, he says it replaces your spark plug. So that means it replaces the spark and the plug. At some degree, that's what he said,
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It replaces it entirely.
The need for a spark is what I was hearing him kind of say it that way, the way he.
It's part of it, though. There's a plasma reaction that's created that creates the spark. I'm not exactly sure how he
You
does
can
it.
still
but I do
spark
have
diffused
plans.
water and ignite it, though. No doubt.
Well, I know the two components that we deciphered on stream recently was he was pre-ionizing his air for preconditioning it for bubble cavitation, and he was also resonating the tubes he used for electrolysis with the load. He's resonating the conductor with the load at a specific frequency. So those two elements, in my opinion, are critical in making the system work, but it might not be the whole picture.
Yeah, he put a couple of things in there that didn't need to be in there. Let's just say that.
Yeah, he misled people, didn't he, with his patent, I think.
He had to. The guy was a genius. He knew that whoever seen that tech was going to want it by any means necessary. The United States military was trying to buy it off him for $300 million, and he told them to go pound sand because they wanted to take it, not let the public get it, which I get, but that's apparently shortly after that where he had problems. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I mean, look, put yourself in his
when he
shoes.
tried to
He's
monetize
the inventor, right? He's thinking hydrogen. Okay, what can we do to ignite hydrogen? What have we done to ignite hydrogen? We've pressurized it. We've done all kinds of things. So he went the pressurizing route, and obviously he's dealing with water. Water's two hydrogens. So there you have it.
I'm wondering whose work he's based off of. Like who did he research when he was?
It was his brother's work, actually.
Yeah, who's you cut out?
It was his brother was the engineer that actually figured it out, and they worked together on it.
Oh, what was he a student of Tesla or
I don't
somebody
know,
else?
but he didn't pressurize the hydrogen because it's illegal. It becomes explosive. If you were to ever get into a car accident, forget it. You're done. So is the
Well,
other
maybe he
car.
pressurizes it and he ignites it with a spark, you know. But
Well, like I said before, most people miss this. It's the energy from breaking the actual molecule of water between hydrogen and oxygen, because there's a huge bang when you break those two. There's an excess of energy. I know nobody wants to believe that, but if you've ever played with hydrogen or lit water on fire, you'd understand what I'm talking about. I've lit water on fire so many times. I got in trouble from my wife.
I got in trouble from my wife. I know that.
I used to sit there and let it bubble, and then she'd walk in the house, and
you
I'd
guys should
light
see
it up.
this.
Windows
You should
would
see this
shake.
fuel cell, G.
Used to light bottle rockets off the roof, but I got in trouble by my wife.
Fire in a mist.
Check
I'm
out
just
this
joking
fuel
around.
cell, Ben. It's ULF, ultra low frequency, below Schumann. Check it out.
Hey guys, look, I just want to
You
say hi to
put it in,
Crypto out there. What's up, Crypto?
Hey, what's up, Crypto?
Crypto.
Bernie.
Come on in and join the fun if you want.
Very
So
nice.
this guy here, Ben, in this video, he did ULF, ultra low frequency. It's like 1/1000th of a hertz pulse.
Did you put it in the private chat? The link?
It's
No,
no,
Crypto has
I'm
the admin to
sharing the
the
video,
thing.
presenting it.
Ben,
You can't see it.
Crypto has an
No.
admin to the StreamYard, so we can get in at any time.
Wait, say that again, Nathan.
He's an admin on StreamYard like Gerald and you are.
Oh,
all you
yeah,
gotta
we're
do is
all
come in
admin.
and click. Yeah, so he's got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just I'm new to this, so I'm trying to figure out
Hey, Brandon wants to get on stream. Brandon McNamara.
I'll let you guys figure that out. I'm just
You want
going
me
to
to just put the link?
yeah, just
They're
put the link
showing,
and I'll
in
present
place
it.
in a Volkswagen engine. You'll see a dune buggy.
Yeah, let's
running on
watch
the
a little
water.
bit of this and then I'll put it up in
Go
a
ahead.
little bit, in a few minutes.
This is the world's fastest Corvette. It broke the 271 mile an hour speed record. We're taking the water fuels injector technology, hooking it up to it, and that's a 7 horsepower engine. We're now increasing it to 1,000 horsepower because we can control
put it in
the
the
energy
private
going
chat.
into the engine. And as a result, we're going to try to break the world's land record with that car. Go ahead. This shows where we're hooking up to an Alaskan Bushmaster in order to break the aviation history and running on water. Go ahead. This is where the injectors are now put into a tubular cylindrical arrangement in order to supply heat to the existing furnace or to a steel mill. Go ahead. This is an example of the injectors now being retrofitted to an internal a jet engine. Go ahead. This shows the Jet Commander. We're now retrofitting the technology to. We're going to try to break the record to go around the equator non-stop, turn it 90 degrees and go from north to south pole with it. So we're going to show demonstrations that we have, in fact, a viable answer to the energy problem using water as fuel. Go ahead. This shows a closer example of the jet engine where all we do is replace the injectors in the jet engine and link it up to the computer systems, which now will control the production of the gas.
Yes, we'll be going on for the
the
stream for all day. I plan on
shows a
streaming all
cluster
through the
array
night, hopefully,
the rocket
if I
engine.
can survive it.
Go ahead. Go ahead with the videotape.
Marathon.
Yeah, sometimes you can only stream for a couple hours because it takes a lot out of you, but I'll go as long as I can, man.
I hear you.
Thank you. After the videotape, I'll open up for questions and answers.
How soon and how much?
All right, the average cost, it looks like, to retrofit to an existing car will be roughly around $1,500. It looks like around $3,500
made
for
an
trucks.
announcement today in Colorado Springs. He says he's come up with a device that will hook up to any engine and allow it to run on good old H2O. News 13's Kurt Goff tonight on the possible impact of the water fuel cell.
Stanley Myers says the answer to dependence on foreign oil lies all around us, in seawater, tap water, and rainwater. Any kind of H2O, he says, can power just about every type of engine. How? With the water fuel cell. It fits in the palm of his hand, but it could revolutionize the world.
You're talking about a pollution-free, totally new source of energy, the voltage disassociation of water.
The fuel cell converts water into a gas, hydrogen oxygen, which is released in the form of thermo-explosive energy.
So the water fuel injector simply replaces the spark plug. We hook it to a hydrogen computer system, which regulates and meters the flow going into the injector. It processes the water in such a way to release this thermal explosive energy. And
the tubular array exciters or voltage zones are immersed in natural water, forming the water fuel cell. Once energized, the gases are quickly generated on demand, releasing energy in the form of hydrogen gas that is 2.5 times more powerful than gasoline. Once the fuel cell meets the energy demand, switch off the voltage zones, terminating the gas. You are now witnessing, in the truest scientific terminology, the ability of burning ordinary water under control means. The temperature produced exceeds 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The quenching circuit prevents anti-spark back, while hydrogen gas is rendered safer than natural gas. Increased voltage on demand increases flame size, increases BTU capacity. The heat energy shown is 2.5 times greater than that of gasoline and burns 3 times faster. Because of this, the gas energy can now be used to run your car on water.
Can you pause it real quick for a second, Nathan?
Got it.
So Brandon, it says, okay, but here's the thing. How does this solve the energy crisis? How is this over unity? Are you just extending the tailpipe? So what these kinds of electrolysis systems do are not specifically over unity, but they're just highly efficient systems. And I know that specifically the thunderstorm generator is a lot of people get that wrong. They think it's an over unity system too. It's not. It's actually just really, really efficient. And the way it solves the energy crisis, or helps it at least, is it gets rid of emissions. You know, in places like India, you have highly concentrated, smog choking people out. So that's going to be a big help in those third world countries. But that's pretty much it.
With Stanley Myers' system, like I said prior, he uses the energy from the actual splitting of the H2O. But when it reforms, it turns into water and comes out the tailpipe. So there's no downfall.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's a battery in the car and stuff, but your alternator's charging that as you're using it for your electrolysis. Because he used like high voltage, no amps whatsoever, from my understanding.
And it's basically a step in the right direction. You know, it's not going to solve everything. You can't, solve all the problems with this, but it's a step in the right direction. And I think if we had cars running on this, we'd see a lot less smog, and we'd be able to see the California sign once again, you know?
Well, see, that's the thing. We wouldn't be putting smog in. So at least that would allow the planet, or the natural mechanism for all this, what do they call it? I don't know. Smog and all that. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're in a rocket somewhere, it serves as your energy source and also your drinking water.
No, that's true too. Yeah.
So now we get our little what was it, Kmart or something, or Walmart, in our little ship. This is the first step. We're not drinking our pee.
Right.
We still may be eating it on our marijuana though.
I can't believe with all the technology we have, NASA's making those poor astronauts drink their own pee. Come on, man. Haven't we learned anything by watching our videos?
Yeah. Well, who knows? All right, guys, you ready?
Yeah. We'll go. We'll play like 2 or 3 more minutes of this, and I'll move on to the next video.
Okay.
Yeah, this is all new to me. I haven't seen this.
You know what breaks the law of thermodynamics? How a magnet pulls to a piece of iron.
Yeah, I was just talking about that on one of my streams, Mike. That magnets are nature's over unity devices.
Sorry, go ahead, guys. I was just muting the.
Oh no, you're good. Mike was saying that, you know, like I'm sorry.
I mean,
I
if
don't
people
want
are questioning of what is there such a thing as free energy, take a magnet, put it close to a piece of iron, and see what it does.
Yeah. And
it moves on its own. That's what it does.
And the explanation I like to describe to people as well is
make sure your iron is
if you,
stationary and the magnet is not.
Right. But if you calculate, like, so you know how to create a magnet, right? You pulse it with a little bit of electricity. So if you calculate the amount of energy it requires to pulse a magnet and create a magnet compared to the amount of years it can sustain itself against its own weight and gravity, you clearly get more energy out than you put in to create it. And this is verifiable with math as well, but you can, you know, just what other device or mechanism that, you know, does that, can sustain itself against its own weight and gravity for years at a time. That requires an enormous amount of energy. Where's that energy coming from? The vacuum.
One of the problems that we all have searching for this is how mainstream media and a lot of others in the scientific community, not the ones sorry, that we know for the most part, but they've bastardized the word free energy. So when you hear it, all of a sudden people's alarm bells go off, and it's like, oh, here we go, snake oil.
That's not free. Nature.
Yeah, it's like
you know what I mean?
The Mythbusters and their condescending tone. You know,
that's
free energy freaks.
Nature's just working for
Screw
us.
you.
It's not free.
Yeah, exactly. It's not free. If the energy is actually in. If this energy is abundant in nature all around us at any time, it's not free. We're actually technically wasting it, not tapping into it. Right. It's already there.
Like the wind, the water movement, all that stuff.
Well, I don't know about wasting it, but we're definitely not tapping.
Well, no, that's a bad choice of words, but you get the idea, waves. Right?
No, I
do. It's already there.
Yeah,
right. It's we're not creating it out of nothing. It's already there. It's waiting to be used.
Victor Schauberger, he was all about nature and the flow of water and the flow of energy. It's, I think that's where it's all at, the flow of energy and capturing that flow as it's flowing.
If you think about a water wheel, you know, if you have a stream and you attach a water wheel to it, that's free work, you know, indefinitely, as long as that stream flows. You know, that's free energy for you. You know what I mean?
Very true. Very true. I don't pay for charging batteries anymore.
Right? But yeah,
gravity, you don't have to
demonizing the word free energy is got to go.
You don't have to work for gravity.
No, gravity works against you.
Well,
if you're trying to fly anyway.
Hey, didn't you have a theory that we all could fly?
Yep, absolutely. I believe that it's genetically.
What I'm saying is, gravity did not, you know,
that's
charge your
fascinating. I have
feet
to
to
make a clip
exist
of
for
that.
you. It's there. Gravity did not work. We do not have to provide gravity. Gravity provided itself, is what I'm saying. So in that sense, we do not have to work for gravity to be around. It made itself present. And, well, of course, we have to work at some level to deal with gravity, right?
We got to figure out a way of negating it.
But it's there. It's there. It's not something we created. It's free. Or
see, but here's the other part of that. What if it's not gravity? What if gravity is just a byproduct of a series of systems that come together in order for us to have life on this planet? Gravity is just like a dirty word, like
I mean,
yeah.
I'm almost
it's a different kind of gravity. Is a different kind of magnetism, right?
Perhaps, yeah.
I'm convinced that the first electric generator was just cavemen just stepping on a rope and going down the cliff on the rope, and pulling a weight up and then letting the weight fall back down and spin something to push or water or whatever, something like that. That's when it all started for us to use gravity, is when we had ropes and
is this the video that
cliffs
hold
and
So
things
check
we
this
climbed
out.
up. We climb up the cliff. We use a rope. We were pulling up our gear with the rope.
This is
And then we learned from there how to use the weight to pull other things up for us once we got up there. So we didn't have to, get it?
this is Schauberger.
Like an elevator.
Yes. This video is Schauberger. I want you to notice when he has this coil here, where's the water going, right? Gerald and I were talking about the coil earlier, right, Ben? We're all in this?
Right.
Watch the water in this. I'm going to hit play.
The coils are at the top.
Do you see how it's moving around it?
Oh, that's crazy gorgeous.
What is this?
Do you see
that's
how it's
exactly
bigger
how it
around it?
Yep.
It froze for me for a second.
Hold on. I'm going to play it one more time for you, okay? Just give me a second.
I was trying to draw that yesterday, but I sucked at it.
Is that a liquid that's going down the center?
That's water. And it's energy in the water.
He's got the coils are highly charged or something.
So what his son says in the documentary, okay, is that it didn't have current to it. So they couldn't use it as an energy source. What he didn't realize is the guy was putting pure potential into this and making the correct fields for the coil.
That makes sense. And considering he had alternating spirals there, and my coil has the alternating spirals woven within the whole coil itself.
That's crazy. Yeah,
Schauberger went even further, okay, in the picture that he gave, Gerald. Hold on. Give me a second, guys, and I'll pull that up, okay? But if you ever watch a documentary in this, let me just read the time off real quick for you. 38 minutes and 35 seconds into the video is where it's at.
Okay.
And then you guys can watch that on your own if you want, but that's probably the best part of this whole thing almost. Now, I'll pull the picture. Give me a minute. You guys go ahead and talk.
Nice.
Yabba dabba do.
Yeah, that was a really awesome way of seeing
bunga.
Bunga bunga.
Isn't it cowabunga?
I was just trying to find the Ninja Turtles arcade game from the 90s earlier today to play it.
Here we go. This right here. Now look, these are just little plus signs on the outside by the outside of his coil. You see them? I don't know if you see my cursor on the screen, but
yeah, we
do.
So it's got all the energy in there going right there, and it's swirling, just like Gerald's saying. Okay, we're swirling in. Notice he shows it goes out, and then it goes in, and then it also has the field here. Gerald's talking about the two fields working that are opposite each other, and you have the vortex in the center.
So is it pushing one charge inward and then at the same time pushing another charge outward?
More like spinning in one direction in the inner core and spinning in the opposite direction on the outer core, which creates
and one of those spirals is an implosion and the other spiral is an explosion or whatever.
And it's conventionally explained that way
you
too.
can look at it that way.
Yeah, it's just another way of describing it. That's all. I think about things in terms of
positive
how
to negative goes inside the core.
Visualize
them. Positive goes outside the core.
Yeah, Mike's right. When the vortex is getting pulled in from the top and it's getting pulled in from the bottom and it's creating that outer shell, there's like 2 points of energy. You'd have to
it's a loop. It's a closed loop.
Level. But the positive and the negative are chasing each other in the null zone in the center of the coil. You don't
Oh,
see
they're
it.
chasing each other, but they're separated.
It's
You're
a
saying?
360-degree
Yep.
circle. The field is a 360-degree circle. The two ends of the tails meet. That's why you see that snake eating its tail.
Yeah, but that's
It's to
something.
explain
I
that the
understand
circle
what you're
connects.
saying, Mike, but it's different. You're talking about a snake eating its
Each
tail.
cycle, every cycle in every frequency is one 360-degree.
No, it's not. That's the difference. It's not a snake eating its tail. That would be in just a normal circle around the donut.
That is one cycle. That represents one cycle.
Oh, okay, one cycle, yes. So it's a spiral that goes around it so that it's never ending. When it goes around it, it can't get to the tail. It chases the tail, but it can never
What's
reach.
never ending is the number of cycles, not
It's
the
the open
cycle
circuit.
itself.
Well, okay,
Well, the cycle itself doesn't, I don't know, it continues, yeah, but yeah, you still have a 360-degree turn.
yeah, I'm just saying.
Even though it continues.
Right.
It doesn't.
Even though it continues.
It just doesn't eat itself. It just can't.
Yeah,
reach
yeah.
Yeah, but each
No, it can't
cycle is
catch it.
360 degrees of the continuous spiral that you're referring to.
It's like wrapping a wire around a donut. It just
Right.
keeps wrapping, and you're never going to connect
You
the
got
wire
thousands
to
of
the opposite end of the wire.
360-degree cycles lying there.
Mike,
on
I
the
think
donut.
you're misunderstanding. The cycle would be from input to output, but because
No,
of the
that's the
round,
no,
and the
that's
way
not
that
the
the
cycle
flow
I'm
of
talking. I'm
energy
talking
goes.
about 1 hertz is 1 cycle. Yeah, you got how many rings around that thing? That's how many cycles you have.
But it's
And each
endless.
cycle is 360 degrees.
But what ring are you talking about when you're talking about my quote?
360
Talking about
degrees.
this picture?
360 degrees is a circle.
Yeah,
Mike,
but you don't want a circle. It's just,
yeah, it's not exactly a circle.
You have
though. I
cycles
know what you're
within
saying.
the spiral. The spiral does not have 1 cycle. It has
Mike, do you
many
know how to
cycles.
square the circle?
I don't
Do you know how to
think,
square the circle?
I'm not going to do math with you now. I'm just telling you.
No,
the
it's
facts
not
here.
math. I'm talking about something completely different. And that's where the disconnect comes from. You're talking about a circle, but there's not a circle in the system.
A cycle,
There's
a
square,
cycle.
a triangle, a
I'm not talking about a
dodecahedron.
circle. I'm talking about a cycle. SYCLE.
Yes, and I understand what you're saying.
And
But
that
it can't-
is a 360-degree circle. It's translated as that.
And in your understanding, you're absolutely right, but that's not what we're talking about here.
So you
You're
have a lot of
talking about a
cycles going on.
cycle being a circle. Of course it is. But it does, the energy that we're talking about doesn't flow in a circle the way that you're thinking.
I don't know what I'm thinking. Tell me what I'm thinking. I haven't.
Well, I don't know.
I'm
You're
just
the way
stating
you're-
facts here. I'm not stating thoughts.
Okay.
I'm telling you, a cycle is one 360-degree turn. What else do you want me to say?
I can agree to disagree. That's all I can do, Mike.
You can disagree with that if you want to. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, and I don't have any problem with that either.
It's
That's why
it's
I like
okay
having you around,
sometimes.
Mike.
Yeah, sometimes we reach an impasse, and it's okay, you know. So it's how we learn. So
The
Mike's
EMF field is a circle. It's not one cycle per se, but it is a 360-degree turn in the EMF field. That's why it goes in the center and out the outer, like a circle. 2 circles.
I see
that are
what you're saying.
Well, not really 2 circles, but multiple circles, omnidirectionally forming circles of who knows how many circles. But we cannot teach like that.
But that's the way it is. So why can't we teach that way?
Oh, God. Because then they're going to ask you exactly how many circles are there?
24.
No, you can't even count them. There's no way to count them, dude. Unless
Are
you
you,
know the
are you
precise
talking
frequency.
about a
And
blind coil?
no, I'm just saying on any field that's being generated, even on a regular magnet. Let's just stick with a regular magnet and the field that's on that. You know, it's a cycle. It's not one cycle. It's cycles, but it's not one circle. But we show it as 2 rings or 1 ring. You know, in the center, out the outer. You know, positive and negative in the center.
And that's
negative
what
and
Nathan
positive
was
out the
trying
outer.
to. That's what Nathan was trying to explain. But the circles
But
are different.
that description is describing one cycle for just you to see how it flows. It's not describing what actually is there.
The point
which is
is
more than one cycle.
It's infinite cycles. It
Mhm.
doesn't stop until the power turns off.
Exactly. That's my point, Nathan, that it's infinite cycles, but
There you go.
we are describing one when we talk about the field of a magnet.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Mike, you rock, man. You're totally my opposite.
I can't discuss the infinite
different
cycles
angles
when describing a field of a magnet. I'm sorry.
Dude, we're trying to
sorry,
get
dude.
the same thing.
I would love to, but I'm not an alien from who knows where with a brain the
Dude.
size of a car. You know,
Sometimes it takes a little bit of tweaking to get us all on the
We're-
same
I'm just a
page, but it
human
happens.
We're
being
getting
with a
to the
peanut-sized
same point.
head.
We're getting to the same point from different angles, Mike. That's why I like you.
It's crazy how he's doing this,
Call
and
me
he
Peanut.
showed you this, and now we're looking at Gerald's coil kind of in the same way, that it's
Yeah.
having the same exact thing Schauberger was doing. And when we describe how it's working through the air, it's the same way Schauberger describes it.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a good connection there.
It's beyond good, because this also translates into water, and why, you know what I mean, you're using water car and stuff like that, and the energy you're producing out there. We're only looking for potential. We're never looking for AC and DC, because those are man-made. We are looking for what the earth makes, which is potential.
Yeah.
Right. That's a wonderful way of putting it. And every time you say something, Nathan, you just explain it in a way that I just understand. I don't know. Some things that you say just resonate with me. I mean, all of you to a certain extent, but I don't know. I love having you guys on here. That's why I like this live stream.
It's important to have as different people as possible on your stream. That way you're not in an echo chamber. You know what I
Right,
mean?
exactly.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, exactly. And I welcome all people, even if you hate me, come on here and talk to me. I don't care.
Except for theoretical physicists. You're not welcome. No, I'm kidding.
Only Gerald, man.
Yeah, you know, I'm that kind of a guy. I blame
we don't
it on
welcome your kind here, say.
I blame it on the painkillers. I apologize.
You're going to need one of those theoretical physicists when we start doing the math, because you're going to have to direct him exactly where to do the math.
And you know what? I have in mind one physicist who I see as a genius, but he doesn't look at himself as, and then an experimentalist that's open-minded enough to debunk me if that's the case, right? So once you guys do the experiments, if you haven't debunked me, we're gonna pass it on to him and tell him, you know, here's what's been done, and give it a shot. And I'll contact the theoretical physicist. Sorry, lightheaded at the same time.
And Gerald, I'm not debunking you, brother. I'm going to build this into a craft, is what we're going to do.
No, I get that, but I like the fact that if you come at it from the angle of trying to debunk me and you can't, then I'm right.
Yeah.
See,
and if you do, well, then I'm wrong and I'm missing something. What's that?
If they try to describe the field as cycles of force instead of lines of force, you just would not see it. You wouldn't see it.
I see what you're trying to explain, Mike. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's just, and then later they, you know, after you see in the lines of force how they connect into a circle, then they leave it for you to figure that out.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to this and let's look at it again. Okay. It's infinite because it continues to go, and these never reach the same
Technically,
point.
it's not a line of force, though.
Look, they never reach the same point where they're combining. Do you see all the different ones? And this is what we're talking about right here.
That's just beautiful.
It's never a pure circle. Every time we look at it, as you can see it right here, it's like individual energy streams going around in a circle, but then because it's potential, it's like it's putting out a fog of energy in the room.
Yeah, you could say that. Definitely.
That's insane.
Yeah, we think of the fog as just like static electricity, but as Gerald and I both have done, our rooms are filled with it when you start running with this stuff.
Okay, I had
that's
something.
a really cool picture there.
I had something that I got to tell you about. I had a wild
That's static fog. Yeah. They call that static fog.
Go ahead,
So
Joe.
I had a wild dream last night about grounding. Now, when it comes to your system, no system can outdo the mass of its own ground. So if you were to ground your, say your back EMF or negative energy, call it whatever you want, if you were to ground that to the outside of your ship, that changes how your field operates. So you can control the outside bubble as well as the inside bubble by interacting with the two through the bifilar coil. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right, because the bifilars are obviously wound. Their one is
their bifilars are different, but you know what? It's not. I shouldn't say bifilar because it's really. I say bifilar because there's two coils woven into one, but they're 180 degrees out of phase. Most people, when they hear bifilar, they think of a solenoid, and they twist the wires together and they wrap a solenoid. That's not what I'm talking about at all.
Right. Yeah, and most people didn't make a bifilar. I don't think it's very common to make those.
No, I think you're right on that. They're usually for
That's
pulse.
a cool picture.
So, Joe,
there it is.
This right here is the gravity flyer's energy field. It's turned on its side from what you have.
I was
visualizing it the other way.
Yeah, my open core.
Oh, look at that circle. Wow. Is that a circle?
Multiple.
Yeah. It
looks like multiple circles.
It's not the same thing.
It's omnidirectional circular
This
orientation.
is like a compressed capacitor where the energy busts out the sides, but it creates a toroid on the top and the bottom, or the circle if you want to, and it works like two bubbles inside of a big bubble. That's why if you envision a balloon and you put it against your desk and push down on it, then let your finger off and the balloon jumps. Because the mass of the gravity flyer is so much that it doesn't understand that there isn't the table there anymore. You can continue to push the top of the balloon down and do it again. That is exactly what the piezo disc does in this system. It's continuously pushing on the balloon.
Yeah. You know what?
I like this picture. It provides.
I love this picture too. The only difference is my coil will be turned 90 degrees so that the open core, that tunnel would go through the open core, and there would be an identical bubble that would be spinning on the outside of it in the opposite direction. And there would be an open hole on that outside bubble, but it would only align twice every revolution, right?
So when they describe two forms of gravity, your coil versus what I'm doing are the two different types. Okay? You can use them both, but if you use them together, you get a magnetosphere.
Yep. Yep. That's what we were talking about earlier, like force field.
Yep.
Horizontal, vertical, right.
Depends which way the coil's sitting.
Longitudinal and what's the other one? I don't know. Horizontal, vertical. I just call them horizontal waves and vertical waves.
Yeah, it's transverse and longitudinal.
Yeah.
I gotta check something, you guys. I'll be right back really quick.
Yeah, you got it.
Right on.
Yeah, no problem.
Anyway, I just thought I'd show that to you guys.
Oh yeah, that's neat. Appreciate it, Nathan.
That's a little bit different. All right, Ben, what do you got on tap? I'm gonna go ahead and take this off screen share.
So I got something that Mike wanted to share with us real quick, and then we'll get back into my pre-planned videos where we're gonna take a look at some of the hack jobs at some of the free energy devices that I found, and if anybody has any more, they can post in the chat as well.
Hey Nathan, what's the shape of the piezo? What'd you call it? The transducer?
Say that one more time.
What's the shape of the transducer you're using on the Gravifier, the piezo disc?
Oh, it's just a little round one like you get in your drum set.
Oh, it's a circle.
Yeah, it's just a circle.
It's round. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Why is it not in square? The disc.
I guess you could use a square one. I don't think it really matters as long as it produces the same wave.
You think it would? Okay.
So this is a video that Mike sent us.
Before we
It's
get
water
started,
electrolysis through pulse modulation.
Show you what all we've got set up here. You're looking at the
I don't know. This guy's doing it at 1
HHO
millihertz,
tank right
which
here.
is 1,000th
I've
of
got
a
a number of
hertz.
stainless steel plates which are
He's
connected
oscillating this thing at
via
1,000th of a hertz.
some stainless steel rods, but they're non-contacting and they're connected in parallel.
So that's a very, very low frequency.
Yeah, a ULF,
So
like extremely.
Yeah.
one plate will be
ULF.
positive, the next one will be negative, the next one positive, so on and so forth.
And
As
it's
I
working
pan around here.
You just watch this.
You see the back of the tank where I'm coming in. One lead of the
Put
tank
the
is going
link for this
directly into
video
the
in
negative
chat.
side of the power supply. The other lead is going into the source of a transistor. And then the positive side is going into the drain of the transistor, which is here on the center. I've got a signal generator hooked up to the source in the gate, which is going to be switching the transistor at a specific frequency. And if you can see down here, I've got the transistor just in a vise, which is my makeshift heat sink. Pan over here, you can see the digital power supply set up. Voltage reading is on the right, amperage on the left. Over here, I have an Agilent 3322A signal generator. This generator will go from 0 to 20 megahertz with a resolution down to 1 microhertz. So we can go 6 decimal places in resolution in fractional hertz, which is going to be very important because the way that this resonant frequency sets up, it's sensitive down to about a 10,000th of a hertz. So that's what our setup is there. So we're going to come over here.
10,000ths of a hertz.
And I'm going to mount this thing on the tripod.
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't even know where to begin how to
demo
produce that
for
low
you.
frequency.
That's like a microhertz, like, very, very low frequency. I don't even know how he gets the amps in there like that.
Yeah.
This is a
or maybe his
unique
on time
situation.
I don't know what
and
his
that
duty
we
cycle
can-
is.
What, Mike?
I couldn't figure out what he said his duty cycle was on that frequency. Is he like on most of the hertz and off just that 1/10,000th of a hertz, or is he on 1/10,000th of a hertz and off the rest of the hertz?
Yeah,
Now,
what's the timing?
He's got a vice grip for a heat sink. That tells me he might be on more than he's off. I don't know. But he's not drawing any current, so how is that possible? You watch.
He doesn't ever explain it in the video, or
No, he does. Just watch.
he does? Oh, okay.
Take the frequency, which we're switching the transistor at, and actually reflect the energy coming all the way back to the source. And I'll show you how we're actually able to zero out the amperage coming from the power supply. I'm going to turn on a light here so that you can see the tank whenever it starts boiling and making hydrogen. And at the same time, you can see the amp meter off in the distance of the power supply. First quick experiment I'll show you. We'll just disconnect the power supply to the transistor, and we'll run the power from the power supply directly to the tank itself without switching anything. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to disconnect this here. I'm going to connect this here. I'm going to turn the power supply up to about 7 volts, which will be the reading on the right-hand side of the power supply. And you can see what kind of current going directly into the tank at 7 volts this thing produces. So we'll
7
crank
volts.
it up. And oh, I forgot. Just a minute. I gotta come over here. I gotta connect this. I didn't have this even connected in. So let me connect this as well.
That always happens on live.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right,
As
here we
much
go
as you
again.
prepare, there's
7
always going to be something
volts.
you forget.
Well, you could see him zero out the amps if you wait a little, watch it, you know.
Okay, coming off the power supply at 7
Wow,
volts.
that's crazy.
We're pulling about 12.5 amps. Let me give a little bit of a zoom here.
It's a lot of amps.
Yeah.
Right, he's gonna change that. Watch.
So now you can see, and obviously you can see that the tank is just
He's not pulsing. I don't think
pouring
it's direct current,
hydrogen
straight.
off of the plates.
Mm.
Okay.
No transistor right now. Just straight to the power supply.
And a little bit more. So we're looking at right
There's
at
a new
7
management term,
volts,
cloud chamber.
11.9 amps. Okay. Now we're going to disconnect right here.
He's going to blow the circuit.
No, now he's going to hook up the
Wrong way.
transistor and send a frequency
So we'll turn
with
this
the
off.
function generator.
We'll
Oh, it's smoking a little bit.
let the bubbles settle in the tank. Now the next thing we're going to do.
Yeah, he turned it off just now.
Mm.
He's going to connect the transistor now and turn on the function generator. And now he's going to pulse it with DC instead of giving it direct DC.
I'll come over here and connect the power supply to the drain of the transistor. And what we're going to do to start with is we're going to essentially, I'm going to bring the signal generator pretty close, try to get fairly close to where I know the frequency range is here. And I'm going to engage the signal generator and turn it on. And then we're going to go back and we're going to start cranking the power up again. So I'm going to run it at 7 volts, which is where it was before when it peaked out at about 12 amps. And what you're going to see to begin with here is you're going to see the amperage rise and fall when we start cranking this thing up.
You can see the volts on the right and the amps on the left.
And let's see here. Okay. Interestingly enough, sometimes I get lucky and hit it right on the frequency when I tune it in. So now you can see 7.1 volts. You can see the tank. Now you're starting to see it trigger up, okay?
The amps are rising.
So essentially, you're watching the amperage rise. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep an eye on that, and I'm going to switch the signal generator. And when I do, I'm going to play around with the frequency a little bit to come in to try to tune this thing. Right now it's peaking out, which means okay, now it's dropping back down. And it takes a minute to lock this thing in. It'll go up and down, up and down, up and down. You're seeing 7 volts on that side. Okay, it's starting to rise again. Once I get close to the frequency that it needs to be at, I can kind of lock it in to where it won't rise and fall. Now I'm peaking it out at 9.5. And actually, let's see if I can drop it down. There we go. Now it's dropping back down.
The amps are on the left.
What I want it to do is just drop slowly. Okay. I'm tuning it over here with my signal generator. And I'm literally adjusting the frequency at 1,000th of a hertz. All the while, we're generating gas. Now we're locking in the power supply current. And as best as what I can tell, we're matching the frequency of the pulse so that whenever the plates discharge through the water, we're getting the reflective energy back and it's meeting the positive energy going forward. Now, once I get this thing really tuned, that thing will stay locked on 0 amps indefinitely. And it's like matching the output pulse. Now it's starting to climb again. So what I'll do is I'll go over here and I'll start finding where my frequency needs to be. And if I get real close, see, I can.
You guys, I'll be right back. In about 4 minutes, I'll still be listening, but I'm going to go off camera for a few minutes. Give me 1 second. I will continue to play this.
Stop it. Let's see if we can tune it. Now it's not rising. Now we're going to drop it back down. It's like tuning a radio. And the more I work with it, the further I go. Right now, I'm adjusting the frequency at 1/1000th of a hertz. Here it comes dropping on down. 3.2, 0.1, 0. You can see at the bottom of the video, the tank, it's just pouring off the hydrogen from the plates. And look at the power supply, and we're keeping it steady so that the reflective energy is equal to the outgoing energy going into the system. And the power supply is being zeroed out to where there's no current that's being able to be measured into the circuit. There is electrical current going out, but it's being matched with reflective energy going back so that the power supply amp meter zeroes out. We will shoot another video with a battery and a Hall sensor to verify that the same thing is going on, that the Hall sensor does not sense any magnetic field in the circuit. And so somehow we're able to reflect the energy back to the system. The problem we have up to this point is that the experimentation that I've done in running batteries off of it. Here we go, just a minute. Let me retune this thing. As it climbs, I've got to tick it up so that, all right, let me bring it on up a little bit more. Now I'm going to start bringing it down. This is highly sensitive too. Right now I'm tuning at 1/1000th of a hertz. You know you're close whenever it drops down very slowly. If it rises and falls too quickly, you're not close to the matching frequency of the output and the reflective energy going back. We're maintaining it at 7.1 volts, which means that if we were directly connected the power supply to the tank,
you see the smoke now?
About 12 amps
right
off of the power supply.
It's still running. You can see the gases coming off the top there on the right.
You'll also notice that that orange crud that you see at the top of the water is actually the
There's
minerals
bubbles
of the
for you.
water. As it's breaking down the water, the
what he's
minerals
doing
are being released. It's
Okay,
not
so
iron. Those are
those
non-magnetic
bubbles,
stainless steel
the
plates
big
that do
bubbles
not
are the
rust.
ones that I was getting, and they were a lot bigger
This
when
is
I was
just city
pulling them
water
up.
that's being poured
The
into the
fog
tank,
that's
and
in there,
it's all get
it's,
out.
I don't know why, but it seems like it has to happen before those big bubbles actually occur. I think it's almost like
Wait, what did you do? Dunk your coil into a vat of water and see if it
No,
would...
I built a special coil out of stainless steel. And it was
okay, so you so you specifically built an electrolysis chamber.
Yeah, and it was round, and the amount of hydrogen it put out was scary.
You know why it's using low frequency here?
Sorry?
I want to explain why I think he's using low frequency here to get the reflection.
Okay. Here,
to-
let me put you on screen, and you can have the floor for that for a second.
So,
oh, wrong person. How do I do this?
So I think he's using the low. It's just brief, you know. I think he's using the low frequency because those cells are that's the tuning for those cells. They take a long time to bounce from one cell to the next to the last cell and then back the other way to the first cell, and that probably is a low frequency. So if he can time his pulse to go in, I mean, let me rephrase that. If he can time his second pulse to go in at the timing and to be in phase with the return of his first pulse, now you understand what I'm getting at. Okay, you can take me off screen now.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, no, so that's interesting. It's again, it all goes back to timing, you know.
Right, and I'm saying those cells are a low frequency, a low frequency resonating cells. In other words, there's so many cells, so a signal has to jump from one cell to the next one, to the next one, to the last one in the line, and then come back to the first one in the line. And that takes a long time. That makes it a low frequency. So if you're able to time your second pulse to go in the input when your first pulse is coming back to the input, you're essentially sending your first pulse you're back the other way instead of wasting it.
Right, you're utilizing the extra.
You're making your first pulse hit a wall, so it has no exit. It has to go back into the system. You're creating a wall for your first pulse by timing it, because your first pulse does not come back for 1/1000th of a hertz, which gives you time, plenty of time, to sync up with the return of your first pulse by pulsing your first pulse, its return with your second pulse, and making them in phase by waiting for the delay. That it's like the delay that's happening inside the cells. The cells is delaying your signal. The signal you hit, the first pulse signal you hit, you give the cell, it takes time to go through the cell and come back to the beginning again, and that's slow. Apparently, it's slow. ULF. So he was able to tune into that fuel cell at an ultra low frequency like that, and time his pulses at that low frequency, so that the second pulse he creates is actually smacking right into his first pulse that's coming on the way back. I think that's sunk in somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's definitely processing in my brain. Like I said, I take a few minutes to process some complex ideas. So, but you definitely given me a lot to think about.
The reflection,
electrolysis, and the process that he's doing right here. And yeah, the reflection. It's like you're creating when you have a resonance.
He's referring
cavity
to
or
the
whatever,
flyback as reflection.
You have all that. Yeah, you have all that reverberation or counter. The waveforms bouncing everywhere or whatever. So
it's like you're hitting the first plate of the fuel cell with a stick or a steel bar to make it ring, and that ring has to transmute through all the other cells and come back the other way again to the first cell to complete its vibrational wave or whatever.
Oh, transmute. That's a good word, because that's a good segue into our next video, which is actually something that I've wanted to watch for a great deal of time now. It's the John Bedini video on transmutation. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but I wanted to see what his thoughts were on the ideas of transmutation.
Sorry, that was funny. I can do that voice. My pretzels.
There you go. Oh crap, we're gonna get sued.
Sorry, I had to. Just
and we get tagged for the Frodo bit, not the Gollum bit.
Oh, you got it down good, Joe.
Yeah, that's a good. Wow. Wow.
Like I said, I used to do some voices.
Oh, dude, Gerald. It's just funny because there's no filter. He does that when the Irish guy's on. He's making Irish voices too.
Yeah, because I don't mean it. I don't mean it in a nasty way, right? Like I said, I don't have one prejudiced bone in my body, so it was beaten out of me when I was young.
cracks me up. You just crack me up every time.
Awesome. That's the intention. It's all about laughter. Life's short, man.
Oh.
I used to do Kermit the Frog, but I don't know if I could do him anymore.
I don't even remember how he sounded
the
anymore.
Frog here.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Let's see.
Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here, coming to you from Sesame Street News.
It's been a little while.
I love doing voices. I was never very good at them, but you're good at them.
I had some practice.
We'll have Gerald do some voiceover works for our videos, man.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Frog riding our stuff.
Now this is how you do 0 point energy.
There you go. We're gonna have to call a wrestler. Hey, we'll call in my chosen Randy Savage.
You can't get copyrighted or nothing for
I don't know.
the voice.
I don't know. I don't think so. I hope not.
Oh, I hope not. Or my butt's cooked.
And plus, you're able to use like clips as long as it's short, like a couple.
Well, I think as long as it's in
use a
jest,
Bedini circuit.
like as long as you're not claiming that you're that person and that you're doing it, like getting paid for it, I think in jest it's not.
Well, I mean, all you're doing is promoting your stuff, you know.
What's that?
It's you're just promoting, you know, by imitating a character or whatever. You're only promoting the character, you know.
Honestly, that's how what's his name?
Unless you're doing what South Park did.
Be really famous as a voice actor. Troy Baker uploaded a bunch of his stuff on YouTube, and he got a gig, and now he's you know the voice of Batman and the Joker and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
Who's Troy Baker again?
He's like one of the most prominent video game voice actors of our generation. Yeah, or this generation. He's done he was Nathan I think it was Nathan Drake in Uncharted. He was Batman in a couple of video games. He was also the Joker in a couple of Arkham video games as well. But he replaced Mark Hamill when Mark Hamill retired.
I know that name too, right?
When I was younger, I only. Do you guys know who Cheech and Chong is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chong came to our city with Speed Sport World of Wheels. It's a thing where they really hot cars decked out with sound systems and stuff, and you get to go view them, right? And I walked up to the table because he was signing autographs, and I did Cheech's voice, and he almost spit his coffee out. It was hilarious because I just walked up and I was like, "Hey, man, how's it going? You know my cousin? You know my cousin, don't you?" And he's just like, he turned around and spit his coffee out at the same time. Well, close. It was funny. It was funny.
That's great.
Yeah, that's
I have no filter. I apologize to everybody out there. Like I said, I do it in jest.
Did you see that SNL actor, comedian? I don't remember which guy he is, but he just imitates all the presidents like flawlessly, dude.
Oh yeah.
You know the new SNL crew and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not really good at presidents. I've never really tried, but you know.
He does Trump. He does Bush. You know, better than Will Ferrell. And
nice.
Will Ferrell was good too.
Apparently, Bush is easy to do, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't do presidents. They get a little ticked off if you say the wrong thing.
It's uncanny how well he does imitation.
Yeah, Kermit's not going to come after me with a cease and desist order.
Yeah, that's the thing. You might get a rainbow connection going on. You got to be careful. That song you sing, right?
Did you just use my voice?
Yeah, voices are fun.
That zero filter right there, buddy.
Okay. All right. So let's play this video. So this video is John Bedini on transmutation. Again, we're not going to play the whole thing, but I wanted to see what his thoughts on the topic were.
Okay, John, you want to tell us what we've got here and how this relates to what we just filmed about what was going on in the oven and so forth?
Oh yeah, this is relates to the Sajeka files, and
And who was Sajeka?
John Sajeka was a scientist of a type, but probably more or less worked for the Black Ops, and he would go around to each company and collect different bits and pieces of information, and just collect the materials on it. And then after that, the company would be out of business after that. And so what this actually relates to is when we were building these crystals, we were shown a process. And of course, you had to have a very open mind, because the normal electronics engineer would not, he would just say bull to this. It just didn't exist.
All right. So we have Bernie here, the crypto alchemist. Welcome, Bernie. Glad to have you here, man.
What's up,
And
Bernie?
we got some live electrolysis going on, and we got all of Sesame Street.
Oh,
right
and Bert and
there.
Ernie.
Hey,
Kermit!
and Kermit,
And Kermit.
right?
Mm.
What a
Oh,
day!
that's awesome.
what a
I love
day.
it.
But
So
I'm
how you
just-
doing, Bernie?
All right, just getting set up to do a little live demo of the electrolysis for you, because you're covering it in the transmutations and whatnot. So, guess I'll let get back to playing Bedini and his explanation.
Awesome. Yeah. So when you're ready for that, just let me know. And again, this is I do have a couple of videos I wanted to go over, but it's nothing extensive. They're very short, and it's pretty much an open floor today. So
Very nice.
You couldn't make a transistor this way. You couldn't make a semiconductor material this way. You couldn't make a room temperature semiconductor this way. In reality, you could, because we have a whole board full of them here. And I'll just show it. I'll hold it up and I'll point with my pen. This is actually a semiconductor right here. You see the two wires coming out of it, and you see the substrate, which is this big piece of brass here. Now, depending on what we were looking for and what we wanted to do, we would use a material like, if we were going for something like a silicon transistor, we'd want an aluminum base with this material. But we were going for a room temperature crystal to transfer power down number 30 wires. So what we wanted the crystal to do was add the extra energy to the wire to make up the difference. And there would be this crystal at one end transmitting the signal, and then this crystal at the other end receiving the signal. So the process was unknown at that time only to certain people, because the year is 1984, 85, right in there. And so what the process involves is a rock, just any garden variety rock that you can just go pick up off the street. Sort of like John Hutchinson's shake and bake method, only this is way before John Hutchinson. So we'd get a rock, and we would take that rock and we would mix hydrochloric acid at 1/10 mix. In other words, 9 parts water, 1 part hydrochloric acid, and we'd mix that up and let it stand in distilled water. And then what we do is we drop the rock on the bottom. I don't know if you can see the rock that's in the bottom of this. And okay, so
Yeah, we can see.
okay, so what happens then is that this works like your stomach. It's going to digest the rock. Now, physically, you see the rock is still there, but it's actually digested all the minerals and elements out of the rock. So, okay, John, how do you get it out of there? Well, you put this iron rod in there and you set up your jar, face the rod towards the north. That's what we were always told, face it towards the north. Yeah, polar north.
Polar north.
And what happens after it digests it all is you get a crystal. You get a seed material.
Where does the crystal form? On
It forms on the rod. And you get the one we're looking for is not this. We're looking for this bottom one.
Why is that?
Because that's the actual material that's in the.
What's the saying? If you feed it, it will grow.
Right. And I've actually created some very similar looking structures off of iron rods and crystals and rock minerals in my experiments. I'm going to have to further try to actually replicate what John's doing here.
That's fascinating. I'd like to see more of that stuff. Yeah, anything you could show us for sure.
I will definitely get a couple demonstrations here while this plays. Ready?
Yeah, just think of me as like an empty trash can and just dump all your experiments into. I'll take all that content.
Now we have a seed material.
Did Bernie pick up the video from yesterday where we had where the other guy was on Faraday Friday and he was talking about the different experiments he was doing?
I missed that part. I'm gonna have to check it out after, or maybe
You talk about Sean.
Oh no. How he's breaking down material with lasers instead of electrolysis.
Oh, Thomas.
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, it was supremely interesting, and I think crypto right up your alley, man. You'd love it.
Yeah, for sure.
But if you can't afford a laser, you can just do electrolysis. Lasers are not easy to. I mean,
I've read a lot on the official experiments, like in academia, having these breakthrough transmutations with lasers now, but in the high energy fusion, and it's like this is us doing it on the low energy, which is awesome.
What about those little pen lasers?
Right, like I want to try sound first, and then move to laser after.
Nice.
But those little pen lasers, if you get that in your eye, it'll damage your cornea. That's what I heard. The little lasers that they sell.
Do not reverse Superman.
Well, I thought we'd get Gerald busting in with another voice here. All right.
All right. Hey, I'm thinking here for a second that analogy of a trash can might not have been the best one. I apologize. That came out differently than what I wanted it to, so I apologize. Like I'm thinking about it in my head. I'm like, wait a second, that could be construed as, oh crap. But anyways, the transmutation that Thomas was transmutation is something that Thomas was specifically going to be needing for his device at some point, he said, and looking into different device mechanisms of transmutating elements. And I was thinking, he's probably going to have to look into Ken Shoulder's charged clusters. So.
There's also Ken Schwartz's Moxie Fusion, another good one. But
Moxie Fusion, I haven't heard of that. Let me write that down. Moxie Fusion. You said Ken who?
Ken Schwartz.
I know Ken Schwartz, but I don't remember what he was when he talked about that.
It's on Rex Research, recently added actually. Moxie Fusion, Ken Schwartz.
Oh, it's something new he's doing now?
Well, he just got like official recognition and patents for it and stuff. So
I was watching him when he was talking about about that, but I don't think he was doing it yet. Something he was mentioning that he was heading in something like that. He mentioned the term Moxie fusion.
Yeah, metal, oxygen.
Oh, with oxygen, right? Okay.
Yeah, I forget what the other two.
Oh, right. He said that you can remove the oxygen from two different metals and bind them together by removing all the oxygen. They'll naturally bind. So you don't need to weld like they do that. It's the Japanese or somebody. They put aluminum rods into or something like brass rods or something, another metal, steel rods, stainless steel rods into aluminum engine block by spinning it at high speed or something, so that it removes all the oxygen at where the two metals meet, and they instantly bind like a weld that is permanent.
Yeah, Thomas was talking about that on live.
Was that Thomas that said that? Or yeah.
No.
Well, what's this? Oh, this is the.
Maybe that was Thomas. I can't
fusion.
remember. Yeah, that was Thomas then. Okay.
Oh, so this is it right here, the Ken Schwartz device.
Moxie fusion.
Yes, sir. Right at.
It sounds similar to what Thomas
research.
was talking about with the metals.
Just happened to have it in the background, but yeah. So here's the device.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, this Moxie fusion device. Let's see. Summary of the invention. Provide method for producing nuclear transmission at low temperatures, varying pressures, scalable, portable, and routable. Negative. I read this over the other day.
Nuclear fusion.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a type of LENR, low energy nuclear reaction. I'm trying to find the summary that I read the other day.
And what's the oxygen relationship here?
That's what I'm trying to find. Maybe it's in here. Process begins with metal oxide, embodiment deuterium oxide, heavy water. Okay, so you need deuterium for it.
Coincidentally, these elements, oxygen and hydrogen, they all have different ratios of protons and electrons.
So here's the figure of the oxidation, I guess. Oops.
It's using deuterium, it said.
Yeah.
Deuterium?
Deuterium, however you pronounce it. Yeah, the heavy
type
water.
of hydrogen. The heavy hydrogen.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry, back to the Bedini transmutation.
Oh. Back to Bedini.
Okay.
Have a seed material. Now, we dry that seed material out. We scrape this off and we let it all dry out. And then what we end up is a seed material like this here, which is a powder that's digested from this rock.
So what you've got in the bucket there? How many batches of this process, or
Probably
rock?
500 batches.
Wow.
All right.
So what period of time did it take you to?
But we would use like a 5-gallon bucket to get that, and a big iron rod. In other words, like an inch in diameter.
So how long would it have taken?
It would take weeks and weeks and weeks, maybe 3-4 weeks, maybe 2 months, depending on how quickly the rock could be dissolved. So we get the material. Now, this is one form of a seed material. And when we're dealing with this rock here, which came out of a mine in Arizona somewhere, they never would tell us where.
What do you mean?
Well, so Jacob would never say where the mine was, but it was in Arizona somewhere.
Okay, so this is the secret sauce.
Secret sauce.
It's where the rock came from.
So, remember, this is left over from 1984 and 85, so it's been in this bag all this time, and that's the material that comes out of this rock.
Out of which rock?
Out of this rock right here.
Okay.
That came from that mine. Now, what we were doing was trying to seed the material to get a property in the material to come out of the material. Like, for example, here, when we fired this at 2,500 degrees in an oven and it all melted down on top, then what we've done here is we're showing what was in there after we had it assayed. And you can see right here the little arrow pointing that says there's gold right there. So there's gold mixed in with this crystal.
What?
I think he's talking about a kiln.
Okay, now again,
Yeah.
an example of the seed materials in this bottle. It's kind of hard to see.
Okay.
All right.
Which particular seed material is that?
Okay, this seed material in this bottle is what's doing these crystals.
Yeah, but where did that seed? Which batch did the seed material come from?
That came from this batch right here.
Okay.
And
this batch came from which rock?
this came from iron pyrites.
Okay.
Okay, and galenas and things like that. And
So nothing special about this.
nothing special about it because we're just digesting.
This wasn't the secret sauce.
No, there's
Yeah.
the secret sauce.
Is the rock
When we
from
say
Arizo-
secret,
from Arizona?
right? When we say secret sauce, we're saying that each one of these rocks contains
Oh,
a
is it?
secret sauce.
Yeah.
All right, and depending on what we're looking.
So what I found confusing here was originally how he's like, oh, the mine is the secret sauce, the type of rock, and then now he's saying, no, that's not the secret sauce, but I guess it both is, but there's multiple secret sauces essentially, and that I guess is he trying to claim that this one was pyrite that and silicone that was then transmuted up in elements, or I guess he hasn't really said that yet or fully stated.
Well, if you were me and I found a way to replicate gold, I would pretend like there was a secret sauce.
Well, that's what that was my question. Is he
You'd just-
actually
no, you'd
explaining
pretend
everything,
mustard
or is he
is the
trying to?
secret Believe me, it's not something you want to tell people that you actually did.
Because like you said, if there's multiple secret components to this that get it to work, you know, and he doesn't want everybody to know exactly every component, he could have backpedaled.
Maybe I don't know.
Absolutely,
Maybe yeah, right. Backpedaling. That's what I meant to say. Right.
Yeah, so do you mind maybe bringing it back like 60 seconds or something, and we'll re-listen?
Look, he's using copper. No, wait. What was that metal called again? It looks like copper.
Right there.
It's not copper, but it looks like copper.
Which rock?
Iron for the metal rod, and then I believe he said silica.
That aluminum
and-
ring that he burned, that he has the 3 crystals on. Or whatever.
I think he said pyrite or chalcopyrite, maybe.
No. There's an aluminum.
Anyways,
ring,
let's shut up to
a copper-looking
That's
ring.
the material that comes out of this rock.
Out of which rock?
Out of this rock right here that came from that mine. Now, what we were doing was trying to seed the material to get a property in the material to come out of the material. Like, for example, here, when we fired this at 2,500 degrees in an oven and it all melted down on top, then what we've done here is we're showing what was in there after we had it assayed. And you can see right here the little arrow pointing that says there's gold right there. So there's gold mixed in with this crystal.
There's more details further in.
Okay, now again, an example of the seed materials in this bottle. Kind of hard to see.
Okay.
All right.
Which particular seed material is that?
Okay, this seed material in this bottle is what's doing these crystals.
Yeah, but where did that seed? Which batch did the seed material come from?
That came from this batch right here.
Okay.
And
And this batch came from.
Right. Iron pyrite and whatever else he mixed
this came
in there.
from iron pyrites.
Okay.
Okay, and galenas and things like that. And
So nothing special about this.
nothing special about it because we're just
Ooh,
digesting.
galena as well. Interesting.
And I'm not familiar with that. How is that relevant? Is there any easy way to explain that to a layman?
Well, yeah, because that's the seed elements that you're crystallizing that you're supposedly going to be transmuting into the new elements, right?
Okay, so that's what like you said, the seed element that you're using for transmutation. Okay.
Well, it's mixture.
Is that-
It's a mixture of elements.
Is that something we see common in other alchemists who try to do
Yeah.
transmutation?
You mix
Well,
elements.
Yes, because it's a chemical nuclear equation. So it's like you're either combining like a salt and a metal together, or a couple of metals together, or oxygen and a metal, or an oxygen and a salt, or a hydrogen and a metal, etc., sort of thing, into the new elements. So you're either just going like up one on the elemental weight scale if you're doing a hydrogen, where you're going up like adding
like
both
pH.
of the atomic masses together if you're combining like a salt and metals together, sort of thing.
I think pH stands for per hydrogen. So I think that's what it is. Per hydrogen. So that means the saturation of hydrogen is the pH reading. The higher the number, the higher the saturation of hydrogen. The lower the number, the less hydrogen.
Ooh, which would affect if it's deuterium heavy water potential.
Right, exactly. That's why they probably use ammonia, because it's got a high pH, a lot of hydrogen.
If what we're saying is accurate, oh God, we just
I could be wrong.
I'm not live, but anyways, let's continue with Bedini.
Awesome. Yeah, let's continue with Bedini.
No, there's the secret sauce. When we say secret, right? When we say secret sauce, we're saying that each one of these rocks contains a secret sauce.
Yeah.
All right, and depending on what we're looking for here, and what we want to accomplish, that's the secret sauce.
Right, right.
Okay, and it's the method of how you digest that secret sauce, like you see right here.
That'll give you.
This will give you
what you want.
whatever the material is in this rock that was laying across the railroad tracks out back, which we know is a volcanic rock. Well, many things can be in the volcanic rock. There could be in here. There could be gold. There could be silver.
Gold in the rock.
There could be sulfur, sulfur content. It could be very electrical conductive under stimulation. It could make a fantastic radio crystal. So what we're looking for is when this dries out, what we want to do is take this material and place it on a piece of oxygen-free copper. Like you see here.
Where do you get the oxygen-free copper from?
You just buy it.
Okay.
You just buy it from a metal place. And what you do then is you fire up your kiln or your oven to 200 and 2500 degrees, and you melt it down. Now, how you have it tested is by what floats to the top when it melts, which you would term as a slag. So what it says right here is this material contains ruby, but black.
Hold on. Right.
Okay. So now when we finalize the material and we get it to the perfect purity, after getting the correct process in growing the crystal, notice this is a real black ruby. You can see it's shining.
Wow. So that's a real
black ruby.
A ruby's barrel.
Rubies are usually red.
Yeah, no, ruby's barrel, like
Yeah.
emerald.
Yeah, but remember, we're growing this in an oven,
Right.
and we're taking the material when it's finally melted, and we're dripping it on some and letting it cool off so we can see what it is.
Right.
And we have that assayed. So basically, this all was known. This was a known process by a man called John Sajeka, who had quite a file on seed material at the time. And if you wanted to do something, suppose you wanted to become the world's best alchemist. Well, there were companies that knew how to do this, but they weren't in the general vicinity of the public. They were hidden away. So
this process has actually been.
This process is very proprietary.
And that's what I mean by forbidden science. You know, it's obscured.
Right.
It's not something that they're going to teach you in academia because they don't want this information out because it challenges the macroeconomic status quo. But
Did somebody
that's
say forbidden?
Yeah.
The world has been running on gold before they really understood it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
now they can make diamonds in a lab.
Why do you think it was,
exactly?
They
Why do
can't
you
make
think it was
gold in a
running
lab
on
even
gold?
if they knew how to, because it would destroy the economics that have existed since the dawn of time with gold. How we
What do you
You're absolutely right. What value is gold if I can just print it in my basement, you know?
Uh-huh. Well, they already
Okay, but
done
what
that.
was
They
the
already did
value
that,
of
you know, by
gold?
making the money, right? The fiat. They kind of already did that.
What was the value of gold back then?
Oh,
Just 'cause it was big and
absolutely.
shiny?
So here's the thing. They fully admit and accept that we're able to transmutate other metal elements into gold. They just state that the amount of energy and cost of it is more than the price of gold. Thus,
Correct.
it's not worth it to do it. But in reality, there's been several other ways of doing it by several different, well, it's all on Rex Research, but people get Stanley mired for that. And that's why I don't really speak about mine too much, and why we're going to work on getting, you know, maybe copper to silver first or something like that, right?
I think it goes older than that. Remember in the Bible, it talks about how Moses, when he came down off the mountain, there was this big calf of gold that they made it out of, and he broke it up into pieces and fed it to them. Well, he didn't feed them chunks of heavy metal. He turned it into monatomic gold and fed it to them. It makes you wonder how, if there was a truth to them walking the desert for 40 years, what did they eat? It's sand. It's a desert. Well, they ate manna, which is what? Monatomic elements. So gold had its purpose long before we started trading it and using it for monetary value. It's just we lost the knowledge how to take that gold and turn it into something that we could absorb into our body at a high nutrient level.
Gerald, you just dropping bombs on us today.
There's a small amount of gold in everything, though. It's just small amount, you know, tiny.
Yeah, but not the amount that's needed for the bloodstream in order for you to become kind of like a human superconductivity person. I'm not
gold.
brain fart, sorry.
Most.
No, you're bang on, Gerald.
Fascinating.
That's how it's. I understand it, and it's
There's
been
gold in the
explained to
seawater.
me. And
Yeah, no, I've never heard that before, but this is all new to me. This is wow.
You're essentially
Wow.
supercharging your living cells and electrobio energy
slugger.
and chemistry into more plasmatic field state.
Well, it's written that Moses was the priest of the pyramids, right? Because he was taught all the priestly ways. Well, what was that for? If you look at the Book of Kings and how in the Book of Kings they describe the kings living for tens of thousands of years, it makes one wonder if they lived that distance in time because of the mifkit that was being made by priests such as Moses, or what we call manna or ormus or monatomic elements. It's all the same thing. It's a high evolutionary nutrient that allows the superhuman ability of absorption into the body in order to create superconductivity within the person itself. There.
Well explained. And to add to that, Gerald, it's that the absorption, the osmosis of the ormus or monoatomic plasma state single atom gold and metal elements through the blood, it's able to go from cell to cell through the blood, through the skin, easily into any cell to be functional in that state. And since it's a single atom and not bound, it can be used back and forth with the switching between oxygen, hydrogen as the cell uses it, sort of thing. But another point of that is that when you encounter just oxidized metals in this nano state, like a diatomic, when it's blue and it's already got an oxygen chemically bound to the gold or other metal, it's able to absorb through your body's cells from the size of it still, but it then accumulates because it's not able to be used from that monoatomic state, but instead then compounds quickly into the heavy metal poisoning and the coloring of blue of the people consuming it and poisoning themselves, as opposed to what you see in front of you of this white state single atom metals that are being formed. That is that.
There is definitely a formula to it, that's for sure.
You find a lot of gold with the quartz. You know, the quartz makes the gold. The quartz, it's inside.
Well, so yeah, we should finish playing Bedini there, because he's using silicone, which in I believe part of the reactions with or silica, which is quartz essentially, and that that could
carbon
be
silica,
right. I guess we got to add up the atomic masses of these.
Diamond is supposed to be the purest form of carbon. Quartz is a form of carbon.
But of course, today we're letting it out, because why take this secret to your grave when you can gain minerals? I mean, it works just like the body. You take in your food, and the hydrochloric acid breaks down all the material that you've consumed, and it takes the minerals, the vitamins, and all this stuff. Well, here they are. They're right here. Everything that was in that rock. So now what we can do is take this powder and put a scoop of it on a piece of material like you see right here. And then we can see what grows from that in the oven. And we can decide whether or not this is a good electrical conductive for, say, a room temperature semiconductor.
So what you're pointing at now is that's after being fired in the oven.
Yes, that's after being in it, and it says right here what's in it, because this has been assayed. It says ruby,
right,
gold, and silver. And that's from
freeze frame.
Ben, you're muted.
Oh, my bad. Thanks, Nathan. No, just real quick. That reminds me. We have about 55 people watching right now. If you can, donate $1 to Crypto Alchemist channel. It would really help out in keeping his StreamYard subscription and all that. So if you can donate to Crypto Alchemist right now, he's got the link in the description or in the chat there.
Appreciated. Yes, it's currently trying. It looks like I might actually was talking to one of my bosses today. Might actually have enough work in the next 2 weeks to get enough to make it down. I really got it. I got my 3 drone batteries, new charger for my drone. So goal is to be able to make it down to Medicine Hat at the, I get probably 1st or 2nd week of September there. And later tonight, this evening, I'm going to be doing a second stream covering several new faces that I believe I've found at the Medicine Hat Badland Guardian Giant Faces site. So yeah, trying to fundraise for that and get enough work to do it, and hopefully it's going to come together here.
That's all good news. That's good to hear, Bernie. Yeah, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have our Monday podcast, or I wouldn't be probably doing these live streams. You know, you inspired a lot of us, and you're the reason why a lot of us are doing what we're doing right now. So, and we want to continue Free Energy Fridays, you know, and then this every little bit helps, you know, even if you have $1 that you can spare and put it towards the subscription fee, and, you know, it will be able to continue to do this stuff.
Support the Burn Eye, the science guy.
Yeah, the Burn Eye science guy.
The bird is the word.
Appreciated, right? And vice versa. All of you guys continuing on here, why I'm here today, right? Got me rushed back to studio to be here, and loving the topics and the research. And quickly point out, I'll try to move the camera to closer, better angle with the lighting, but why it's so foggy there. Currently, we are making monoatomic Ormus as well as a bunch of hydrogen with very little voltage and current going in, just 5-volt cell phone charger. But I will also try to get on view a similar crystallization of what Bedini is showing and going over and explaining on the rods there. So I guess we should keep on going with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
This material here. See, it says ruby, gold, and silver.
Okay.
Is what's coming out of this mix.
And who did the assay?
A local assayer flame assay test.
And that was in the valley.
And it was handled by a guy that was very secretive.
Yeah.
And I can only give his first name, and that'll be Milton.
And that was in California.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
This was done in Sylmar, California.
Yeah.
And then, now the other thing is when you find a material that works, not all these are going to produce gold or silver or copper or zinc or anything like that. Some of them are going to become an electrical conductive crystal that you want to use for something. So anyway, some of these are going to become electrically conductive, and you want to use them, say, for sound, or you want to use them, say, for power. Well, these happen to work well with power transfer. This is why they're big. They happen to filter out the noise on an AC line. So this would be in series with your AC line, and it would filter out the noise. And people in audio would use that as a line conditioner. This one over here would be used in a stereo system.
Excuse me, backing up. Did you used to use those yourselves, or sell them to people that would use them? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
So we made speaker conditioners. This was a speaker conditioner here. It was encapsulated, and it says right here where it was done, and the zip code and everything. And this would go in a speaker, and it would change the total sound of the speaker. It would make the speaker, say, sound more like there was a tube amp running it, but with the bottom end, the bass end, and the top end. So if you wanted to, say, do preamplifying controls, you wouldn't need a power crystal like this. See? This is more for like power. You would use something like this right here. And these specifically were designed and measured for preamplifiers. In other words, input cables. So we could change the sound of the input cables with these crystals. Once we got the mix, once we got the seed material right where we wanted it, then we would just duplicate it over and over and over and over. This particular one here is used as a stereo synthesizer. A mono signal goes in to the substrate, and the right channel comes out and the left channel comes out. So it's all a one-wire system, basically, with a common ground. So this here this crystal here is being used for a big power amplifier, a 200-watt power amplifier for running the speakers.
So you would figure out ahead of time what you needed.
Yes.
And then go through the process to produce what you actually. So you pretty much had it dialed in then.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
And the only reason that we got into this was because it was not copyable. You couldn't copy it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you finished forming that crystal, what happens to the waste product?
Well, see, it dissolves all the way down, everything evaporates, and it leaves the crystal.
Oh, okay.
So there is no waste. Because, see, it's growing. See how it's growing on there?
Yeah.
And if you really notice it, it's soft.
Mm-hmm.
See it? It's almost like it's little fibers that are meltable.
So it's not granular.
No. So
how long does it take to grow?
It takes anywhere from 3 weeks to 2 months easily. Because depending on how much material you're putting in here,
Right.
you have time for the evaporation process. Because you're not going to touch it. You're going to leave it facing towards that position
Right.
until it's done.
Yeah.
And then what you're going to do is you're going to dry this out. You're going to take it outside, hang it up, and dry it out. It's not going to fall off there. See? And when it's all dry, you're going to scrape that powder off into a crucible. And then you're just going to grind it fine like this.
Right.
Or like this.
Yep.
Okay.
How'd
So-
you grind it? What do you grind it with?
You grind it in a crucible.
Pestle and mortar.
Yeah, pestle and mortar.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna fire it on a ceramic block in an oven on a substrate crystal. Anyway, if we were talking about this crystal right here. This is a power crystal, okay? So this crystal was used in a speaker line, and that box looked like this with speaker terminals. And see that at one time there was a bypass switch up here, which you could take the crystal in and out depending, so you could AV.
What do you mean take it in and out?
Well, you could take the crystal out of the system and put it back in the system.
Not physically, but just by the switch.
Yeah, just by the switch. Call it
And where would the crystal be?
the crystal. The crystal is sealed inside this block with the wires coming out and the ground terminal, and then the inputs and the outputs. This happens to be for a preamplifier. See, it says ionic line amplifier. That's one of these crystals right here.
Well, and that's would be that crystal right there.
Yes, these all measure the same.
Right.
So these are test sample crystals, of which we mounted to a board so we'd have
Go
a
into the
reference.
Bedini
Yeah,
ionic line amplifier.
yeah. And basically that's what the box is. These are kind of beat up, but because they've been around forever, but The original box said the Force.
Oh yeah, and there was a bit of a legal problem.
Yes,
with
there
it.
was. George Lucas made us take the off when he patented when he trademarked the name. See, we were already using it, but that didn't count.
Oh, so that was from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a little bit.
They were already using that, and then a big rich guy like Steven Spielberg comes in and says, "Nope, I'm
George
taking
Lucas.
it for me." Or I'm sorry, yeah, George Lucas comes in and
You
said,
know, I
"Nope, I'm
replicated
taking it for
Bedini's
me."
alum battery.
You said what?
I replicated a few times the Bedini's alum battery. I bought like a few dry cell batteries, like nothing in there, dry. You know.
How they work out for you?
Never used the sulfuric acid. I just never used it, and I made the alum spice from. I ordered a big bag of it online. Alum salt, whatever the cooking spice from the grocery store. I didn't get it at the grocery store. I ordered a big ass bag, and I mixed a bunch. I made a few batteries. I made a bank. Probably holds about, I don't know, 100 amps for. It's like a 6-volt batteries. They're about 5 amps each. I did like I think like 7 or 8 of them, so 50 amps or something. You know, of alum batteries, and they would hold 9.5, 10 volts, and yeah, they're very reliable, and you don't have to worry about them going bad. I just put them away. I made them like a long time ago, and they totally dried up. And I just wanted to see if they still worked, and I put water in them again, and bam, came right back.
Wow, that's crazy.
No issues. It worked like brand new again, like not like a lead acid where it would like you don't see the voltage or you don't see the current coming out of it. But you know, nothing like that. You see the current coming out just like it's brand new. The voltage is there like it's brand new. Like you don't see any decreases in anything.
Well, I'd like to see a breakdown on your channel at some point. You know how you build them.
Oh, I made a video on it a long time ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
When
just-
you find it, post it in the private chat, and we'll go over it. If we,
the
have
alum
time.
spice. That's all it was. I heated it up with hot water.
I'm gonna take.
Find the
I'm
mic. Link mic.
Yeah, it's this is a free for all today. Anybody who wants to present something, I'm interested in seeing everything. Like I said, I'm just interested in everything. So
I also did the
next
Hutchison.
to Ernie there, you can see a bunch of the hydrogen bubbling up off of one of the coils right in the center, and then every so often you'll also see giant bubbles going up, shooting up as well.
I did see one. Yep, I saw one there. It's just there. Yep. Yeah. So explain the difference between the tiny micro bubbles and the giant bubbles.
Since they're both coming off of the cathode, I believe it's potentially 2 different isotopes of hydrogen, and then there's also always off of the anode side bigger bubbles too that are the oxygen.
So you have both the anode and the cathode in the water.
Yes, sir.
And then, are you using just traditional multimeter probes, or what are you using?
No, I just got it connected to the ends of a little USB wire, 5-volt cell phone charger.
Oh, yeah, I see the coil there. Yeah, so sorry, it's a little cloudy. It's hard to make out exactly what's going on inside. That's why I just wanted to clarify it a little bit, because I'm very fascinated with this.
The pure white cloud on like the left side there, that's from just a zinc sheet that I have as the anode, and that it's making the white monoatomic zinc that is that cloudy section clouding up the left half of the jar of reaction.
Oh, so the cathode is just the USB wire, and then the anode is just the plate over there to the side.
The anode is the positive, the cathode is the negative. The coils are connected to the negative, doing the bubbling up of the hydrogens, and then the anode you get from the zinc sheet, you get the monoatomic as well as the oxygen bubbles coming off of, but it's kind of above the camera level there. You can't really see the zinc anode as it gets corroded away quite quickly.
So what I mean is the zinc anode is not connected by anything but the water, right? The water acts as the
no, it's connected. Well, it's connected to the positive wire of the.
Oh, so it is directly connected. Okay, so
But
that was my disconnect. I wanted to know exactly how it was
they're only
configured.
connected, but they're connected reaction-wise through the water, right? Through the electrolyte of the anode cathode back to the metals.
Okay, so I'm starting to build a little bit of a picture of what you got going on here.
Yeah, we'll get back to, I guess, finally finishing off Bedini's transmutation, and then I'll give a little bit more of a, I guess, move the camera around to show what's going on in there.
Sure. I'm gonna actually play the video and take a quick 5-minute break if anybody wants to just take over for the comments and all that.
Bit before Star Wars, because we were looking for something that was unique in the marketplace, and just by accident, out of growing all these different seed materials, this is where Tom Bearden talks about where was the mine. Well, the mine was right here.
Yeah.
This was the mine.
Huh.
Digested rock. Where's the mine? Where'd you get this stuff? Well, I wasn't going to tell him that I grew it, so that I had to get some special kind of rock or something, because I'm not trying to make anything mystical here. I'm showing you straight up front. This is how it was done.
Well, in actuality, animals transmute materials all the time. Like Louis Kevron was nominated for a Nobel Prize for depriving chickens of calcium, and they produced eggs anyway.
Of course. You see, when you heat something and you grow a seed material like this, what happens when you heat it and you fire it at that temperature is it transmutes it.
Yeah.
Anything can come out of here, like it says here.
So you could never really tell what.
No, we had to have it assayed, and if you look very closely, I pointed here with a black arrow that this material here produced gold underneath.
Yeah, that is not pink gold. That is
regular. That's regular yellow gold. 1 electron off.
What do you mean 1 electron off?
Well, when they do the analysis, he said that it was gold, but they haven't seen a gold like that.
Huh.
Okay, when they brought back the assay, then when they actually broke this down and flame tested it, and they looked at it under a microscope and everything, they said they never seen a black ruby with silver particles in it. And you can see, if you look very closely, this has very little fine silver specks in it.
Yeah, you really need a microscope.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hold on.
And then it's red in color. It just looks black. Yes. And a good way to see that is right here. See the gold color here? And then if you look at the side, you can see where it's transmuting the gold in veins here, as you said, Pat. It's little veins. It's little veins, and then this is ruby. This is actual red ruby. That just happens to be this material. See, and then what you do is you take this, after you take this off and you scrape it completely off, then you can get at this gold, and then when you go to scrape it with something, you can tell that it's gold because it's so soft that it just scratches very easy. When you know that this material is not scratching.
So is any of that a slab of pure gold, or is just little bits of?
No, it's just a layer of it.
A layer of gold, okay.
Yeah, it's just a layer of it that's combining with the material to form an electrical conductive. So that the question was, where's the mine? Because it was rich in the gold, or it was rich in the silver, or it was rich in zinc, or it was rich in gold. Well, the mine was right here. There's nothing to it.
Yeah.
It works exactly like your stomach. It's not a big mystery. Why it was a secret for so many years is beyond me. And that basically all came from the paperwork that John Sajeka had hidden away for many years. And he taught us exactly how to do this.
How did he find out about it?
Well, I can't say because he would never answer that question.
Yeah.
Where he got it or how he found it or who it came from or...
Why do you think he had it as a secret for so many years?
Well, because it's possible that if you seed the material just right, that you could produce gold. Or you could produce, you could produce silver, you could produce zinc, you could produce... And it would be a fraction of the cost. I mean, what does some distilled water cost and some hydrochloric acid and a steel rod?
Yeah.
You know, that's not how industry does this. But this goes to show you that they might have even known this during the 1900s or the 20s, 30s. But he wasn't going to tell.
Well, Tom said that 40% of the gold that the Russians sell is made in the lab.
Well, yeah. Well, this would be making it in the lab.
Yeah.
The hard way. Actually, the easy way.
Yeah.
But you would say, you might be thinking to yourself, this is very hard to do because you got to wait the time. But no wine before it's time.
Yeah. Do you know anything about monatomic gold or white gold? Or
No.
No.
Never messed with it.
Yeah.
Heard about it, but never messed with it. You mean powdered gold?
Yeah.
White powdered gold.
Yeah.
Well, I do know that when you're making colloidal silver, that even though you have silver electrodes in there, the colloidal silver is gold in color. And when you're making colloidal gold, it's white.
Right.
So why would you want to make colloidal gold unless you were trying to do something with DNA?
Sorry about that. Did you have something to say, Bernie?
What time does APEC open mic start, Jeremiah? And yeah, I'll send you a link right now if you want to join quick. And I was thinking that was today, and if try to do a presentation there maybe a little bit once I get everything out here. Anyways,
if APEC is going on today, we might do a little coverage of it. Yes, I didn't get an invite, obviously, because I'm not a part of their show, but yeah, we can cover a little bit if you guys want to.
You can send all you the link if you want. It's the open mic, the Zoom one.
Yeah, it's not by invite.
You said for APEC?
Yeah, APEC's not by invite. There's a link on their website.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I see.
It's open Zoom today.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll jump
Anyway.
on there if you guys want to do that.
Oh yeah. Well, let's continue with Bedini explaining this transmutation.
Yeah, and whenever you're ready for your presentation, let me know and I'll put you up.
Okay, sounds good.
What do you mean?
Maybe you want to extend your DNA or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Well,
just
gold-
something that I heard a while back. And
Gold and silver are right next to each other.
Yes, they are.
On the periodic table.
mhm. So it's not far to transmute one from the other. John Sajeka was a big fan of Walter Russell. So if you look at Walter Russell's chart, sort of looks like this. And then all the elements are in here.
Right. And this is very different from the periodic table that we're taught.
Right. So, you see, in this cycle here, right, you might have Cu here, which is going to be copper,
Right.
right? And you might have gold AG here.
Right.
So what's the difference between the two? Is a harmonic shift.
Right.
You see, it's a frequency shift because silver may be right here. Right here. Zinc may be right here.
Right.
And lead may be right here. But if you look at Walter Russell's chart and you look at what it would take to move copper to gold, is a frequency shift back down to this level.
Yeah.
So if you can do something to this copper right here, this substrate, if you can do something to it by seeding a material on top of it,
Right.
right? And then you fire that in an oven, what happens is it's going to transmute at that level, whatever is in here, it's going to transmute it to this material.
Right.
And so when you take this layer out and send that for assay, that's what was in the material.
Okay.
So see,
Right,
maybe Walter Russell isn't so far off putting the chart together the way he did.
Yeah.
After all, he did say that there's the positive spin and the negative spin.
Of what?
He called one a male and one a female. If you read his book,
Oh, right.
you know, he called one plus and one minus.
You mean the elements? He called those elements. Plus.
Yeah, well, he talked about life, about these two frequency shifts. You know, I think he had a drawing, something like this.
Yeah.
So I had to check it out. And I had to try it for myself, and I was thoroughly convinced after being.
So Bob Grenier talks about the yin and yang of ball lightning or plasmoids, and how specifically the yin, I think, represents the male and the yang the female, or vice versa. I can't remember exactly which, but one spiral. Yeah, one spiral represents the male, one represents the female, and everybody has both in them, because if we didn't, we wouldn't be conscious. So it's just something interesting that we're making all these connections, specifically with the frequency of elements and how you can change them, and just based on shifting the frequency, that all plays into the plasma unification model, and it's all coming together, guys. It's all coming together.
Oh yeah, it is. And I'm going through, just quickly flipping through, trying to find Walter Russell's ones that specifically have the labeling of the male and female, the red and the blue, the ultraviolet and the infrared, but they're on opposite sides in the balance of his scales, and that each of these different charts and diagrams that I'm going through are specific additional periodic tables of Walter Russell. There's not just this one vortex spiral geometry, one that he's so famous for right here. There's actually over 20 different octave diagrams of the periodic tables, including several of these ones that have been dubbed by some like the doorway or the arch tables as well, because they resemble the double or octave arch entrances to so many cathedrals, castles, and ancient sites. But here he actually plots it out with the elements.
That looks like a music scale.
Yeah, well, it's octaves. They're octave scales. Yeah, so it's applying the octave harmonic
Like
scale to the different periodic tables and elements.
You can't have this tech without sound. Sound is part. It's
Yeah, we're seeing how music and sound is intricate. You know,
sound pushes energy. So if you use sound to push the energy that's sitting there, you're gonna
that's
get.
why I kind of, well, that's why I kind of visualize, you know, everything at the quantum level being kind of like an orchestra. You know, you have different frequencies going off,
Cymatics.
creating a symphony.
That's why you need the piezo buzzer. You push it. It makes the sound that pushes the energy.
It's a vorchestra, like a vortex. Vorchestra.
Oh.
Just thought I'd throw it out there.
Cymatics.
Yeah,
Right.
cymatics.
But you know, cymatics is not that simple to understand. I mean, who can understand
And harmonics.
why the shapes are forming like that? I mean,
they're interconnected waveforms.
Well, we know that the waveforms have those geometries and all that, and that's but they seem to translate into two-dimensional as well, because they're three-dimensional waveforms we're talking about here. And
that doorway just looks like a music scale.
You look at the cymatic plate.
It is, right? It's the octave scale.
But it's more like an organ when you play the
right?
organ.
Exactly. And some of the stained glass windows actually resemble the hydrogen cymatic geometry. It's wild, right? So it's like the organs and all of this ancient, the alchemy of the cathedrals. We got to actually read that ancient book, and it will explain it, right? Like, there's so much to it. It's wild.
The older the book, the more the code is.
There's your magnetic flow there, no? Is that what that is?
Yeah, I agree, Gerald. Read the older ones.
Yeah, the codes are written in symbology and
there we go.
Amount of words that are used.
This Walter Russell images?
Yes, sir. These are all Walter Russell periodic octave geometric diagrams of periodic and field physics, I guess.
Well. He drew all these things?
Oh, yes, sir. Every single one. There's actually like several hundred different diagrams that he's done. These are just the periodic and octave scale ones we're going through right now. It's like those that try to debunk Walter Russell without actually even looking at a fraction of his work.
That one there.
I need a copy of all these, Bernie. If you get me a copy of all these, I have an understanding of these that I can share with you, but I need to
look on Wikipedia or something.
Absolutely. I will create a Google Drive file for all of it and send y'all links to it.
And then I'll do a breakdown and send it back to you.
Appreciate it.
There's something that I've seen in all these charts that all coincide with something I was researching. So let me put it together for you, and then I'll do what I can to send it to you right away. But I got a few things on the go, but I wrote it down on my book here, so it's.
I feel you, brother. Appreciate it, and when you get her done, we'll look forward to it. Right?
Darn straight.
But
hey,
it's
Bernie,
like
I got a question for you. Copper and zinc. Did you put them together in one of your experiments?
Yes, sir. That's what you're actually looking at right there. The coils are copper, and then the metal plate there is zinc. So copper cathode, zinc anode in that reaction.
Very cool.
I like how Walter Russell put all the elements on the periodic table on the sine wave. He said all of them are metals except for was it carbon?
The salts?
No, even the salts are metals. Chloride is a metal. Sodium is a metal. They're all metals except for carbon.
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen is a metal too. Oxygen.
Hydrogen was the one that wasn't, is what he said.
It was carbon. It was carbon.
I'll be
Wasn't it
back.
carbon?
I'll be back. I got to step out for a
I thought
bit.
it was carbon.
Sounds
Or was it
good,
hydrogen?
Jill.
So what is it, Bernie? Is it carbon or hydrogen? It's not.
Let's see right here. Yeah, I think it's hydrogen because it goes into these smaller sub-octaves with alphanon, betanon, and whatnot, I believe, right? There's helium, so hydrogen and everything. Whoa.
No, Bedini was explaining that Walter Russell said that all of the
Oh yeah, sorry.
all of them are metals except for one on the table that he created.
Was it this one?
Carbon has a 0 field.
Sorry.
No, that was
Sorry.
my intro video. It's okay.
You got the rest of the Bedini one?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Hold on. Was carbon the one with the 0 field? Is that where he
I
was?
think it is carbon. Yeah.
Yeah, they had a 0 field to it. The rest of them had some sort of field.
Get out of the hi-fi industry with this stuff, and we did do it. We were able to successfully prove that it was possible to build these room temperature semiconductors.
Okay.
Oh, real quick before I forget, what time is APEC? Because I want to make sure I go over a couple
8
things
minutes.
before we start
8
that.
minutes, I guess. We got 8 minutes left. And sorry,
No,
just
it's
to get
okay.
back to answer your question there, Nathan. So yeah, carbon right here, you can see it's at the 0 point, the equal on the, I guess which side?
I'm telling you, I have an uncanny
On
memory
one
for
side of it,
specifics like
and then
this.
the next side, on the opposite side, you have silicone as the next 0.
Oh, is it
and
silicon?
cobalt as the next one, and
No,
the next
cobalt is a
octave,
metal.
and rhodium on the next. But there's also the hydrogen right there as the first one below carbon, but each of those being at the zeros or the equal points on the wave scale and the octave scale.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think we'll just continue with this on, and I'll finish up. We'll do some APEC, and then after APEC, I'll finish up with whatever I had planned. It wasn't a lot.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, of course. So we'll just continue on with this. If you guys have anything to add, or you want to continue talking about anything before we go on to APEC, let me know, and we'll just interject, I guess.
And use little bitty wires to transfer power. Okay, without any signal loss whatsoever, and no heating in the wire. And we were using 200-watt amplifiers, 300-watt amplifiers. And we also found out that it was possible to make a big substrate, say bigger than this disc here, about this size, that we could put the material in this stuff, which is like a plastic, and then we could take that stuff and put it between 2 copper plates like this, and we had a perfect capacitor, 3.9 microfarads.
We're going back to this one here. What is this now?
That's this material.
That's okay.
See, that's this material. This has been sanded off so you can see.
Okay.
You
So
see
you
it
just
dry.
made it bigger physically.
We made it bigger so you could see it.
Right.
So we could see it.
Right.
And then we would look at that material, and this material becomes something like a dielectric. It is a dielectric then. And then if you put it between these 2 plates, you get a capacitor. So we were able to build in a capacitance with the material into the crystal by putting these components, which were never seen or heard of, in the box, because they were band sawed open and they didn't know what they were looking at, because they didn't know any such technology.
Yeah, these are.
Has that one been bandsawed open?
No, this one was broken open to check these jacks. And notice it's tuned. It's tuned between the grounds with this little coil here. Can you see that? Right here.
Yeah.
See, and then this ground connection was to the case like that. And that's the ground of the substrate underneath here. But in this block is this chip and a capacitor made from this material. So therefore, since you don't know the technology, you can't comprehend it.
Right.
Because you can cut it day and night and try to figure out what it is. But when it's not electrical, the same way you know electrical, you know, you're scratching your head a long time. In fact, to this day, they don't know.
Yeah.
And probably never will, and never know how to do it exactly.
Even though you're showing the right.
Even though I'm showing you.
And just back
you have to know what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's one part that I can't give you.
Right.
You know, but I can talk about it.
Right. Right.
So, and I can tell you that it's based because Sajeka was very persistent on what Walter Russell said on this chart of elements. Because many times he would say, John, and this is exactly how I'd say it, John, where's the copper? Well, it's right here. Okay, how many down is it? 3, 2. He said, now go down there and find gold. And so I'd go down to the chart and I'd find gold, right? And he'd say, what do you need to do to get gold? Well, you have to transmute the copper. So it isn't lead, like they tell you. It's copper. And when you do the same thing with silver. He would repeat that over and over and over and over. John, here's silver. So what do you need to do to get zinc? And you'd go down here and you'd look, and it's just a frequency shift between all these materials. And it's been in Walter Russell's books forever.
Yeah.
Forever. But see, what I want to point out here is this doesn't make anybody a magician. What this says right here is you, the person that's trying to do this, have a lack of understanding. And so therefore you can't comprehend it. You think it's BS. But this has been in front of the public forever.
Yeah,
You see, so things that we don't understand, we burn it at the stake. It's gone forever. You don't ever want to hear about it again in your life. You got this big mental block about, oh, it can't be done. Oh, that doesn't work that way. My meter doesn't measure it. Well, I'll tell you what. Your whole body's a big meter.
John, back to that Walter Russell thing with the 2 spirals, one was
Mhm.
that doesn't have anything to do with the spin of the earth, does it?
No.
Okay.
It had to do with what Walter Russell was shown when he was in that coma. Because remember, he was in that coma for a long time. And when he came back, he knew exactly what vibrational rate all these elements and everything were, because he was shown. Okay, and we may be talking about that we live just here. But all these other things are at different levels. And what I get from all this is what Walter Russell was talking about is all you have to do is change your vibrational rate and you move up to a whole new realm.
Which is what some of the religions believe.
Right, that's what some of the religions believe. But suppose that you change the vibrational rate of things that are physically on this earth.
Hey, Ben, pause it real quick, will you?
Well, then it's...
Yes.
That's exactly what Gerald was saying earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Remember we were talking about inside his coil, when you get in that little special area, and we were talking about vibration and frequency. Bedini just said it right there. As soon as you're here, then you hit a different frequency rate, you're here. You get what I'm saying?
Right, you shift.
Describing what Gerald was talking about.
Yeah, that's we're seeing these connections, and it's awesome because I don't know, Gerald, were you actually researching Bedini while doing your coil, or is this Bedini stuff new to you too?
I think Gerald said he was stepping out for a little bit, but I'm
that's right.
pretty sure from in past Gerald's done a lot of work understanding Bedini stuff, if my memory serves me correct. But I'm sorry, I have to actually run out here to the store quickly before it closes myself, and we'll be back in like 30-45 if you're still going. And if not, see you at APEC, but I'll leave my experiment cam on, and then if you're still going when I get back, then I can do the demonstration of showing that crystallized electrode there, like Bedini was showing. But great work.
Yeah, I plan on streaming for at least another couple hours. So at least another couple hours. So yeah, we should be live.
Perfect. All right. Well, see you in a little bit.
Awesome.
Right on.
All right. Did you want me to play it again, Nathan?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to point that out for people who were watching earlier, that we were talking about the different in frequency, time, and if you're inside the bubble, outside the bubble, and Bedini just hit on it right there.
Yeah, and it's important, when we're doing these long streams too, to reiterate some of the things that we've been talking about, because new people come in all the time. But yeah, let's play it.
It's possible. Maybe John Sajeka was right. Copper is gold. And silver is zinc. And platinum is antimony. Who knows? It would take a lifetime for a person to do all this. I did nothing mystical except study the science and understand the science. And now I'm telling you the science. That's how you do it. And it's up to you to do it. I can't do it for you.
Those are my
So that's how
sentiments
they're growing so
exactly when it
fast.
comes to replications of the rodent coil system that I built. I didn't do anything phenomenal. I was just doing what other people did, and I listened to them, and it works. So, just be open-minded and take that into account. This isn't nothing new under the sun. People have been doing this for years. All right. So APEC is getting ready to start, isn't it? Or has it already started?
I have no idea.
I don't have a link to their website. Do you?
No.
Do you want to just watch it and just commentate on it?
Just watch it later. I prefer what we're doing now.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll just continue this for a little bit then. Because honestly, I don't like the idea of leaving here and going onto a Zoom call. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you guys really want us to cover some APEC, let us know. But for now, yeah, Nathan, we're just going to continue on with this. I like that. good idea. So with that, I can continue on with what I had prepared, which was the Sean Murray hack job on the Hutchison effect. And that was very sad to see, but we have to cover it because, as you know, we have to
hold on. You're not talking about that little orange ball, are you, in the string?
Spoiler alert.
Don't show it.
I have to. I have to.
That's junk.
It is. It's absolutely
no, because it's a complete lie.
But I have to I have to explain the story though, so people understand. That's all. You know, and if you do a little bit of research on this, and that's where Sean Murray went wrong with that, is if you do a little bit of research, you'll understand that that was a total hack job on John Hutchison regarding the coverage he was getting. So that I guess they had a camera crew come over, and he was having trouble replicating some of his experiments because, you know, as you know, I think he was doing it all by intuition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, like sometimes when you're doing stuff like that and you don't have it written down and you're doing it by intuition, you know, you can't just make something happen right away. And they were waiting for something to happen. And they're like, oh, well, why don't you film this UFO with a fishing line on here and demonstrate what you can do? And they filmed it in a way that the line was obviously visible and they kept it in. And I feel they did it intentionally, honestly.
Dude, it was a setup. No, that's a government
setup.
hack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Some
setup.
hack came in the room and made him do it. You know, no, I won't even tell you that.
So,
that's
yeah,
okay to play. No,
it's okay. Yeah, we'll just explain the video. Yeah, we don't have to show it. You know, you're right, because it's very disrespectful to anybody actually researching this stuff. You know, like this. And Sean Murray has a big following, and it's sad to see. You know, you're doing a great disservice to your viewers when you do this stuff. He set the whole thing up like he was going to actually replicate the experiment too. He misled his audience, and then at the very last minute, he's like, "Oh, and this is how it's done. It's a fishing line," and he shows a little clip. Oh my god!
Yeah, dude. No, as soon as I saw that, I turned it off. Mike sent it to me earlier. I didn't even watch it. Dude, no, never.
No, he's like, just no. Yeah, no, you're right, Nathan. You're right. It's just something that I wanted to talk about at least, you know, because that's important to understand. You know, when you're a researcher, you have to just not take things at surface value. You got to go deeper. You know, you got to do all the digging you can, not just what other researchers have done and Google it, you know.
Yeah, part of the problem is they don't understand what he was trying to do, what Hutchison was trying to do. They don't understand, you know, the waveforms he was putting into it and why it would work. And you know what I mean?
Right.
It makes a huge difference. And if they did, then they would understand it. But showing somebody with a string, dude, I'd never put that on my channel.
Yeah.
You know, I'd never put something because you don't want to put people in the wrong direction. And
exactly. It's disingenuous, you know, and I was talking to you even about maybe having like a scavenger hunt, and, you know, like you mentioned it might sound a little gimmicky, and I think you might be right. You know, I don't want to put anything out there that sounds gimmicky. I just want to get people interested. That's all. You know, I want to get people excited, and I'm trying to inspire people.
This is the best way to do it, Ben. Just get out the experiments, get out the videos, tie them together, make people see how they work together, get them thinking. That's the way to do it.
Absolutely. And visuals are key, and especially in this society. You know, a lot of people aren't going to believe it until they see it with their own eyes. You know, I still fight with some of my friends, you know, like on this stuff, you know, like I have friends who still don't believe me, you know, like I want to see it, you know, come over, I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
That's actually all I had was that. If anybody has any other hack jobs we can cover, or anything else that you'd want to present, Nathan, or
not the hack jobs. We'll just cover the good stuff.
Just the good stuff. Okay. I see where you're going with this. Okay.
Yeah, you know, talk a little science theory, a little bit of what's going on. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm not interested in the hack job. Not in any way. That's beneath.
Well, there is a theory, and in retrospect, you might be right in this. You know, any coverage, even if it's negative coverage, is good coverage. So yeah.
No,
you don't want to.
No, I don't agree with that. Nope, not in the slightest.
In regards to the algorithm, yeah, we don't want to give it any attention. Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah, no, I'm trying not to say anything, Ben. You know, I just try to keep that to myself. It's just those kind of people can kiss both cheeks and, you know what I mean, smell the hole. I don't care for them at all.
Yeah,
they're not worth
don't
my
bother.
time.
Don't even bother them.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
And then you
the
know
thing
what?
is-
I'm sorry, dude. You gotta have respect for some other people. Even if you disagree with them or you think something different, take it privately with them. Don't ever make it something personal. And when you do that, dude, you're gonna get the wrath of something else on you, and you ain't gonna like it.
Well, the thing is, sometimes we have to break down these disingenuous videos and in a way that the audience understands that this isn't actually legitimate. So, with that, I think it's important to differentiate between personal attacks and trying to actually do real science and pass it off, or do fake science and pass it off like it's real. And that's the thing that I see is a lot of videos, they're fake and they pass them off as real. Like Mr. Beast is notorious for doing this. And
oh, dude, did you that whole controversy? That was wild.
Yeah, and it's disgusting. And like you said, it brings out a visceral response in me. And you're right. Don't even bother touching it with a 10-foot pole. So I'm not. And I'm going to take your advice on that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, there's no room for that.
Well, it goes back to focusing on the positive, and it's hard in this society. You know, everything's so confrontational. But yeah, I like to try to focus on the positive. So that's the route I'm going to take here. But again, I did only have that hack job to cover. So I don't have anything else to present at the moment. So if you have anything to present or you'd like us to discuss, if not, then I'll just probably put on some videos that we haven't seen yet of Bedini.
Oh, yeah. Give me just a few minutes while we're talking. And I'm looking up something right now.
Okay, so he's going to prepare something for us while we check out some more Bedini videos from his channel. But yeah, man, you got to focus on the positive. It'll drive you nuts. All right, Old Man Builds, and then we're going to present this right here. There we go. All right, so we've dived pretty deeply into his archive, but still we haven't even touched the bottom of all the content that he has available regarding free energy, and all these really hard to find videos. Floyd Sweet, you know, we got John Bedini, John Hutchison, Marco Rodin.
Oh, I got it. Hold on.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah. I don't know if you guys ever seen this guy, but I love this old guy, man. When he gets on talking. Have you ever seen this guy? Can you see it? Is it on the screen?
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay. I'll hit play for you. This is on the Viamana video that I did, and he's talking about resonance and inside pipes, outside pipes, stuff like that. And it's kind of everywhere. And I was talking today with Sean about a Tesla coil. And at the very top of the Tesla coil, you got the Tesla coil like this, right? Then at the top, they show it with this tuning fork, right? So when this guy's talking about the both pipe things, right? And then you have to imagine the Egypt when he showed that, the tuning fork coming out. So if I set the Tesla coil, say at 430 hertz, and then I took a tuning fork at 200 or 432 hertz, whatever, the same number, it would resonate the tuning fork as long as it's inside the pipe, just like it would be if you put a tuning fork in a box. So this guy's the best at it right here. I'll hit play.
Front of this open here.
Who is this guy again?
Resonance.
Forgot
Consider now the following. I have here two cardboard tubes, one of which slips inside the other so that I can change the total effective length. I am going to strike a tuning fork and hold it in front of this open pipe, which is so long, which has a certain natural frequency. I'm going to change the length by this sliding tube and hope to find a resonant length for this fork. Listen now. Yeah, there is a place. There is a place at which this length is resonant to this frequency. That's an open pipe. This end is open, that's open. Here is a closed one. Now, it would be an interesting exercise to compare the lengths of the open and closed pipes for the same fork, but I leave that as an exercise for you. This is closed because it is closed on the bottom at the table. Listen. Uh-huh. Let me use another fork. This fork happens to be what? 512. That's an octave above middle C. Oh, I can't get a length there. There it is. There it is somewhere in there. Let me try this open one. Very clearly resonant. Very clearly.
As you can see in this experiment, we use a tuning fork to turn on a transformer. How interesting is that? It ties directly into our Viamana.
What do you get when you cross a tuning fork with a coil wire? Sonic electricity? Well, let's give it a try. Here I've hooked up our coil to a meter, which is set to AC. We'll whack the tuning fork. I don't know if you can hear that. And we'll bring it near the coil. And yeah. There's some residual voltage, but oops.
That's really cool.
Let's try to get it. The more current. The trick is I got to keep from hitting the coil.
Let's take a look at our Viamana one more time. Now we can see how we get energy from frequency and resonance. When you start talking about Viamanas, you have to understand sound. Now, the question is, did they understand sound? Well, let's take a look at these Hindu temples and let's see if they actually understood it. On all these temples, we see this beautiful artwork on the ceiling. What is it? Well, it's a frequency pattern. This is a Viamana carved on the temple. Under it is another mandala, but again, a frequency pattern. This is also carved into the temple. I want you to pay attention to the structure that goes from upper left to lower right. It's actually a sound wave, and you can see in it the lanterns. It's where it holds each lantern in the sound wave. Let's look at something else that looks just like it. This is a levitation experiment. We see two speakers, one on top, one on the bottom, and it holds styrofoam balls inside a sound wave, just like the temple showed us with the lanterns. I wanted to show you this in comparison. We see what they have on their temple. Now, let's see if we can't see it in frequency.
Wow, Nathan, this is awesome.
Crazy what you find, huh?
Yeah. Dude, it's beautiful. Wow.
This right here is the resonance experiment. As you can see, for every frequency, it puts out a different shape. There's one big problem though. It does not look like our mandala. So what are we missing? Well, we have to go back to how the Viamana was built. The Viamana actually uses 4 tubes. So we asked the question earlier, are the 4 tubes exactly the same? Well, the answer is no. 2 tubes are shorter than the other 2. That's what gives us their pulse waves in the experiment earlier. This is why the mandala is not correct to these frequencies. It's going to require 2 frequencies slightly out of unison in order to make the pulse wave. That's why the mandala is different than this experiment.
Wow.
Now that we see some of the experiments, we're starting to put the Viamana together. We're starting to understand it better. We're starting to see exactly how it works. Frequency, sound, things that we just listen on a speaker for today, they built back then to lift crafts. So interesting. They preserved their legacy by etching it in the stone, and they built crafts like this. When we look at Viamanas, do we understand what they're made of? Often we see them with a metal exterior. Is that even correct? I want to show you this experiment here. This inventor uses high voltage on a craft, and then he uses a piece of wood. The craziest thing is it attracts the wood. So what does that mean for a Viamana? Does that mean that it's also made of wood on the inside? Let's take a look.
Now, if I bring this wood stick close to it, I actually increase thrust.
I want to thank everybody for watching. So what he was doing there, by the way, he was just polarizing the stick. Every time it came around to it, because it has so little amps in that lifter and hit and a very high voltage, it's a static electricity, but more than that, it's a polarization. So it's always attracted to the wood.
Wow. This is a great video.
There was some more in the beginning. You want to see the other part?
Yeah. Yeah,
This
no, I
guy-
love this.
This guy's awesome. So we'll go right over here. He's going to turn this on. I'll explain. Focus just on the tubes. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of the craft. Let's see if we can't use experiments to identify exactly what we're looking at. In my last Viamana video, I showed you this. A simple coil heated turns on a cylinder and makes sound. But I wanted to show you again before we start the other stuff so that you understood where it fits. As you can see, we're using heat to activate the tubes in the Viamana. Let's take a look at this experiment here. Last time, we used a simple coil to resonate a tube with heat. This time, we're going to take 2 different tubes set to a different frequency and see what it sounds like together. The result is very cool.
Now, if I get one of these tubes singing at a time, it's a consistent flat tone. But listen what happens when I turn on the other one at the same time, which has a tone which is very slightly different.
At this point, we simply just need to decide, are all the tubes the same or are they different? Do we need 1 frequency or 2? You know, I often show this gentleman here because he's a master at physics. His resonance understanding is beyond belief. The things he does with these tubes, you should really pay attention to. This is the guy to watch if you want to understand anything about resonating tubes or resonating anything. Anyway, let's get into it. Here's the master at work.
Resonance. Resonance.
It goes back
Consider
to
now the
video,
following.
sorry.
I have here 2 cardboard tubes, one of which slips inside the other, so that I can change the total.
So Sumner Miller, Julius Sumner Miller is his name.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
think
if you ever get a chance, watch his videos. He is just beyond awesome.
He looks awfully familiar. Like I've seen him in something a long while ago. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. You'll have to pull him up one day and just play him on your channel. I'm going to tell you right now, amazing work. Like,
yeah, I'll write that down. What's his last
Resonance
name?
is the never-
Jules.
Julius Sumner Miller. Just. All right, give me a second. I'm going to go back in my archive a little bit.
Yeah, what do you got for us?
There was a force field one I wanted to show you because it's
oh wow,
talking about fields of plasma and it's inside a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
So give me.
Yeah, while you're pulling that up, I'll just commentate on your video real quick, because I love it, by the way. The Vimana video, and I've been meaning to research the Vimanas, and you just provided me an amazing video full of knowledge, and I love it. I know now more than I did before. So, like I almost, honestly, I didn't research the Vimanas nearly at all. It's an interesting topic, and I want to delve into it a little bit at some point. So, with that, when you were talking about having multiple frequencies input into a plate, and that's why, we're only inputting one frequency into the plate for cymatics, and that's why we're not producing the correct Mandela. That, I don't know if it's a connection or not, but that calls to me the experiments with the resonant frequency healing device. And again, this is not medical advice, but there is a device supposedly that can treat cancer cells and make them explode on a microscopic scale, but not. They tried hundreds and thousands of frequencies, but they claim that they only got the device working when they tried a second interfering frequency. So that I don't know if that's a connection here, but that's important, and it just popped in my head.
Well, I think it's important for your coil. If we're talking about when you put in one frequency, don't be so sure in the center of the coil is putting out a different frequency, and together they have the two frequencies. You need a pulse, and I'm not talking a pulse in the frequencies themselves. You need a separate pulse. It's a pulse wave, the speaker under it, a piezo under it, something like that. It acts as an amplifier to the two frequencies.
Right. It allows them to combine successfully to produce one magnificent frequency. Is that the theory, at least?
Well, what it does is it's an amplification wave. So I could show you an oscilloscope reading.
Yeah, oscilloscope might be a better visual.
See where I put it. I got all these video things. It's the same thing it does when you push the button on the piezo buzzer. It'll do an amplification of it. So, you know what? I might have it on my phone. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, this isn't the Rife. I'm not talking about the Rife machine. This is the frequency, the resonant frequency healing device. If you go to my TikTok, I have a video on it. I don't know if I posted it on YouTube.
So, okay, here, let me put up my camera and I will share off of my phone. Okay, I gotta hit cancel here. Okay.
Okay.
So
yeah,
watch
the two waveforms.
It amplifies?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's spiking. It's hard to tell. It's all amplifying together though, right?
You see a big one?
Yeah.
It's what happens when you have two frequencies and you amplify them with a pulse wave. Now, this is me just trying to get the thing where I can hit it at the right time. I I have them 180 degrees or 90 degrees out of phase, however you want to say it. They're just out of phase because it starts to blow up stuff in my garage.
Yeah, both of the waveforms, it looks like in sections of the wave are amplifying and just spiking like crazy. And it seems to be shifting from one part to the, like it's going like in a timing, like back and in the middle, and then
they try to amplify together. Sorry, it's not such a good picture on this. I should have downloaded it.
No, but it gives a good visual. This is exactly what I needed to visualize what you were talking about.
Yeah, see that big one that just happened.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And every once in a while, there's a real big one. So it's little tiny spikes, and then a real big spike.
So what you're trying to do is, if I hit the piezo buzzer on this, I'm amplifying both waves simultaneously. So if they were in phase together, like one overlapping the other, the energy output would be massive.
Right.
You wonder where the amplification comes from. It's right there.
Is that because there's a differential between the two waveforms?
No, it's because I'm pulsing it. Every time you see that thing jump, it's the piezo buzzer I'm pushing.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just I'm wondering, because I know pressure differentials and instabilities, like, you know, asymmetry kind of play into these things a little bit, but that might not be the exact same mechanism here. You're talking about pulsing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so you know, when you do your replication of the water experiment stuff, you have to have two waves, and then both waves have to be slightly out of sync, not 100% over each other, because you may get a runaway on it. What you're looking for is an amplification close to each other. So you have to think of frequency like it's two ships in the night, okay? Or an AM radio band. If they are not close enough together, then they will not work together. They will just be like two ships in the night passing. They won't see each other at all. But when they're close enough together, they amplify together. And that amplification isn't set just one side. It's both sides, top and bottom. So it'll amplify. So if I took a longitudinal wave and a transverse wave, and I hit it with a pulse, I'm amplifying the center, just like Hutchinson. Then I'm creating an energy bubble in the inside. That's what the middle apart.
Yeah, I had somebody on one of my live streams a few days ago who gave me a video and some information. He was talking about what was he talking about? I'm trying to remember. Maybe I can pull it up. Give me 1 second. But anyways, he was talking about the Casimir effect and how there's a different version of the Casimir effect that can happen in electrical components when you have, say, two things close to each other at a micro scale. And I don't know, maybe that's, you know, the two frequencies or two waveforms being so close to each other that they create kind of like a charge between them, and then you just spike them and they produce an enormous amount of output.
Well, mine's like, so what I'm trying to do is take the Tesla coil, right? And you remember what I told you, it has that buildup, and then you output it at the end. Well, you're trying to create that frequency to jump it right before it goes to the discharge state. Okay? That's what you're looking for. That way, the amount of energy in the system is massive. It's like Bedini's spike. You saw the bell ring, right? The wave that comes up like this, and then it gets bigger and bigger, and then boom, it outputs. That's the ring, Tesla coil ring.
Right.
When you amplify it at the top of the ring before it drops, you're going to get a massive output.
Right. So yeah, it's like timing and not just timing, but knowing when to tap it, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of people are just like, oh, they got energy, I'm going to tap it right away. But no, you got to take your time with it.
It's like, it has to be like a firecracker in your hand. You can't have your hand open a little bit Okay, like this. Can't have it like this. You have to have it shut. And you have to have it ready to explode. And then boom, it has to hit at the right time. So that's kind of the whole key to one of these things when you do that is the amplification of something. And if you understand that, then you understand why he's getting so much hydrogen. Because if you do create the one wave, you create the second wave, which is like a back EMF ring. So the rings one side, ring the other, but you can amplify them in the center of that, and then it'll create the cut. And it splits both right away with that amplification. You know what I mean? With the pulse.
Right.
But it does the same thing in the Great Pyramid with the water underneath it. It's still hitting the top of that cavity wall. It's still coming up and hit it and creating a pulse wave. So when I say pulse wave, I don't mean like a wave in your DC signal. That's not what I'm talking about. It has to be a physical pulse wave, like a speaker puts out or a piezoelectric disc puts out. And that's your amplification on top of the waveforms that you have.
That's interesting. So yeah, you can't just be inputting a tone generator. You have to actually have some kind of a force behind it, huh?
Yeah, you could put it in a tone generator. Just understand that you're going to have a separate pulse. It's not going to be the pulse in there. It's not going to be the DC pulse. Not any of that. Like I said, just put a speaker under it and then, bump it and then find out what happens. That's why I tell you, put it on, a little bit of DC, a little bit of Thunderstruck. You know what I mean?
Right. It's a vibration. Yeah.
Get your frequencies really high and then bump it because that's what you need. So I have another video for you. Did you have your video, Ben?
No, it's somewhere lost in one of my live streams. I don't remember which one it is.
Gotcha. I'll show this one. We're talking about a little bit of a force field here. So the whole premise of this is that are we getting any closer to making this thing, right? And creating a bubble around it. And it's with plasma. And you see plasma outside of the chamber, inside the chamber, everything where it starts to where it should be. So I'll hit play on that. Let's talk about force fields or shields, if you will. Can a UFO produce a force field or a shield? Let's see if we can't find the experiments to see whether it's possible or not. Let's look into it. We see in these experiments that plasma rotates in a magnetic field. Here we see plasma rotating in between two magnetic fields. Let's take a look at plasma. Let's see if we can't make it work for us. Let's see if we can't create a field out of it and maybe start to begin to understand this. This first experiment, we're going to go ahead and rotate plasma around a magnet. We're going to see if we can't make rotational force without making the first object rotate first. Let's take a look. As you can see, the anode is the bar and the cathode is the magnet itself. And what we're seeing is a plasma field rotate because of the magnetic field. People always ask, does a magnet have a field around it when it's sitting still? Well, the Earth rotates. So any motion to a magnet causes a field. So any magnet sitting just on your desk always has a magnetic field. Another interesting thing about this is how the plasma flows here. It's flowing inside, not outside of the magnet. That's because we're in Earth's atmosphere. Once we get this in a vacuum chamber, it'll actually start to flow on the outside. The exact same thing we're looking for when we have a UFO in space. Let's take a look at this next experiment. What we're trying to find out is if we can push the field out a little bit. Is there a way to put a magnet in the center and then make everything else of the plasma push out? Let's take a look. What this experiment is neodymium magnets stacked up one on top of the other. There is a clear PVC pipe that goes right over top, and the anode and cathode are on the left and right side of it. And you can see what happens here. The magnetic field allows the plasma to flow around the PVC pipe instead of trying to go through it. Now we're starting to get somewhere. We now see the plasma going out. We see the rotation from the magnet. Let's pull the field out a little more. Let's see if we can't get this thing to come around and at least get a half of a circle lit up. This right here is a vacuum chamber experiment. What's going on is the magnet is placed at the top. It's a circular magnet, and the anode is connected to the magnet. The cathode is connected outside of the outside ring of it. And what's going on is the magnet itself is forcing the plasma to rotate around in a circle on top of this object. A couple things to note here. When you're in a vacuum chamber, the amount of vacuum is important here. The more vacuum, the more that this energy field will pull out. But you get to a point where it's too much and the energy field will suck back in and it won't allow it. So you got to get just the right amount of that. Then you also have to have the correct amount of voltage. Sometimes voltage too high just makes a mess. Sometimes voltage too low, the effect won't show up. It just has to be in that nice sweet spot to get it right. In case you're new to this, when you do plasma, you have to be at night. During the day here, you could barely see the outside rings. You see a little bit of glow, depending on the lighting coming in, but the real effect happens at night.
That's pretty.
We're now starting to see the field create. We're seeing the rotation of the magnet. We're seeing that it itself rotates the field around. Now, let's see if we can't expand that. Let's go a little further out. Let's see if we can't get this at least halfway around. As you can see here, here's the vacuum chamber that's being used. You can clearly see the wires coming into it and where they hook in. One's the outside, one's the inside, and here's the ring. I can tell you it's fairly low amount of vacuum that's been pulled out here, and that has to do with the plasma that's being created. It's not pushing out too far. It's just barely sticking in there right between the two. That's how you could tell how much vacuum's in this chamber. Now you can see it starting
that's
cool. It's starting to make that half circle. This is very important. The next step is going to blow your mind on how it works. We're actually going to create the thing all the way around it, but this experiment shows you how to start it. We have the magnet there. We have the centerpiece. We don't have any magnet on top yet, just the bottom, and we're getting a beautiful glow coming off the bottom here. This is exactly where we want to be at this point. Now we have the understanding, we can push it to the next level.
Wow.
While working in a vacuum, it's like space. So now we can take the magnet on the top and put one on the bottom and create a rotational field of both. Let's see if we can get it to go fully around this time. And there it is. That's the shot that you want. Right around the whole thing, top to bottom. Now there's no plasma on top and there's no plasma on the bottom. Very circle at the top and very circle on the bottom. But this is what we want to see. This gives us hope for that shield. The tests are proving that shield technology is within our grasp. It's hard to imagine, but here it is right in front of us. That last video was absolutely amazing. We actually got to see the plasma go all the way around a disc-shaped object. Again, if we're building this for a UFO, that is amazing. Now what we need to look into is, do we need to force rotation further on the inside disc to push the field out further? Obviously too close and it just burns us up in our UFO. But if we can get it to go a little further out, we're going to have to maybe get some more rotation in this to do that. But if we can get it to go a little further out, that's where we need to be. We need to keep this thing off the craft, not right on it. This experiment has absolutely no plasma in it, but it'll show an effect when it's spinning. You'll start to see what actually does happen when you put plasma into something when you rotate it with a motor. And that's important because we use magnets so far to rotate the field. Now we need to put rotation inside with a motor along with the rotation of the magnet to create the field to make it expand further. So if you're thinking this is the rotation with the motor, then we have the rotation with the magnet. What it means is the inside disk, our UFO, will be spinning as well as the magnet creating the spin as well. It gives us the exact same thing that the Earth gives us: rotation of a planet, rotation of a field. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to how we got here. We used a vacuum chamber, and we used a high voltage source, and we put that high voltage into one object. That object had magnets on top and bottom in order to get the field to rotate. We also explored the possibility of rotating the object itself beyond what the rotation of the magnets gives you. So, what do we need to do from here? We need to change the source of the high voltage just a little bit. Let's look into this magnetron project and let's see if we can't get the inspiration to figure this out. You're probably asking yourself, why would we use a part from a microwave for this? Well, it gives you a couple of things that you don't always get. One, it gives you the high voltage. Two, they use magnets on the outside to create the field on the inside. Now, all we need to do is expand that field a little more. We need it to go on the outside of it. And then we have the core of what we want our UFO to be. The great thing about this is a magnetron is a resonance chamber, which basically means it puts out sound and frequency. If you saw my video on the Viamana, you'd understand this a little more. It's going to be required in any UFO craft. Here we have our plasma, we have our high voltage, and we also have our magnets. It gives us a great piece to put in here. It's the right one to use. We are going to have to modify this. We're going to have to cut out the bottom and suspend the anode right in the center. We're also going to have to take all the little railing parts that you see all the way around this thing and bring them all the way down our tube. Now, in order to push that plasma out, that's the way we're going to have to do it. It's going to take the vacuum and space to pull them out a little more. It also may end up that this is just a separate piece in the core, and we may have to build another piece at the top. But that's all in the building stage. This right here is just a theory stage, and we're trying to figure out if it's even possible. And with this, I think it is.
Somebody said Tony Stark reactor.
Plasma field.
Yeah.
UFO.
Yep.
Well, it has to do with the structure of it itself. It actually produces everything we need in our environment right now on Earth. The Earth has a plasma field around it right now. So why not use the same thing? And as we're traveling... Sorry, Ben, I had to pause it. I got in trouble for the last part of this video because one of the creators really has this big channel now, and I can no longer use part of his video.
Oh, that sucks. It's okay.
Yeah.
No, we'll get there, and we'll just move on to the next video or whatever.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, that's all good. I like your videos. I really think you've upped your game on your production quality and all that, and the information is very informative and fascinating. So it's all the stuff that I would watch.
Yeah, I love that that magnetron in the vacuum right there, where it's like opened up and you can see it. It totally blows your mind of what's going on in there.
And I like how you break down things for a more general audience, like I try to do, and you do that for me all the time. Like break things down so I can understand them. Like you were comparing having to spin the craft and the field at the same time. Like the Earth as a body has to spin and its field spins at the same time. I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah, they spin at different rates. So I always wonder when they calculate the speed of the Earth, do they do it based on the Earth's surface or they do it on the field on the outside?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I think they do it based off of the surface, but I'm not positive. Because the stronger you get to the core, the more, or the more you get to the closer you get to the core, the stronger the magnetic field, right?
Yeah. That actually tells you which side's positive. Positive side is always the stronger side, and negative is always the weaker. We often consider the outside of of our Earth to be the positive, and that we're standing on the negative, but that's not true. The inside of the core is the positive, the outside of the field is the negative, and we are on a dielectric plane in between, like a capacitor. So it's completely different than what people think. You got to remember that, I don't want to say it, there's more ocean underneath the surface of our planet than there is on the surface of our planet. So rocks take in water. So if you take granite and you put the side, just a little bit of it into the water will suck up into the granite. And that's what happens under the surface of the Earth. So if we ever get to the point where the gravity on Earth is less and we're getting taller, which we're getting now, which we go into the age of Aquarius. So it makes you wonder, if gravity becomes less, the water on the Earth will come up more and we'll be underwater soon. So when you ever watch Bernie's channel and he shows you all the videos of all these great places and how they look and the edges that just drop off, do yourself a favor. Take that with a grain of salt and look at it like it's underwater. Then it all starts to make sense, because you have water flows that go through things, they shape the rocks, you have cavities in the wall, they're not for birds, they're for fish. And then you can start to see exactly how the water flow tore through this place in ancient times. And then you can also see where the ground, where it looks like rocks stacked upon each other, they're just funnels or vents from underneath the ocean, where the actual magma and stuff was under there, putting heat under it and having a vent pipe. So it's completely different when you look at it through a different lens. Then you start looking, you go, okay, well, these civilizations are on high of a mountain, right? And they have spots where they can make food and stuff. Well, that doesn't make any sense until you put water all the way around it. And then you say, well, no, it makes sense, right? Now we have this, tip of the earth thing. People have to live, and they sit on top of that because there's water all around them.
Absolutely right. Now that I'm thinking about it, there are these ancient cities, right? And they're at the tops of these tall mountains. But if you fill that, cavity with water, it makes sense,
Then do it in reverse. Say, okay, well, let's take the water away some more. So now we get closer to where the ocean floor is more of on the surface of the earth, right? Now you can understand it, where gravity must have been much stronger at the time, pulling the water back into the core of the earth. Therefore, the civilizations there were okay. You know what I mean? They were able to habitate that area. And you see that, what is it, in the Bahamas or something like that, or through that area, there's a bunch of sunken cities under there.
Wow.
When we talk about the pyramid of Egypt and we ask what it does, I always ask the question, was it terraforming? Because anytime that you have an object that pulls in energy and pulls it down on the pyramid, is what it's doing. It's not shooting it up. That's a misconception. The energy is coming down, and it's coming down to the pyramid, and then it makes that pyramid suck to the ground more. So is it increasing the gravity on the earth? Is it terraforming our earth in order to change the gravity? Because the pyramids are everywhere.
Wow. That makes sense too. That's something that I never heard about, but that makes sense. If it is pushing down to the surface more, it clearly has to be having some kind of gravitational effect, and that gravitational effect does affect other things in our ecological systems, like the water, like you said. So that's mind-blowing right there.
So you got to think of it like this. Anytime you take the amps out of something and you put mostly volts, it becomes charge. It no longer creates a magnetic field. It creates charge. Therefore, the charge, just like any object that you put on something, like if you put tinfoil oil on the countertop, on wood or anything, and then you hit it with electricity, it automatically sucks down because it's creating charge between the surface, because there's no amps and it's high voltage. No real amps. It's creating a charge, and there's putting pressure. I have a little UFO experiment that I do. It's just a paper lifter. You put it on there, and you can get, it weighs grams. You can get pounds of force out of it.
Wow. Now this makes sense too. Like what we see pyramids on Mars, for instance. You know, the Earth's magnetosphere plays an important role in forming our atmosphere and life on this planet. So,
yeah, Mars doesn't need nuclear weapons. They need a moon.
Yeah,
but they have 2 moons that are like asteroid catches. They literally need a big moon. It has to do with tidal force. If all of your water is in the rock at the center of the planet, which, by the way, the Mars rover goes down, what, 6 inches? I mean, that's pathetic. Look, if all the water's down there and it's condensed towards the core, right? What do you need? You need a tidal force to bring that out. You know what I mean? You need the water to come out like this and stay on the surface. Otherwise, it's going to stay close, stuck to the planet. The problem with Mars is it doesn't have a big enough force on the outside to pull that out. You know what I mean? We get tidal force with us that brings in the water level. So if you live next to the water like I do, the water goes down, and then the boats sit there, look like they're, sitting out of water, and then the water will go back up. It's just the tide. You know what I mean? Completely changes something when you look at planets.
Yeah, it does. What's your opinion on the moon? Do you think it's a hollow structure of some sort? You think it's manufactured?
It's like Swiss cheese.
Like Swiss cheese?
And it probably has holes in it. Probably has a giant cavern in the center.
Oh, okay. Just got giant cavities. Do you think it was formed from the asteroid belt?
No, I think it's a capture.
It's a capture.
And I'll tell you why.
What does that mean?
Basically, capture means that it was an object in the solar system and it came by too close to Earth and we stole it and it stayed with us. And I say that because there's spots on our Earth where it has the crust of the Earth and it has rings. So they're not full rings around the entire Earth, okay? Like you would expect. What are they? They're partial ones. So you get a partial here, and down here you get a partial here, okay? Probably over here you have a partial here. The ocean floor is coming up. And they say every time they check the record in that area, they say this was the bottom of the ocean floor at one time. There is not a force on this Earth great enough to pull that. You must have a moon or something like that.
An external force.
Yeah. So if I say it's a capture, it's because it goes around and it's like a guy swinging a hammer, okay? He extends his arms, okay, with the hammer, and as he spins, he goes in, it pulls out further at some point, and then as he spins, it pulls back in a little bit, then it pulls back out. You get what I'm saying? It's causing his body to sometimes take on the gravity. Sometimes it's the actual hammer itself that pulls the gravity out. And that's exactly what a capture would do. So when you do that, it's going to leave scars on the surface of the Earth, where the ocean now becomes the surface of the planet in those areas. So you'll see it pull. So the story goes in cuneiform, if you look at it and read the story, is that there was a planet in between Mars and Jupiter, and it got hit by something or hit a moon or whatever the deal was. It blew up the planet, and it was mostly a water planet or something like that. And then they habitated both Mars and Earth. So they were the original, which makes sense if you look at, we're in the best zone or whatever they want to call it of where Earth is.
Yeah.
At one point, there would have been a planet that was there that was in that Goldilocks zone that moved out to a zone where it was no longer the Goldilocks zone, right? So that then they say, okay, there was people on Mars, or Mars people, whatever you want to call them. It went from one planet at the Goldilocks to the next planet in the Goldilocks to our planet in the Goldilocks. The next one is Venus that would show up in the Goldilocks zone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It pushes the other planets outward.
Wow. And this, I'm assuming this happens in cycles, like through the zodiac symbols.
Yep.
Yeah.
All of it's tied together, man. Somebody back in the day knew way more than we did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we just ignore them today. It's ridiculous, or at least most people do.
Check it out. It's because of the simple fact that the world undergoes a part where the water comes to the surface and wipes out humanity. Then it comes back and goes down. We rehabilitate everything, and then it does it again. So we only have so many years to learn things before we got to get off of this rock for a while or live in the water under it. So
right. Yeah, we're on a timer here.
Yeah. So we got to figure it out and, get away or simply find a way to live with it and go underwater.
Right. Or reactivate the pyramids to terraform everything,
Yeah, but things are in cycles because it has to do with planetary cycles. That's why they always look for Planet X.
Right. Well, I mean, we're really close to anti-gravitics, We're really close, and it's not going to be far off. And I know I'm going to sign me up for being the first to go explore the solar system with you. So,
right on. Well, you got a video, Ben?
Let me see if I can pull something up. Yeah, I might have something. Give me 1 second. So, I did have, it's not a video, but I did have Elijah, a viewer, on the other night, and he's been sending me a lot of his notes, and they're very highly detailed notes, and some of it has theories and ideas regarding some Bedini circuits and other free energy circuits. So I wanted to take a brief look at that because I didn't get a chance to take a look at it yet. And then while I'm doing that, I will pull up a video as well for afterwards. Put that over here. All right, so I haven't actually taken a look at this yet. I don't know. Can you guys see that clear, or should I blow it up more?
Yeah, you gotta blow up a little bit.
Yeah. Let me try zooming in a little bit. There we go. All right, so I was just gonna go over some of his notes because it's kind of hard to read a little bit, but every once in a while he'll have like an idea in here in some of his notes that is fascinating. So 0 point energy, C. Garrett model. This is all based on tapping 0 point energy and his theories and all that. Okay, so here we have a PEG cell battery charger. And this is a diagram of his. He's highlighting the current, I believe. And see if he has any notes. Yep. So small PEG cell standalone, 1.2 volt milliamp range, earth battery. So this is, I guess, schematics for an earth battery. Yeah. It's kind of hard to read, so I'm going to do my best here, so bear with me. Inverted dipole EMF reverses ion flow / time in battery, ? It's probably just a question he had in his notes. We all have them. Write them down. A small input energy of a few milliamps can output 100 volts per amp, or is that /amp, through the, I can't make out that word. Something responsive via back EMF. So again, we have this pattern of back EMF being utilized.
Okay, hold on. 100 volts over M. It's over millivolts, or milliamps.
It says 100 volts and then /amp or 1 amp, something like that, right here.
It's over milliamps.
Oh, it's over milliamps?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's okay.
Because he's talking about flyback circuits, so it's high voltage, low amperage.
Okay, yeah, the scan. He did say the scans are a little low quality, so I apologize. He says, I have witnessed this in Joel Lagasse YouTube channel. We can use Earth's electrostatic potential of 100 volts, yeah, I think you're right, milliamps. Well, of course you're right. Yeah, that's why I have you on with me to teach me. But anyways, he says you can use the Earth's electrostatic potential of 100 volts with altitude to supply back EMF to enable quantum tunneling of electrons in the PEG cell. Furthermore, EMF interference can create virtual parentheses need particles to decay into DC as seen in Garrett's model, work with oscillator, to create virtual 0-point energy. So that's all fascinating. He's got some really detailed notes here with all the math.
Was he talking about an antenna there when he was talking about that? Because I thought he was talking about atmosphere. Did I hear that right?
I don't know, honestly. He said we can use Earth's electrostatic potential of 100 volts with altitude to supply back EMF to enable quantum tunneling of electrons in the PEG cell.
So
with
an antenna,
altitude,
so it's altitude, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's a good catch there. I didn't even catch that. Thank you.
Well, it's like Bedini says, you put two poles out, put a wire across the pole, and they'll pick up energy. It's the same thing with an antenna. And it's in potential form. It's not AC or DC. Again, AC and DC are man-made. This is in potential form, so it's Earth energy.
You can see his diagram describing the Casimir cavity, as he calls it. On a I believe this is on a quantum scale. He's creating like this Casimir type effect. It's like a different type of or a different way of obtaining the Casimir effect rather than just putting two plates real close to each other. I could be wrong, but he was describing using the Casimir effect in the actual circuit in a different way.
Well, let's say, hold on. Oh. Was that aluminum, silicon, oxygen?
Palladium, yeah.
So yeah, he's making a battery.
Yeah.
And quantum tunneling, same thing Mike Faraday was talking about he was doing with his battery. Yeah, it's putting them together.
Battery too, right?
Yeah, it's putting them together to cause a reaction without any moving parts or anything injected into it. That's normally what one of these batteries is, and it uses quantum tunneling. But if he's saying he can use it by energizing and put something into it, you know what I mean? He expects the output to be higher. Now, it's a cold energy. When you're talking about high volts and low amps, it's considered the cold side of energy, not the hot side, because hot side comes with amps. So he's definitely got something going on there that's good.
Yeah, I told him, I'm not certified to check his math by any means. But I'll do my best in trying to relay some of this information for him and, going over some of it with the audience.
Well, he's talking about structures here. Right here. I've always had a dream about structures, man. Always.
Oh, check this out right here. Is some kind of molecule.
Yeah, I'm looking for it because he's probably taking. Trying to see, because he looks like a crystalline structure or something's going on there.
Yeah.
Quartz. SiO2 quartz. There you go.
The movement creates electrostatic charge, assisting lift. Hexagonal microstructure teleports electrons down like with Garrett's model. Work, thus assisting lift. See something work. It's kind of faded out there. Wiring is, and then that's faded too. Back EMF, one wire circuit. Grabenikov. Yeah, his he's referring to Grabenikov right here. That's what's scratched out. He has it written over here. Okay. And if you don't know who Grabenikov is, I believe he's the guy who was working with the Beatles, right?
Yeah, working with the Beatles. He also made the box where you could put a rock on top of it and it would just lift off. So
wow,
if we have a chance, take a Brenikoff's work, and I'll try to make a video of this where it lifts off, and then watch Hutchinson's lift off of his stuff. They're eerily similar. You can literally put them next to each other, and you'll see them lift off the same way, and they both have a rotational spin to them. Okay? It's absolutely brilliant. It nullifies any stupid person with some orange little ball on a string. It tells you conclusively they're making them the same way. You know what I mean?
Right.
It proves the theory without you even knowing they were connected. Two people, two different places, two different things, but they do the same thing exactly.
So we have a viewer who's asking, what is the PEG cell? I know the MEG cell, but not the PEG. And I'm honestly not familiar with it myself. So what we're going to do now is ask Leonardbot, which is my always my favorite go-to.
AI action.
Yeah, you guys can access Leonardbot too. It's lenr-bot.com. I'm going to put it in chat. And it stands for Low Energy Nuclear Reactions. And it was designed by some of the anonymous affiliates at the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project community. And it was designed to help people with their questions on zero-point energy and all the obscure areas of science that we talk about. We're going to ask him, what is the PEG cell? And as you can see, he will give us a bunch of timestamps and links to different websites if it's relevant. But right now we're just going to ask him to summarize the answer with AI. All right. So he says the PEG cell is an experimental cell structure that involves pairs of superfluid vortices with curved sections within the superfluid structure. The cells exhibit a curved surface and form geometric sections potentially related to the structure of an itonic cluster, which is just a charged cluster, or Ken Scholer's charged clusters. The experimental cell design consists of a glass jar with a bakelite lid, and research is ongoing to understand the structure and behavior of these cells further. So that's interesting. Thank you, Leonardbot. Let me bring him down here. So that's the PEG cell. If you have any further questions, you can access Leonardbot today for free. And I highly suggest you check him out. He's pretty cool.
So there's a guy that does a lot of videos, Ben, for the PEG cell out there. And I honestly haven't watched him a lot. But let me see where it is. I'll pull up the
if you got something. Yeah, if you got something, let's pull it up.
So
give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Where is it? Let's see if this one is it. So share the screen here. Sorry, guys. Give me just a second.
Experiment that turned out to work very well. I tried to use the PEG cell as a reactive X electrode. So basically, as I've been doing with some previous videos, I've demonstrated and talked about the importance of reactive power and what it can do and what it cannot do. So watch previous videos if you don't understand what I mean about building a capacitive power supplies and all the benefits into doing that. So I figured, hey, since this is an electrode, it's got capacitive properties and it's self-regaging, it would be good for a reactive power supply so it could drop my current, because we always need a trigger, folks. There's no free lunch, but we need a little bit of real power to maintain our dipoles and run our switches and that sort of thing. But apart from that, the whole point is to use as less real power as possible without introducing so much resistance and heat. So the reactive power supplies is a good solution to bring the current down without wasting it all in resistance and heat. So not only does this PEG cell work excellent at doing that, but it also works at contributing maybe a milliamp or so of that current. So it contributes as well and limits our current input to a workable levels that we want. So what I did is this is basically just driving a regular AC to DC 12-volt power supply. This 12-volt power supply scaled really down with the reactive power running only at milliamps thanks to the PEG cell, is going into this high voltage, high frequency generator here for neons and whatnot, and it's charging a series of capacitors, a total of 28 UF at 1000 volts. When it reaches the 1000 volts level, it triggers this 1000 volt gas charge discharge tube that energizes the high voltage side of a microwave transformer. So we're dumping, what's unusual and different here, in my previous videos, I would dump, the high current, low voltage, the high voltage, low current into the capacitor and get the amps that way. What I'm doing here is I'm getting still the amps, but charging it really, really quick at high frequency, high voltage, so I could discharge the high current, high voltage amp discharge on the high voltage side so that I get a much lower but higher current output secondary side, about 100 volts. So that 100 volts right now goes to the output of a charger. But to show you the demonstration, I got a large capacitor to drive a motor to show you. My point is how it's very nice to be able to use very low current drives to be able to generate high current pulses with the help of transformers and capacitors. But I'm kind of doing like the Tesla thing, but in reverse, It's really, really effective in reverse as well if you know what you're doing. So on top of that, during the discharge spike, I take the inductive kickback with the reverse diode and send this into the high voltage side of which would be the primary high voltage side of another AC transformer. And I scale, because it's a really big spike at 1000 volts. You could just imagine, when you do a couple volts, you get like 24. So this is a big, big spike, but still an inductive kickback. So I make it more manageable with this transformer, which steps it down to about 24 volts, and I rectify the secondary lower voltage, and that's also an additional system that goes back into the charging. So what I'm doing is I'm also recovering the spike from the generated burst. So we've got a few mechanisms that work, and it works very well. So I drew up a schematic to help folks understand here. The lighting is bad. Let's see if I can change the angle a bit here. But this is the PEG cell battery charger. So the PEG cell here acts as your reactive, and it's a limiter. So you get milliamps limited output. This goes into a small DC transformer, just enough to drive the high voltage neon transformer. There's the high voltage cap dump. And I will post the schematic at the end of the video. Just wanted to show you this. So now the whole point is really cool. So I'm going to plug this in to the mains here. You could use, my whole idea was to try and build an efficient battery charger that I want to charge my battery eventually down the line with the mains, because that's what I have here. But I'm sure you could use an inverter or anything else, but it's just convenient for me. So I'm going to plug this in, and I'll show you these cap dumps. It takes a few moments to charge. There you go. Let's see, right away the motor spins. I don't know if there's any battery left in here. So we get really high current bursts when it does kick in, 81 milliamps, because these are serious discharges, but this is smoothing out a big capacitor. But I'm just showing you what little, and this is what's going on here. There's the spark gap discharging every few seconds because it's very low current, but it's a very, very high burst because of this energizer here. 1000 volts discharges at 28 UF through the spark gap going into the microwave transformer, giving you 110 volts high current bursts. And this is what we're doing. And here I've got the scope on the inductive kickback to show you the recycling of the spike. And we get about 20 some, if I can catch it here. Takes a moment to get, it's very sharp. There you go, 27 volts there. But it's very sharp. My scope doesn't catch it every time here. If I can change the resolution a bit here. There you go. There's that spike. So that's about 28 volts. And we recover the inductive kickback plus the discharge here. And this runs nice and cool and also contributes to the system. So all in all, a pretty good system, I would say. And I hope with the help of the circuit diagram, it helps you understand. Now, something maybe I should say for another day, which I haven't done here, but because I'm not planning to use the motor, but if you take one of the inputs, like let's say the plus of the motor that goes in here and put it through the primary of another transformer, on the secondary, you'll read, like I was reading close to 100 volts of RF just coming in. So I could use that as an additional system and re-gauge back in, but I'm not really looking into building generators right now. But if this were to spin another generator, you see what I'm getting at, recycle the RF as well into an LC circuit. But for now, this is going to go into a battery instead. But I just want to show you those discharges, which are working very well for very, very little milliamp input here, thanks to the PEG cell's reactive stage. So I hope you understand, and I will post this circuit diagram at the end of my video so you all can see what I'm doing here. And again, I must emphasize, no free lunch, folks. We have to put in a little bit of real power to maintain our diodes, our dipoles, and run our switching and our power supplies. All can be very low current, and we let the capacitors generate the higher current discharges through the various mechanisms. So something else I want to do down the line here is set up another tap for the one wire. I'm not even interacting with that yet. That's another whole system. That could charge another 100 volts additionally, a few capacitors, and then put that back into the system. But one thing at a time. This is pretty cool, I think, anyways. Really recycling every part of that spike back and front, basically. Had minimal losses.
Wow, so that's a PEG battery cell.
Well, it was a circuit, but the PEG cell was just a little cell that he showed the big tube.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a minute. I'll pull this down, and then I'll just see if there's an individual PEG cell.
Sure.
So go ahead and take it for a minute, Ben, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, this will be a good segue into our sponsor segment. I'm contractually obligated by Lenny, LennyBot, to do a sponsor segment for myself. So if you aren't aware, we have a merch shop on Streamlabs. Hey, Gerald. So our merch shop has a wide variety of fun merchandise that you can buy and help support the channel Bemefence TV and my research. Right now, I'm wearing the Legends of Renewable Energy t-shirt. As you can see, it has Marco Rodin, it has Jordan Collin from Alchemical Science, it has Malcolm Bendel and Randy Powell and the Thunderstorm Generator, and also we have the Benefactor Beverage Containment Unit for all your beverage needs. It keeps it hot, it keeps it cold, ice not included. That's all I got.
Okay. Were you guys shutting it down? Is that what the idea was?
What?
Were you shutting it down? Okay.
No,
we're talking about the PEG cell. Do you know anything about it?
Yeah. Joel Legacy's PEG cell?
Yeah, we're watching a video where you use it. Can you explain the PEG cell?
It's kind of like turning DC into AC. Well, not really. It's a system he uses that has capacitance that flips the pole. It's very interesting the way he's using it. He's not using it as a battery. He's more using it as a capacitive link that flips the pole in his circuit. At least that's the way I understand it from the way he was explaining it.
Okay.
So I don't know. He's using the PEG, which is polyethylene glycol, and then he's mixed a little bit of carbon with it, from my understanding. And then I don't know what else. But it's go ahead.
I have a video if you want to see it.
Yeah, if you want to throw it up. I've seen most of his videos, but by all means, let's break it down.
To address them as good as I can, but sometimes, in the comments it can get pretty messy, and there's been some repeated questions, so I'll try and get the most out of it. So a lot of people want to build the PEG cells, and they want to know what works best, what doesn't work. So the main ingredient is the what I use is the PEG electrolyte as the solid. And it's this stuff here. In Canada, it's Restoralax, okay? It's this right here. Mm-hmm. And the ingredients here is, people are asking for the active ingredients because you have to have 100% poly, I have a hard time with that word there, but it's 100% polyethylene glycol 3350. And here it is right there. So that's all it is. And sometimes some of this stuff in other countries has medicinal ingredients that mix into this, and it's not good. It nullifies the effect. So you have to be very careful that it's 100% PEG, okay? Now, this stuff here is pretty expensive, folks. And what I've realized is here in Canada, there's another in, it's called Option Plus at Guardian Drugstore. It's essentially the same thing at half the price. Obviously the same company because they're literally identical, but different label. But the same thing here, the same composition. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so now you want to know how to prepare this. So people are asking about the composition, and because obviously I have all these different cells, I never came up with quite a standard for it, but I'll give you some pointers on how it happens. So let's say I want to mix this little cell's worth. So maybe a few spoons of PEG electrolyte, and I would mix that with a few drops of hot water. Now, what seems to work best is when it becomes melted into like a translucent paste, okay? Yeah. Like an oily translucent paste. What happens is if it's too thick, like very pasty, when it dries out, it tends to get chalky and break apart. If it's too watery, it just doesn't really dry out. So you got to get that perfect paste. You'll see what I mean once you start constructing them. So I found out just a few drops of water, hot water, by the way. And later on, I found out that it was easier to just use an old pot at low heat and just melt that all in there. So optionally, you could build the PEG cell with just the PEG, and it will work. The electrodes, magnesium, and conductive carbon. But I've experimented with various. You could substitute the magnesium with a aluminum foil, and it does the same thing. You could use zinc and copper if you don't have conductive carbon and magnesium. You get about the same thing. So that's about as far as I took it with experimenting with different electrodes. Now, obviously, you're going to want to make sure your cell dries. It could take a few days. Test the continuity to make sure there's no measurable resistance. We've discussed in previous videos, you're always going to have the moisture of the air and whatnot. So there's always, even if the meter can't measure it, there's still that minute amount of it. So not really relevant, but just to put it out there, of course, So the important part is that the meter has no continuity, and even at the highest range, it doesn't measure a resistance. It's a good indicator that they're properly as isolated as they can get anyways. So that's a big part of it, is to keep your electrodes isolated for proper operation. Now, of course, as soon as you pour this in, you'll get a voltage. So as it is wet, you could say it's a traditional galvanic effect. We don't want this. So we want to wait for it to dry, and we want to use electrodes that are non-corrosive so we could withstand that temporary effect, so there's no corrosion or very minimal during the drying process. Once it's dry, obviously there won't be corrosion influenced by that, not any more so than being in the natural environment from natural moisture in the air. So in other words, it has the potential to last a lot of years if you build them properly. So this is actually one of the first cells that I experimented with, and it still puts out. You know, this was done in the winter time, and if I put the voltmeter here, I don't know if you guys are going to see that, but I'm just going to measure it now. 1.01 volts. So it's still putting out over a volt. This has been in my closet forever, just stored there. And this blue stuff here was an experiment. I tried to use the, instead of mixing the PEG with a drop of water, I had that concentrated syrup, electrolyte, sports drink. That's why it's blue. It smells like Kool-Aid. I wouldn't eat it though. So
all right, guys, that's pretty much your understanding of what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm still not
when you're making the,
maybe we can kind of summarize a little bit.
I tried making a PEG cell, and I can't even remember what I got out, a half volt or something, and I just threw it aside. But when you're making them, make sure you wear gloves, because the stuff's a laxative and it soaks into your skin. So I just thought you guys should all know that.
That's so funny.
Right? Restalax.
Oh.
Yeah, it's skipping for me. I don't know if it's skipping for you guys. It might be my internet though.
Not skipping here.
No, that's skipping here. It's got to be your internet. Is it going to crash again on you, Ben?
No, honestly, with Streamlabs, I don't think it'll crash because the overhead is being taken care of, you know, by Streamlabs, and it's not. I don't have any resources on my computer that it's needing.
StreamYard?
Nice.
Yeah, sorry, StreamYard. Yeah, you get the idea, right? Like, there's nothing from my computer. Like with Streamlabs, it was an app on the computer pulling resources from my computer and then broadcasting them. So this is kind of doing the work for my computer. And honestly, you're right. You know, I'm a little stubborn when it comes to changing my ways a little bit because I get too comfortable with my programs and stuff. But you sometimes I need a little push, and that's exactly what I needed here, because StreamYard is definitely taking care of all of the needs I need for the stream. It's allowing me to organize everything. You know, view the chats, highlight them. You know, give people credit when they need it. You know, on the chat, and it's very convenient. I love it.
You know what the gurus of old used to say, eh? Life begins
that?
just outside your comfort zone.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm never.
You know, there is a theory that, and they did scientific studies on this, that people are actually most productive when they're slightly uncomfortable. You know, you have to find that balance. You know, you can't be completely comfortable, or else you're just going to get a little lazy, I guess is the idea. But, you know, being a little bit off balance, being a little bit, you know, like I need to manage my time here, you know, kind of snaps you into focus, right?
Yep. Yep. You're not wrong.
That's
Took me a while to get out of bed today, I'll tell you. I think it was maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock. I started to get out of bed. Crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well,
when
I
it
mean,
comes to focus, I was a little more off balance today than normal.
You're in a lot of pain, so it's understandable too. You know, that throws you off.
It is not so bad right now, but earlier was really bad. Yeah.
Well, I'm
that's
glad
life,
you're
right?
doing better. Yeah.
Hey man, I appreciate it. I do. It's just life, though. I'll just pick up again tomorrow and start fresh. Another day. Right?
That's right.
I don't let it get me down. It just pauses me for a day here and there, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's about what it does.
Yeah. Yeah, you get it. You understand.
Yeah, I had gout for like a month, and it would travel from my foot to my knee to my back, and then it went over to my hand. My hand was puffed up like completely for about 2 weeks. I couldn't work, couldn't move it, couldn't do anything. And it was just all in the joint. So the joint crystals would just grow, and then it hurt. You couldn't touch it. You couldn't bang it. It felt like a broken bone every time you came around it. Just awful.
I hear that. That sucks. Mine's in the neck because my head went through the windshield not once but twice. 2 different accidents, eh? So the first time I went to physio and I got it all back and it was good. Second time, the physio didn't take as well. It is what it is. I'm happy to just be walking, talking, and alive.
I got 4 screws and 2 plates and a little ball bearing where my disc used to be in my lower back.
Oof.
Yeah, it hurts.
I have a feeling that medical advancements will get really exciting in the next few years, as long as we try to push this new science out, or this old science rather.
Well, it's not going to help me now. Now,
no, but
a little bit of robotics, a little bit of license of parts might help out.
The problem that I see is that we're kind of heading towards like a cyberpunk dystopia where people are going to want to augment themselves, right?
Yeah, not for me. I want to go all natural. It's written.
Yeah, exactly.
It's written that we have a form of evolution that most people don't want to even consider, and it's directly connected to light and energy and sound. And I think that that's our next stage. I think that's where we should be headed. Don't get me wrong. I want to build a ship, but I mean, if I could fly, who wouldn't want to, right?
Oh yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah, so that's where my head's at. Will I ever accomplish it? Who knows? If I don't, maybe some of the info or all the info that I have can get carried on to someone else, and they can complete the task one step at a time, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, if you
make a surprise utility belt so nobody comes around knows what you're doing, and then put it on thinking it's a belt or something like play.
Yeah,
that'd be hilarious.
I'm building something that I've brought it up before, but it's kind of really cool. It has to go with PEMF healing, pulse electromagnetic frequency healing, and it's a watch.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
And it just goes on your wrist. You can wear it for 15 minutes out of the day for like 7 to 14 days, depending on the treatment. And
I can see it now. You got a kid that's into LARPing, and they go out with their buddies and they put on your utility belt thinking it was a cool accessory. They start flying over with their sabers and start whacking people.
Or they disappear where they're standing. You never know, man.
Yeah, you never know.
That's
that would be fun. That would be fun. This has been a long stream. I think this is the longest I've ever been on.
Yeah, I meant today to be, because I wanted to, like, I'm inching towards 1,000 views, so or 1,000 subscribers. No, I'm sorry, 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 views, watch hours. So I'm trying to close the cap there with the stream.
Hey, Gerald,
so you're trying to do go ahead.
Are you typing things out for all of us?
You know what? I don't know how that's working. that little button on the left, I guess that's all. Yeah, you know what? I typed out one thing, all of a sudden I'm seeing 3, and I'm like, wait a second.
Suddenly I see that I love everybody.
Yeah, I didn't put that. But that's funny. Like, I don't know.
It's okay. It happened to both of us.
Yeah. First time I did it, I'm like, wait a second. That was me, not Nathan. And I fixed it, but
yeah,
I kept doing it.
I did the same thing. I was like, what's going on here?
Well, now we all disappeared. What happened? Oh my God.
Oh, there you go.
So
yeah, I realized after though. It's that little button on the left.
For the
right?
chat who needs a little context here, StreamYards has an option where we can chat for everybody or individuals. So we accidentally had that.
So I was speaking for Ben and Nathan here. Sorry.
It's
crazy
okay.
Stuff coming up. Nathan's going, "What's going on?"
Yeah. It says, "I love you all." And I'm like, really?
Like, did we get hacked?
Is that like a mental thought? Gerald just put it out for everybody.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, this looks like some electrolysis going on here, huh?
That's Bernie stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've been wanting to get back into my hydrogen research. It's just time. There's so many things I'm doing. I can't add that to the list. I eventually probably will. I'm not doing what he's doing, though. What I was doing was totally different. He does long-term. That's long-term transmutation through the production of HHO.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me, I was just breaking water and lighting it on fire. It was fun. I thought, you know what? Implosions, let's see how far I can go before it actually scares me a little bit. And the last one I did scared me a little bit. And I haven't done it since because I let the bubbles go for a while and then I lit it and it imploded so hard. I felt it in my chest. My windows in my house shook.
Oh,
it's crazy. Lighting hydrogen is insane.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, it is. So you got to do it fast when it comes out. Keep the bubbles small. Don't let them get too big.
Oh,
because that's when you have problems.
Wow.
Yeah, I was heavy into hydrogen in the beginning. That was when I was watching. Did you guys ever hear of a guy named Russ Grease? RWD Research. Yep.
Yep. I heard he did a lot of different research everywhere. Did the water cell. He also did it in Bedini. He also did the coils like you're working on.
Yeah.
He did a lot of different stuff.
He did. He did a lot of rodent, and he actually built the EPG. And I don't know if he's ever going to hear this or listen to this. I don't know. But it was weird. He built it. He had all the components, everything, and then nothing. You hear nothing about it. I think you got a phone call and someone told him to back off personally, but I can't prove that, and I've never asked him. But I used to talk to him in the comment section all the time. I even emailed him a couple times in the beginning. But yeah, he built a beautiful EPG. And that's that big it's like a toroid, but it's 3/8 or 1/2 inch copper tubing that wraps in 3, and then it's copper coils wrapped around many different copper coils wrapped around that, and then it's pulsed with a magnetic gas, supposed magnetic gas, right? And then you pick up the power from the pickup coils. Well, when Stan Meyer had it going, there's a story out there that says, Stan Meyer was talking about it in that basement lecture I'm going to try and find for you. When he started the EPG, everything was going good. He had power running, and he left it running in the garage, went into the house or something, and then all of a sudden they heard this big boom, and it was like the sound barrier was broken or something. And he ran out to the garage and shut it down, and apparently it had shooken his whole house, and the neighbors all heard it, and he never turned it back on. That's the way the story goes anyway. You'll see him tell it in that video. I'm gonna get that. It's like an hour, 10 minutes. But yeah. That was something I wanted to ask you. I haven't been able to put out videos longer than 15 minutes. So I don't know if that's a thing that I have to do with YouTube, or it's something I'm missing.
You have to go into your settings of YouTube.
Yeah.
And you have to verify I believe it's your phone number, and verify your email.
Yeah.
And once you've done that, you can unlock it. And then all you have to do is click it to say that you want it available.
Ah, Okay, I'll have to go back into that.
Yeah, the verification process.
Yeah, so going through the studio, when you go into YouTube, go in the studio for YouTube.
Yeah.
And from there, go into settings, and then it'll bring up your personal settings and stuff like that, but you switch it in there.
Okay. I'll do that later for sure.
Now,
then I can put that video up. Go ahead.
It allows you for your live streams, though, right now, right?
Oh, yeah, I can put my live streams out. But that's different than doing like an hour-long video and putting that out.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know why, but like you said.
Yeah, that's how you really trigger the algorithm.
Yeah. Longer videos?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Is that what you meant?
No, not necessarily longer, but just put more attention and detail into them. You know, put a little more love into them, and you know, you can trigger the algorithm a little bit more.
Yeah, like I said, I know a guy. I'm gonna trigger the algorithm.
Hey, look, we're all good at something. Just understand this. I'm good at looking at something and knowing what's going on before everybody in the room realizes it. Okay.
Nice.
And then I can take a look at what you're looking at and specifically find that little part that makes it work. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I can do. Not
I know, I've seen
the
it.
other stuff, but I know exactly where to look. So you talk about a contract, I can find your way out of a contract. You talk about how to trigger an algorithm, I can figure it out. You want to do hardcore mathematics, give me a few minutes and I'll show you. You know what I mean? What you want to do, it's very easy. Math is so easy, dude. It's changing the letter for a number. That's it.
Yeah, no, I get that part. I don't know why.
But it's true.
But that's it. It's all a formula. And all you have to do is change the formula.
In our group of Avengers, you're Captain America for sure.
I don't know about that. Maybe a little bit of Winter Soldier or something. Who knows?
There you go. I'm the new Smart Hulk.
I know. I've learned more from Nathan in the last, few weeks than I ever have. From any official like mainstream YouTuber who's denying free energy exists.
Well, again, all those PhDs and MP3s, all those guys that are out there stating that they have all these credentials and they know all these things that can help so many people. I don't hear them teaching nothing. But I've learned more from Nathan the last month than I have from a lot of people, we'll say, in the last 3 years. Mm-hmm. And that blows my mind because those people know exactly what the heck I was talking about and they know exactly what I was doing, but didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, some of the times they get to the edge of their research and they don't know what's beyond it because, remember, we blow things up to prove the point. So to make sure we know where the limit is. And if you don't do that, you'll never find the special parts of anything.
Never. I've blown a lot of stuff up.
Like
I've
you said,
coils.
Gotta be a little bit uncomfortable.
Yep. Life begins just outside that comfort zone, man.
Or if you walk into the garage room and there's high voltage going on, make sure you stand away from me.
I got an experiment I want to try with grounding. Remember we were talking about grounding earlier and then Mike cut me off kind of thing. He gets excited. I like Mike. But yeah, I want to ground a plate and then I want to put the coil above my head and I want to ground the coil to the plate and just see what happens.
You're inside the capacitor.
Yeah.
Just in the grounding.
Well, I'll be standing on the ground plate and the coil will be above my head and I'm going to run 432 hertz just to see what happens.
432, the magic number.
He's in that special frequency right there.
There you go.
Hey, when I hurt my toe, I tried to pulse my rodent coil at 432. And, I put it on the toe for, a few minutes to see if it would help.
Well,
No,
go ahead.
Put two cameras, one close, one far away, in case you turn into a ball of light like I want to make you catch it.
Poof.
Yeah.
I'll do it live.
He said, "What happened to the benefactor?"
Yeah,
you seen him lately?
That's awesome. That's awesome. Or you'll just see me sit there shaking. I don't know, but it'll be a fun experiment, right? like I said, I've this thing when it's running, I've grabbed it, and you're not really supposed to grab a transformer while it's running. But I mean, I'm not worried in that way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Hey, just a little bit of advice: never follow his lead on that.
Nope, never.
Use the 2-pocket rule.
This is a warning to the public. Do not try this at home, and do not follow what I do, because most people shouldn't.
You put a case around that thing. Go find you a plastic bowl, put it over it, something. You stay away from that.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm going to try some crazy experiments this year.
My
Taking it
God,
to the
man.
next level.
I want to see that.
For sure.
It'd be like the Ark of the Covenant. You see this right here, and you see Gerald in the center. Oh! I saw God's face. No, it was just Gerald.
Hey, it'll make for a good live, though. It'll make for a good live. We'll see if we can make that sucker go viral.
We have
that's
to.
awesome.
One of our free energy videos has to go viral. It has to, that's the way we succeed. And I'm trying real hard.
Hey, Ben, it won't go viral if you call it free energy. It's
it won't.
That you accidentally slip the fact that it's doing something without saying anything is a better chance than telling people what it's doing.
No, you're right. Absolutely. Absolutely right. And that's something that I have to consider myself. For sure.
Or you're amazed that it's happening when it's happened, although you just did the experiment before you turned the camera on. I know guys that do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is live. I've never seen this before. And all of a sudden it's like, yeah, okay. But they did it 10 minutes ago to make sure it happened before they put it on camera. I used to do that right in the beginning, and I went, you know what? That's kind of cheesy. I'm just going to do shit live.
Yeah.
That's why you see mistakes when I'm doing videos. I'll be like, oh, sorry about that.
And we were just talking about this earlier. You don't want to be gimmicky. You want to be honest and truthful and upfront with what you're doing, because at the end of the day, we're trying to disseminate important information. We don't want to belittle what we're doing, or undercut it by any way.
Oh my God, dude. I should make a blooper reel of all the time I got shocked on camera.
You would go viral, I'm telling you. I mean, I would watch it, that's for sure. I mean, we should put a blooper of all of ours in one.
I don't know how to take out all the cuss words yet, because there's a lot of them that follow you when you get shot.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I could swear like a sailor. Especially if it's 110. Ooh, it's got a bit of a bite.
Yeah, it's not the 110 that bothers me. It's the voltage multiplier that hit me in both hands.
Oh. Yeah. My brain just went just by hearing that.
Yeah, I sat down and rethought my life and thought if I was really doing something special or something very bad to myself.
Yeah, is this really worth it? Because that thought goes through your head after getting shocked like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's worth it, though.
Oh, hold on. Bernie's doing something over there. He's got something else going on.
Bernie?
Yeah, Crypto's got some moving something in the background. I don't know if he's still on the live over there with them or if he's with us.
So he sent a message in private chat. He said, I'm here just also at Apex Zoom, and I just told him whenever he wants to just hop on.
Okay.
He said crazy stuff being presented at APEC right now. I'll hop over and unmute in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I bet you there's crazy stuff being presented at APEC. It's kind of funny how it's all presented after I presented mine, or didn't present mine.
Can you
Coincidence,
hear
I
me now?
guess.
It better not be the same
Can
stuff.
you hear me?
Oh,
did you take a look? Is it the same stuff?
So
I can't see. Go ahead.
I was just
Let somebody pull it up then.
Who's talking?
collecting
That's
some
Bernie.
of the monatomics.
That's Bernie.
Go ahead, Bernie.
Yeah, so I'm just collecting stuff out of this jar and putting it in this jar. And then I'm going to try to get this electrode out that is iron in the middle, and it should, like right in here, have some very similar crystals to what Bedini had going on. But first I'm collecting off of this zinc anode the white zinc monoatomics that formed in the cloud, and harvesting it into this jar.
Nice. I want to see experiments done with that stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Right? Get some live results.
Yeah, stick it under a great big arc.
Very nice work,
Bark,
Bernie.
yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
And if that'll ever focus, I don't know, the light's not working well today.
I'd love to put it in between two capacitor plates and make it just a static charge in there and see what it sticks to or how it forms when you put static electricity on it.
Oh,
because
yeah.
At some point, you're going to have to form layers on the outside of the UFO, one for insulation, one that separates the layers, and then the outside layers. So you're going to have to find a way to combine it. If this goes into a paste and it gets activated by any form of electricity with little amps, I wonder if we can use that. You know what I mean? And if it creates some kind of crystalline structure on the inside.
Like a
sandwich. Yeah. You're going to want to coat several layers with these different monoatomic materials.
Yeah, because it's like growing crystals inside of two different plates. It's exactly what we want.
Exactly.
I wonder if you can mix that with peg cell, how that would turn out.
So as I'm pulling this guy up, you can see this black crystalline stuff right there. And it just fell off a bunch, but there's still some on. But
interesting.
I'm gonna need two hands to try to get it out in one piece. If it will come out. There we go. So most of it has fallen off, but right in here is black crystal stuff. Gonna try to harvest it out of the jar next, but seems to be pretty much identical to what Bedini had, just not as large a scale.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And
Makes
then
my
like
brain
a bunch of the red crystal stuff there. Interesting materials.
Yeah, I want to see tests with that.
Yeah.
The possibilities could be.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah.
And then in the middle,
Which one of those are you going to
also
drink?
see the monoatomic layer. None of those? God. That's how you die pretty quick. Probably in one shot.
Maybe.
Are you going to drink the middle one? Is that going to turn into water that's drinkable or potable?
Yeah, that one, yes, the monatomic zinc there in the center, once it's properly flushed. And first, I always try it out growing on plants before ever consuming any myself. Right?
There you go.
Don't want to just go straight to human guinea pig.
No, that's very smart. No, it's very true. You don't want to test it on yourself before you test it on some plants.
I tested it on plants and they grew more. Hopefully I'm not going to get bigger than this. Maybe this way. I don't know.
His little shop of horrors.
Yeah, there you go.
Feed me, Gerald. Feed me.
You get the reference. Yeah.
So I didn't use gloves like a dumbass, so I've got a bunch of nanomaterial on my fingers that I gotta wash off.
Yeah, you
But
better
what's
hurry up.
crazy
Yeah.
is every time I do that, it's like when you go to touch any metal, you get like wild static shocks to like the fingers and hands and stuff. It's
nice.
Weird.
Huh.
I'd love to
Weird
use that for a pick, so.
Yeah. You know what I'd love to do? I want to get a sphere, right, that I can fill with water and have quartz in the center. And all I want to do is hit it with piezoelectricity burst. You know what I mean?
Oh,
all you know what I mean? Just at different angles and see what it does. I want to see if I can activate the crystal inside. Put it between two plates with two rods going to the outside so you have a flow where you can capture the energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So as soon as it amplifies in there, the water's carrying the voltage and stuff, and let it pull through and give me the energy. I wonder if we can activate that quartz enough in order to get it to burst, because we're not getting quartz to burst. It doesn't even change to light. You know what I mean? Let's just smack it together. So this is like smacking it from the side with a burst of, you know what I mean? Like a big burst of energy right to it. And I want to see if it just doesn't come alive. And even if I don't have the energy pulled out of the system, I just want to see it light up.
There's a T. Townsend Brown, I think it's T. Townsend Brown experiment, that he takes a crystal and he puts it between two capacitor plates, just lets it run. And apparently the crystal grows. It grows to a point where it almost defies gravity. I don't know. I got a crystal, a quartz crystal that looks like a small obelisk, and I want to try the experiment. I haven't got to it yet. I'm going to stick it in the center of the coil. I'm going to pulse it and just see what happens. The Otis T. Carr 03B, I can't remember what it was called, but his ship apparently had a crystal that came out of the center of the floor, and then waves of light would go around the inside of the craft, and they would hear a ringing, and they pictured where they wanted to go, according to Ralph Ring, and they would just show up there. So I kind of wonder if quartz crystals, like you said, it would resonate. Maybe it has something to do with attaching to our consciousness. I don't know.
Well, when they talk about the Ark of the Covenant, they talk about the plate on the priest's back, and it has crystals on it. Okay.
Yep.
Every crystal resonates at a different frequency. Now, we haven't been able to activate them to turn them on to light up. And that's the interesting part of it. Can you get each one to light up, based on their frequency? And if you can, I think that's where they were going. You would have to have that kind of technology if Ralph was right.
Yeah, and you know what I thought? I have a theory on that. When they would light up, they'd give off different frequencies of light. So it would create a field of light, or again, a force field that would stop the radiation from affecting them when they went into the where the Ark of the Covenant was, which is the Holy of Holies, right? So that's my thought process on it, because it's gold. It was like right on the skin. It wasn't just over the clothing, from my understanding. I don't know about that, but my theory is that it would produce multiple frequencies in order for you to be safe around it.
Yeah. So they always put it up on something. They always put it on a table. They always put it somewhere else.
The Ark?
They never grounded it.
Yeah.
They never dissipated the energy into the ground, so when you came near it, you were toast.
Once, there's a story in the Bible where one of the servants was helping carry the Ark, and he tripped or he fell or something, and his hand touched the ground and the Ark at the same time, and he turned into ash instantly. Yeah. So that makes sense. It'd be like grabbing a high voltage power line and grounding it out through your body. Just nothing left.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, and then it put out different frequencies. So if you had it out of tune, it'd make you sick. You start throwing up, you start being dizzy. Yeah. You would look like you just been through a nuclear war.
Yep.
You get pox on you, you start to bleed. Just everything would fall apart and disassemble you from the inside out.
Yeah, there were reports of people guarding the Ark, and they don't end too well. They have short lifespans.
Okay, that Ark that you're talking about is in Ethiopia, and it's not the Ark of the Covenant. It's the Ark of Gabriel or the Ark of Solomon. I think it might be the Ark of Solomon, because the Ark of Gabriel was rumored to be it's in the Middle East, where that big cube is, where the Muslims walk around that cube.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, in that same area, about 8 years ago now, maybe, there was a riot there, and it killed like 1,000 people. But the riot was the official story. The actual story was they were digging in that area looking for what they thought was the Ark of the Covenant, and they pulled it out of the ground. And what they did, it actually, an EMP went off and it killed 1,000 people surrounding it. But that's not the Ark of the Covenant. That's the Ark of Gabriel. See, the pyramids.
So give us a breakdown. Yeah, give us a breakdown of that, because I'm interested in it.
Each pyramid had its own ark. But the Ark of the Covenant was in a very specific pyramid. And that was the one that God gave to Moses. When he left Egypt, he took it from the pyramid. Remember, he was a high priest. He knew how to operate everything. So when he took it and it was in front of him and it split the Red Sea and the Israelites went through and got away from Pharaoh, I think that Pharaoh started chasing them, because as the story goes, the Pharaoh let them go and said, leave, just get out. But they didn't know that Moses took the ark. And when they figured it out, they started chasing him. And that's how all that came about. So,
oh, wow.
At least that's how the story goes and how the Bible's depicted of it. And there's, if you look in the Apocrypha, it talks about that in, I think it's the story of Thomas, but I could be wrong on that one. It's been a little while since I read the Apocrypha. But again, this stuff's also in different history books. I believe that the arcs
has like been fragmented,
not just one. I believe there's one Ark of the
Covenant.
Covenant.
Very interesting,
but many arcs.
Yeah, one Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, and that's something that I've honestly been learning now too. You know, I didn't know about the Molten Sea Ark at all, and like you said, what is the Ark of Gabriel? You said
Ark of Gabriel,
yeah,
and the Ark of Solomon. Those are the ones that I know about, but there could be others out there, and those are the ones that are known as well in the fringe community, if that's what you want to call it.
And that makes sense. If there were like other legitimate pyramids that maybe weren't trying to or weren't copies of the legitimate pyramids, because remember we have like two types of pyramids in Egypt. We have the legitimate megalithic structures, and then we have like the stone or the clay pyramids that were kind of like later civilizations trying to replicate it and failing, I guess. Yeah, so like it makes sense that those original designed pyramids would all be related, since they're all related in geometry, and function as well, right? They would function the same and require the same components. So if one required the ark, like you see, the ark kind of fits into the box within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid in Giza. Right. I'm curious to see and look into different areas of those other megalithic structures and see if they have anything similar.
I believe the what is it called? The Red Pyramid. There's a different name for it, but I believe that one has a sarcophagus as well. It's almost identical to the Ark of the Covenant.
Wow.
Yeah.
Somebody posted something in chat. I'm going to check it out real quick before I'm going to vet it real quick before I share it.
Okay.
Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, interesting stuff. It has to be proven, of course. Right now, it's just theory. But yeah, coupled with all the stories that have gone on, Mecca, that's where it was. Thank you, B. Sears. So in Mecca, that's when it occurred. I don't know when. I should say that's where it occurred. But that's where they found the Ark of Gabriel. That's why the Eastern Orthodox priest from Russia, the Catholic priest, came out to Mecca, and the Pope and the Eastern Orthodox Catholic priests who haven't talked many, many years because there was some kind of a falling out between the churches or the factions of churches. They actually got together and had a big discussion. And it's rumored that it was over the Ark of Gabriel. So
that's interesting. Just as a historical point, it would be interesting to hear all of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to see where it all came from, what was going on at the time, and
right
really
now
put
it's
some
just
perspective
rumors,
on everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's cool. I tried to copy. It won't let me copy this, so I'm gonna. I also have another video I have up that I wanted to play that I found of the T. Townsend Brown effect. If you guys want to check it out.
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're good. I'm gonna probably go off camera for a couple of seconds too, but I'm still gonna be here. We're cooking.
All right. Me too then. There's no sound, Ben.
Hold on one second.
I just want to address one thing Sean Calderon said. The ark contained Aaron's staff, a jar of manna, and the 10 Commandments. I have it under good authority that, yes, you're partially correct. The 10 Commandments are no longer there. There is the bud of Aaron's staff, which is a piece of Aaron's staff. There is a alabaster jar full of manna sealed for the time where the Ark of the Covenant is to be opened. And there is a scroll. And that scroll, it's not the 10 Commandments, but that scroll was instruction on what to do with that manna and the staff when the time comes for it to be anointed, I think is the right word. I could be wrong on that. But from my understanding, that's where it's at. If I'm wrong, I'd love to see it. Not saying that I'm right, but you know what I mean, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that video actually doesn't have any sound, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer.
So I'm gonna have to find a different video. Well, it's fortunate that Nathan has a plethora of videos for us to commentate on and check out and learn from here, most of which I haven't been able to touch on yet.
That's okay. I'm going to actually have to bail right away because I have some stuff to do before the night is through.
No, you're good. I appreciate you stopping by.
If you're still on in an hour or two, I might pop in again. Right?
Yeah.
I appreciate
hopefully.
all the time. I appreciate the subscribers because I've gained 7 or 8 since I've been on today.
Yeah, see?
And I hope you reach 1,000, man, before you end this stream. I really do.
Yeah, we're hoping. I think we will. You know, and it just goes back, like, again, to the psychology of you have to remind people. You know, they forget and they find something interesting, and then they forget to subscribe, and then they forget about it. You know, so
yeah, they're listening in the background and they're not really looking at their screen. Yeah, I get that totally. I've done it a million times myself.
Yeah, and I immediately, you know, saw a difference when I started streaming on StreamYards with everybody, and you know, when I was able to plug my channel. And that helps. Networking helps. You know, we can't do this by ourselves. So I appreciate you coming by and helping us understand some of these complex topics.
Well, I appreciate the discussion and all the brain activity that I needed today. I'm telling you, I still feel brain dead, but hey,
it's okay. Your 20% is like somebody else's like 110%.
I appreciate that. I don't necessarily agree with you 100% on that one, but I appreciate it. All right. So Nathan in the background there, I know you can't hear me now, but you have a good night. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the comment section. You guys are awesome. They've already brought up what the Orthodox and Catholic split was all about. It was called the East-West Schism, and it was in 1085 by Sean Calderon. You guys are awesome.
Right here.
You're awesome. All of you are awesome.
Thank you very much, Gerald.
Yeah,
You're
thank
awesome,
you.
brother.
You guys have a great night.
You too, man. And like I said, if I'm still up, you hop back on. I'll try to be up, you know, if I don't pass out at the keyboard.
I understand that totally. All right, guys, later.